Chapter 9-10. Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely helpless when she saw the mountain-shaking bears surrounding her like they were escorting a criminal. Indeed, these white bears' bodies were extremely hard and seemed to have a mysterious power that prevented her sword from piercing them. However, she was unable to gain the upper hand because of this. Besides her immortal Dao remarkable powers, her strength, which she was proud of, had been thwarted time and time again in the ruins of Huanshu. Even if she took out all her Dharma artifacts, none of them would be of any use. That mysterious little mirror might have the ability to subdue enemies, but she had yet to refine it successfully. She did not even know what the mirror was used for. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She reached into her pocket to retrieve the beast head paperweight. This thing had sucked in hundreds of fire crows just now. Perhaps it could be used to deal with the mountain-shaking bears. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua's arm was about to move, she suddenly heard a low, muffled sound in front of her. The white bears around her were slightly flustered. The white bear at the front that was scurrying forward suddenly stood up and bared its fangs. It waved its front paws in the air and howled at the sky. This white bear was different from the heaven-reaching ape. The heaven-reaching ape's howl was sharp and sounded like a cry. It was also different from the saber-toothed tiger's howl. The saber-toothed tiger's howl was loud and domineering. The white bear's roar was a little muffled, but it was very thick. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing at the back, felt dizzy when he heard the roar. Immediately, the essence of herbalism in his Naiwan palace sped up and the indescribable discomfort was slightly relieved. After the white bear's roar, it immediately crouched down and ran a few steps forward, crouching on the ground. Its two front paws picked up a thick stone pillar from the ground and lifted it up, causing the roof beam on the other side of the pillar to collapse. As the roof beam collapsed, a cloud of dust flew up. Behind it, another white bear followed closely and walked to the other side of the roof. However, it only used its front paws to push down a broken wall and did not pick up anything. This seems to be a demonstration. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She reached her hand into her bosom, wanting to take advantage of the white bear's panic to find a solution. However, just as her hand reached into her bosom, she suddenly felt a gust of wind from behind. Without turning her head, Zhang Xiaohua scanned the area with her divine perception. It was a white bear behind her. It swung its front paw and pounced on her back. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to take it head-on. She took her hand out of her pocket and dodged it. The white bear's beady eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time. When it saw that there was nothing unusual, it snorted and stood at the side lazily. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. This white bear is really something. I was in front of it, and when I put my hand into my pocket, it knew and stopped me. When it saw that I didn't take anything out, it stood aside and guarded me. Looking at it, it didn't seem like it wanted to kill me. Could it be that they were really raised by someone? This person was in Huanshu. Are they going to bring me there? Just as she was thinking, there was a commotion in front of her. A series of squeaking noises could be heard. Following that, two white bears rushed forward, shouting and banging noises could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could not reach far and her eyes were blocked by the ruins. She could not see clearly. She looked around and saw that the remaining few white bears were relaxed and did not seem to be nervous. On the left, there was a pillar in front of the white bear. Zhang Xiaohua tried to walk forward. The white bear that attacked her just now tilted its head slightly and did not stop her. When Zhang Xiaohua got closer, the white bear beside the pillar turned its head and bared its fangs in a threatening manner. Zhang Xiaohua knew that these ferocious beasts were psychic. She pointed to the front and then to the top of the pillar, indicating that she wanted to go up and take a look. She did not know if the white bear understood her. It only shook its head slightly and raised its head to look at the front. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the broken pillar and looked forward. When the surrounding white bears saw Zhang Xiaohua's sudden movement, they became restless and were about to make a move. However, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing on the pillar without moving, they became quiet and slowly scattered around the pillar to prevent Zhang Xiaohua from escaping. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and took a look. She could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were about 10 ferocious beasts that looked like crocodiles. They were crawling on the ground and their long, sharp mouths were letting out dull and sharp sounds as they pounced towards the 2 white bears to attack. The ferocious beasts only had 4 tiny claws and were much smaller than the crocodiles. Their mouths were similar to the crocodiles, but they were sharper and longer. However, their tails were not very compatible with their bodies as they were too thick. At this moment, a strange ferocious beast dashed towards the white bear from the ground. When it got close, it suddenly turned around and whipped its thick tail towards the white bear. The white bear did not dodge and the tail collided with each other. The strength of the 2 beasts seemed to be equal, but the strange ferocious beast's body was a little short and its tail was raised to the sky from the impact. Following that, the white bear grabbed the thick tail and scratched it with its claws. The tail was like a fish's tail, nimbly twisting left and right as if it was in pain. Following that, there was a soft sound as the tail hit the white bear's chest. The white bear was furious and used all its strength to slap the strange ferocious beast down to the ground. The stone tiles on the ground were smashed into pieces, but the strange ferocious beast did not seem to be injured. It stood up from the ground and swung its tail, wanting to attack again. Zhang Xiaohua had just experienced the strength of the white bear's claw. However, this strange ferocious beast only had a few traces of blood on its tail. The fierce slap did not injure it at all. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be surprised. Why were the ferocious beasts around the Deep Earth Palace so fierce? The 2 groups of ferocious beasts seemed to be used to fighting. The 2 white bears were almost evenly matched against a dozen strange ferocious beasts. The few white bears that surrounded Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to be watching with interest. Their focus was still on Zhang Xiaohua. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed. This fight was more of a warm-up than a frolic. Half of the strange ferocious beasts had injuries on their tails, and these injuries were only caused by a few scratches from the bear's paws. As for the 2 white bears, the one that was holding the broken pillar in its hand was hit on the head by a strange beast's tail. Blood dripped from its mouth. Yes, it was bleeding from its teeth. The other bear's chest was hit several times by the tail, but it was not injured. When the strange ferocious beasts saw that they could not do anything to the white bears, they let out a few low growls, turned around, and drilled their heads into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua was disappointed and astonished. She was disappointed that these ferocious beasts did not scatter the white bears so that she could take advantage of the chaos to escape. She was also astonished that after the ferocious beasts drilled into the ground, there were no traces of them on the ground. This clearly meant that the other ferocious beasts also used earth escape or an escape method similar to it. Why couldn't she do it? Maybe I can use earth escape here. Seeing that the 2 white bears had returned victorious, Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and jumped down. Unfortunately, as soon as she landed, the white bear next to her let out a shout and slammed its huge paw on the ground. A strange force hit the spell Zhang Xiaohua had just made. The light shield that had just been activated by the spell immediately shattered without a sound. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that the Earth Palace was a place where the earth element energy was concentrated. The mountain-shaking bear was very sensitive to the earth element energy. Wouldn't she be showing off her slight skill in front of an expert if she used earth escape here? Fortunately, the white bear broke Zhang Xiaohua's earth escape. It only watched vigilantly and did not attack again. Several white bears surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and walked forward for more than half a day. When the sky was about to turn dark, they finally arrived at a slightly desolate place. This place was different from other places. First of all, this direction was not in the direction of the Earth Palace that Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to go. Second, the white bears did not seem to be walking towards the center of the Huanshu. They only walked around the Huanshu with Huanshu as the center. In other words, after walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still far away from the center of the Huanshu, the place where the lightning was concentrated. She was even further away from the Earth Palace. The most strange thing was that the surroundings were all broken walls, but this place was a raised slope. When they arrived at the empty slope, the white bears slowed down. Several white bears scattered at the four corners of the slope and stopped moving forward. Although the white bear in front of them did not change its body shape, Zhang Xiaohua clearly felt that there was an additional sense of seriousness on its body. When they arrived here, Zhang Xiaohua also gave up on the idea of escaping. Since the white bears did not have any evil intentions, there was probably someone living in seclusion here. And this person could hide in the Huanshu and tame these white bears. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood something. Could it be that these white bears are not ferocious beasts of the Huanshu? Otherwise, why would they fight with strange beasts that are also ferocious beasts of the Huanshu? As the white bear went up the slope and walked forward for a while, there were a few huge rocks in front of them. The white bear stopped and snorted. It shook its head and gestured to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Looking at the rocks that were about the same size as her, she really did not understand what the white bear meant. "Do you want me to jump up?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to jump up. Unexpectedly, the white bear opened its bloody mouth and roared. "Do you want me to walk closer?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to take a step. This time, the white bear did not move. It only shook its head and swayed its small ears, which should be a silent consent. However, looking at the rock, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She used her divine perception to scan it and only felt some fluctuations in the qi of heaven and earth. However, she could not see the joints. She had no choice but to walk forward. After walking a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was strange. It was as if she did not walk and the distance between them was still so close. This is strange. Could it be that the uniqueness of this rock lies here? Zhang Xiaohua thought and quickened her pace. It seemed that she was closer to the rock. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her feet. There is nothing wrong with this ground. But when he raised his head to look at the rock again, he could not help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 9:11. He saw that the boulder, which was about the same height as him, was now taller than him by more than a head. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua panicked. He turned back to look at the white bear and was even more surprised. The white bear was even taller than him. Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked at himself. There was no change to his body. It was exactly the same as before. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He used ethereal steps and rushed towards the boulder. Zhang Xiaohua was not far from the boulder. He should have been able to reach it in a dozen steps. However, after using ethereal steps, he was only a little closer than before. The boulder was also much taller. Then, he looked at the white bear. It was even taller. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua had already realized that the person in front of the boulder must have cast some kind of divine ability on him. He had been shrunk. As long as he walked closer to the boulder, he would slowly shrink. Looking at the tall white bear, Zhang Xiaohua wondered if he would be killed if the white bear slapped him with its paw. However, he knew that as long as the white bear's paw was close to him, it would shrink to the same size as him. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. Then, he laughed hoarsely. He looked very close to the white bear, but in fact, he had already used ethereal steps to run for a while. The white bear's paw would not hit him no matter what. The divine ability of the immortal Tao is indeed unexpected. I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing this situation that he had never encountered before, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer surprised or panicked. He was only curious and longing. After all, looking at the situation, it was as he had guessed. It should be the summons of the immortal Dao seniors. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua entered the immortal Dao, other than Nanjing Yi, he had only seen Elder Hua's remains. This should be the third person he had met. He did not know when they would meet again. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua exerted strength in his feet and used ethereal steps. The boulder that was as tall as Zhang Xiaohua turned into a towering mountain peak. When he turned back to look at the white bear, it was already a huge creature that he had never seen in his dreams. Zhang Xiaohua arrived in front of the boulder. At this moment, it was no different from a mountain peak. It was just that the mountain peak was bare. It was the legendary Smooth Mountain. Looking at the flat mountain peak, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. There was no mountain path, no ladder, and no cave. What was he going to do? At this moment, a weak voice sounded. "Fellow Taoist, please use the Earth Escape technique to enter." Earth Escape technique? I thought it couldn't be used. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and entered the mountain peak. Sure enough, he successfully entered. In front of him was a bright mountain path. It was no different from the mountain paths that Zhang Xiaohua had seen at Lingxiang Peak and other places before. Even the luminous pearls on the stone walls on both sides of the mountain path were the same. "Fellow Taoist, please come up." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he unconsciously released his divine sense. However, his divine sense could only reach 10 feet. How could he see what was inside? He could only admire the mysterious voice in his heart. Hence, he tidied his clothes and bowed. "I am Zhang Xiaohua, I don't have a master. I pondered and learned some immortal Dao techniques. I am here to pay my respects to Senior Immortal Dao. May I know how to address Senior Immortal Dao?" Zhang Xiaohua's voice sounded for a long time, but there was no response. Could it be, this senior doesn't want others to know his name? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He had reported his real name. He was unprecedentedly sincere. "Fellow Taoist, please come up," the voice sounded again. "Yes, I will follow Senior's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the mountain path and walked up the stairs. The mountain path was quiet. There was no movement or danger. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He used his divine sense and walked forward step by step. The mountain path wasn't straight. After turning a corner, there were 2 forks. The weak voice sounded again from the left mountain path. "Fellow Taoist, please come this way." "Yes, Senior." Zhang Xiaohua responded and walked naturally to the left mountain path. However, when he stepped on the left fork, there was a slight movement in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua looked down and saw something wriggling in his arms. Little Black. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Little Black had been sleeping ever since he saw it. He had never seen it open its eyes. Little Yellow had woken up long ago and was absorbing the strange black gas in the refining heart cave at Lingering Fragrance Peak. What was the reason for Little Black to suddenly wake up? Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to take out Little Black. He looked around and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. However, there was nothing unusual. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously looked at the fork behind him. Sure enough, when he took out Little Black, its eyes were still closed. However, its little nose was like Little Black. It sniffed from time to time. The source was the fork behind Zhang Xiaohua. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his chin and patted Little Black's head. Don't be anxious. This cave has an owner. I will pay my respects to the Immortal Dao Senior first. Then, I will earnestly ask him to let me take a look at the other side and find something that can wake you up. How could Little Black understand? However, it still turned its head back and sniffed with its little nose. He he. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and placed Little Black back into his arms. This wasn't like lingering fragrance peak where there was obviously no one in the cave. Zhang Xiaohua could do whatever he wanted. Here, he had to inform the owner beforehand. Moreover, the owner was so polite and actually called him, fellow Taoist. This form of address was really refreshing for Zhang Xiaohua. Senior, I will come over now. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua quickened his footsteps. After a short while, he reached the end of the mountain path. However, the end of the mountain path was empty. There was only a bare stone on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously scratched his head and thought for a moment. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, I have arrived. Please show yourself. Place your hand on the stone tablet and refine it first. It won't be too late for me to come out after that. At this moment, the voice was lingering around the small room at the end of the mountain path. It was impossible to identify where it came from. Refine, the stone tablet. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua realized that the rock in front of him was actually a stone tablet. He slowly walked forward and swept it with his divine sense. He could clearly see that it was really a small stone tablet. There were some strange patterns engraved on it. It looked very similar to the stone tablet in front of the lingering fragrance peak. But, refining the stone tablet? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to do it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, the weak voice sounded from all directions. What's wrong? You haven't started refining it? Could it be that you don't know how to refine it? Oh, maybe you are below the foundation establishment stage. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to do it. Come, listen to I'll explain it to you. Following that, a large section of the stone tablet's refinement chant rang out. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. He immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He carefully memorized and tried to figure it out. The voice seemed to be afraid that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand it. He repeated the chant 3 times before stopping. The entire small room fell into a dead silence. Although there were many chants, Zhang Xiaohua already had some understanding of the immortal Tao. First, he memorized the chant word for word. Then, he used the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn to understand it. However, the last sentence of the chant made things difficult for him. It was, spit out a mouthful of natal energy. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said respectfully, Senior, I'm only at the middle stage of the qi refining realm. There's still a long way to go before I reach the foundation establishment realm. I've already comprehended the incantation that Senior taught me. That's right. What is this life essence and how to use it? I really don't know. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's face turned slightly red. Could it be that the senior had already said that the stone tablet's refinement chant was something that a foundation establishment stage cultivator should know? Furthermore, from the senior's tone, the foundation establishment stage cultivator seemed to be a low-level cultivator. He actually didn't even know about something like natal energy. It was really embarrassing. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Xiaohua asked for a long time, the weak voice didn't speak again. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was very strange. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could it be that the senior is angry? Maybe he thinks that my cultivation is too low. Could it be that he disdains to explain this natal energy? Or perhaps, if I use this chant to refine the stone tablet, the natal energy will naturally be spit out. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Xiaohua felt that he was right. He took a step forward and sat down cross-legged. Placing his right hand on the stone tablet, he activated the qi in his body and followed the chant to refine the stone tablet step by step. The chant was clearly magical. As Zhang Xiaohua's qi poured in, the stone tablet that looked like a rock slowly emitted a layer of faint golden light. This golden light followed the speed of Zhang Xiaohua's refinement and spread down bit by bit. Not bad. Fellow Taoist, you're not a disciple of the fragrant religion, the faintly discernible voice sounded again. Not a disciple of the fragrant religion. Not bad. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He originally thought that Huan Su was within the fragrant religion. The people in the 5 elements array, including the dead people, should all be disciples of the fragrant religion. This senior of the immortal Tao was actually not a disciple of the fragrant religion. This senior may have misunderstood. I am also a disciple of the fragrant religion. Yes, I am also a disciple of the fragrant religion's Mo Xian Gong on lingering fragrance peak. Zhang Xiaohua had always been honest. He didn't want to hide this situation. However, that person didn't seem to hear him. He continued, "Fellow Taoist, please don't be offended. The purpose of refining the stone tablet is to test your cultivation and also to see if you are a disciple of the fragrant religion. I don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, refining this stone tablet will bring unexpected benefits. Consider it as my compensation for testing you for nothing." But Zhang Xiaohua felt strange. She had already said that she was a disciple of the fragrant religion. Why did he turn a deaf ear to her? However, since she had already spoken the truth, it was none of his business whether he heard her or not. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua shut her mouth and channeled her true energy into the stone tablet. Chapter 9:12. Zhang Xiaohua did not have much vital energy in her body to begin with. As the stone tablet was refined, the vital energy in her meridians decreased. Fortunately, the stone tablet was not big and the senior had said that he was only testing her cultivation to see if she was a disciple of the incense cult. Therefore, when she had exhausted all the vital energy in her body, most of the stone tablet had turned pale gold. My fellow cultivators' cultivation. It's really not ordinary. It's beyond eyes' expectations. This stone tablet is actually a little short of being refined. Don't tell me you don't have vital stones or qi replenishing pills on you. Qi replenishing pills? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. She said loudly, "I don't have any qi replenishing pills, but I do have some vital stones." "Please wait a moment, senior." As he spoke, he took out a primal stone with his other hand. He absorbed the primal energy from the primal stone and refined it in his meridians. Then, he sent the refined primal energy into the stone tablet. Before long, the stone tablet was covered in a faint golden color. It looked like a piece of gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were filled with envy. My fellow cultivators' cultivation is considered to have mastered the essence of cultivation. Please follow the stone tablet and completely refine it. Perhaps there will be some surprises. Zhang Xiaohua was very embarrassed. She said softly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, my fellow cultivator. I don't know what my vital energy is and I don't know how to use it." After a long time, the voice was very surprised. "My fellow cultivator, why are you not using your vital energy?" "Oh, could it be that my fellow cultivator doesn't know how to use it?" "Nonsense," Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart. "I already told you, but you pretended not to know. What kind of person are you?" In an instant, the immortal senior's lofty image was reduced by a lot. My fellow cultivator's cultivation is indeed a little low. You actually broke into the 5 elements divination formation with your late qi refinement stage cultivation. You really have a fearless spirit. Fine, I might as well just say that you don't know the meaning of death, fellow Taoist. Please take a closer look. This is how to use true life essence. It's supposed to be used by foundation establishment qi practitioners. I don't know if you'll be able to use it. If you can't, then put this stone steel into your bag of holding and wait until you reach foundation establishment before refining it. Zhang Xiaohua's face was completely red. She had no choice but to calm down and wait for the voice to explain how to use her life essence. Only then did she understand that this life essence was to be spat out like this. Although Zhang Xiaohua knew how to spit out her life origin qi, it was still extremely difficult for her to do it according to the instructions of the senior. The life origin chi seemed to be at the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't spit it out. Hee, fellow Taoist, there's no need to blame yourself. Cultivation time doesn't matter. Perhaps fellow Taoist has just stepped onto the path of immortality a few decades ago. It's already commendable for you to have reached the high level of chi refinement. This stone tablet is already fellow Taoists. Please keep it well. I will bring fellow Taoist over. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was greatly surprised. A few decades? It's commendable for me to reach the late stage of chi refinement in a few decades. And, that's true. I've only cultivated for 4 to 5 years and have only reached the middle stage of chi refinement. Wouldn't it take me a few decades to reach the late stage? But, why did this senior say that I'm at the late stage of chi refinement? Just as she was thinking, a red dot suddenly appeared on the stone wall beside her. This red dot slowly rotated and expanded until it was half a person's height before stopping. When Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, she saw that it was a continuously rotating passage. She heard the voice coming from the passage. Fellow Taoist, please come in quickly. I have limited true life essence and can't hold on for long. Through here. Zhang Xiaohua quickly put the golden stone tablet into her belt. She pointed at the passage that was half a person's height and asked, "How do I get in? Don't tell me I have to crawl in." There was no reply from the other side of the passage. After a while, the voice urged her again. Fellow Taoist, please come in quickly. Otherwise, this passage will collapse. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't dare to delay. She gritted her teeth and crawled in. Fortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua was tall, she was very skinny. When she crouched down, the passage wasn't too cramped. Zhang Xiaohua entered the passage and was about to crawl in when she felt that the passage began to slowly rotate again. It actually brought her forward. What a divine ability. This passage can even bring people in. Zhang Xiaohua praised. Then, she realized that the other party didn't ask her to crawl in. Hence, she bent her legs and sat down cross-legged. This rotating red passage was just right. Perhaps the other party wanted Zhang Xiaohua to sit down like this. The passage wasn't long and she reached it in a short while. When she saw the light at the exit, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and looked behind her. It was already dark and she couldn't see the entrance. This was a stone chamber carved out of jade. It was very similar to the secret chamber Zhang Xiaohua had seen at Lingering Fragrance Peak. On the pure white wall, there were 3 paintings. One of the paintings was a man in embroidered clothes. He held a long saber in his hand as he rode on a horse. It was as if the wind was brushing against his face. The man's clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look extremely heroic. Behind the man was a mountain rock. At this moment, the mountain rock was emitting a faint red light. It began to expand from a small point until it was half the height of a person. Then, a tall and skinny young man sitting cross-legged appeared from the light. It was Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the light, the passage stopped. She jumped out of the passage. When she looked behind her, she saw the faint red light on the mountain rock gradually shrinking and finally disappearing. I actually came out from the painting. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she realized that the 3 paintings on the wall were exactly the same as the one in the white jade secret room at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Looking at the hall, she couldn't help but howl in her heart, I can't bring this secret room with me. Why did I see it? This hall is the same as Lingering Fragrance Peak. There isn't anyone here. Don't tell me I have to go somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said loudly, Senior, I've already reached the main hall. Do you still want to go somewhere else? No need, no need. Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I will come out now. As she spoke, the painting that Zhang Xiaohua walked down suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, a figure appeared below the painting. It was exactly the same as the one in the painting. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when she saw it. This senior I looked at her for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua thought that he was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Who would have thought that he was actually a man in embroidered clothes? Moreover, he came out from the painting. Zhang Xiaohua immediately went forward and bowed. I am Zhang Xiaohua. Greetings, Senior Immortal. Unexpectedly, the man ignored her and smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist, perhaps when you saw you already knew. Yes, with your qi refining late stage, you might not know. I left behind a trace of primordial spirit projection. I had already fallen long before you came here. Primordial spirit projection. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What is this? He is already dead. How can he still speak? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua understood why there was no reaction at all when she said so much outside. It turned out that the man was just talking to himself and couldn't hear what she said. Oh, fellow Taoist, don't panic. Perhaps you haven't heard of primordial spirit projection, but you don't have to be afraid. This is only a trace of primordial spirit. It can't harm fellow Taoist, and it can't possess fellow Taoist. Moreover, this projection has been consumed for many years, and its true essence has long been exhausted. If fellow Taoist had come 2 years later, even this trace of primordial spirit projection of I wouldn't have been able to see it. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. What possession? What primordial spirit? What true essence? He didn't understand any of it. However, when he heard that the true essence had been exhausted, he understood that the qi of heaven and earth was scarce, and the path of immortality had been annihilated. This man must be a path of immortality. Perhaps his cultivation was higher than Elder Hua's, but he probably couldn't survive and had already passed away. Elder Hua left behind his remains, but this man left behind a primordial spirit projection. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still respectful. She bowed and said, I am a junior, and I really don't know anything. Please enlighten me, senior. Then, she looked up and down at the light projection. Although the light projection was the size of a real person, it looked very illusory. There were even many places that were blank. It must be the so-called lack of true essence that prevented it from being drawn. Actually, this was also one of the reasons. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was standing at the side of the man, and the man was actually talking to the front instead of directly facing Zhang Xiaohua, she knew that it wasn't a real person. Sure enough, the light projection ignored Zhang Xiaohua's words and continued, I left behind this primordial spirit projection to leave traces of me so that my descendants could find this place. However, this should be the territory of the fragrant religion. How can the disciples of the Shindao sect come and go as they please? Moreover, after my death, this 5 elements formation must have become the forbidden area of the fragrant religion. Their own disciples can't enter, so how can the Shindao sect come? Moreover, even if the disciples of the Shindao sect found this place and had the opportunity to meet me, who knows how many years it would have been? Who would still remember me? Shindao sect? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Senior, there doesn't seem to be a Shindao sect in this Jianghu. The glowing figure continued, therefore, this poor Taoist thinks that as long as you are not a disciple of the fragrant cult, this poor Taoist can tell you about my own matters. Please bring this poor Taoist's news back to the Godly Knife sect. But Senior, this disciple doesn't know where the Shindao sect is. Zhang Xiaohua forgot that the light projection couldn't hear her voice. At this moment, the light projection waved the knife in his hand and sighed. He pointed at the stone wall and said, Fellow Taoist, have you seen the 4 paintings on the wall? 4 paintings? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, there are only 3 paintings on the wall. Oh, there should be another painting in the empty space, but it was taken away by someone. Chapter 9:13. Zhang Xiaohua could only say this to himself. The light figure ignored him and said, "Fellow Taoist, look at these 4 portraits carefully. If fellow Taoist's cultivation was a bit higher, or if you were a direct disciple of one of the 3 sects, you would have seen them in your own sect. Alas, this poor Taoist has forgotten that this world is so big, and this poor Taoist's primordial spirit projection is about to be exhausted. I don't know how long it has been since this poor Taoist has fallen. The cultivation inheritance has blossomed, and there are more than 3 or 4 sects in this world. Cultivation." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. He thought to himself, what is cultivation? Is it related to the immortal Tao? And, no matter what, as long as you are not a disciple of the fragrant religion or the misty school, it is fine. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was ridiculous. If it was another sect, like the Shindao sect, he would have never heard of it. He was not a disciple of any of those sects, but he was closely related to the misty school and the fragrant religion. Let's talk about the misty school. Everything about his immortal Tao was related to the misty school. Even the Carefree Heart Sutra was found in the library of the misty school. Even Zhang Xiaohua himself didn't believe that he had nothing to do with the misty school. Then there was the fragrant religion. Although his inner qi wasn't from the fragrant religion, but his lover was a disciple of Mo Xiangong and he was also a disciple of Mo Xiangong. How could he not have anything to do with the fragrant religion? But then, Zhang Xiaohua's head buzzed. He thought that he might not be a disciple of the misty school. The Carefree Heart Sutra might not be a misty school cultivation method. He had never practiced any other immortal Tao mental cultivation method. What spirit guiding technique? What enchanting finger? They were all methods of using vital qi. The most basic mental cultivation method was the Carefree Heart Sutra. His vital qi was also refined from the Carefree Heart Sutra. Since he had used his vital qi to refine the stone tablet, this man had already determined that it was not a mental cultivation method of the fragrant sect. Of course, at the same time, the possibility of it being a mental cultivation method of the ethereal sect was ruled out. Moreover, if the Carefree Heart Sutra was really a mental cultivation method of the ethereal sect, why would sect leader O casually place it in the library? Why would he let him take it? I.O. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead again. Now that he had thought things through, coupled with the fact that he gradually understood the reason behind the annihilation of the ethereal sect, Zhang Xiaohua's mind unconsciously opened up. Finally, he understood something. Could this Carefree Heart Sutra also be the treasure trove of the ethereal sect? Thinking about the time, it's about time. I'm lucky. The cultivation method at the Misty School obtained from the treasure trove was actually snatched by me. I'm really lucky. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly at her luck. Also, it just so happens that the martial arts senior of the Misty School wrote the Carefree Heart Sutra himself. This is really a coincidence. Otherwise, even if I obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra, I wouldn't have been able to take it away from the library. Immortal fate. Is this the legendary, immortal fate? Instantly, Zhang Xiaohua understood the meaning of, if it's yours, it's yours. Even if you don't take it, it will still end up in your hands. If it's not yours, it's not yours. Even if you use all your tricks, you won't be able to obtain it. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Luckily, you're not a disciple of the Tenryu sect. Otherwise, I's spiritual beast wouldn't have been able to bring you here. The light figure shrugged and said. However, this man kept referring to himself as a humble Taoist, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel, how should he put it? It was very uncoordinated. Although this humble Taoist sounded very unfathomable, it was extremely awkward when it came from the mouth of a ruffian. Well, please don't be annoyed. I just want to make things clear so that you won't have any doubts. After all, I'm only a projection of my essence soul and can't answer your questions. Therefore, I have to explain in detail. Although she knew that this was only a projection of his primordial spirit and that the man had died long ago, Zhang Xiaohua was still very polite. She bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare. Senior, I've never met an immortal Dao senior face to face. I'm willing to listen to what you've said. Please continue. Then, which sect do you belong to?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and thought to herself, "Even if I say it, can you hear me?" However, she was still very respectful and said, "I got an immortal Dao mental cultivation method. I thought it was from the Misty School, but after listening to what Senior said, it should be ownerless. Therefore, I don't belong to any sect. As for the fragrant cult, I said that I was a guardian disciple, but it was only a few days ago. I didn't teach you any immortal Dao mental cultivation method. If I'm talking about a sect, oh, I want to start a Baidu school. Please don't laugh at me. Well, it's a good sect. Although I can't hear the name of the sect you mentioned, your cultivation is not high, but you can break into the divine 5 elements formation and be brought here by the spiritual beast. Just talking about immortal fate, you're much stronger than I and the others. Perhaps, the thing in the core of the divine 5 elements formation has some fate with you." The thing in the core. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be the thing mentioned by Ren Wufeng of the Rui Jin Palace? By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Wan Wuxin, a disciple of the Taibai sect's side branch. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Greetings, Senior Huan. I'm Zhang Xiaohua. Well, I'm Baidu School's founding disciple. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy. This introduction was much better than Wan Wuxin's introduction. Good name. Wan Wuxin in the light and shadow clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, your name will definitely be passed down through the ages in the future." Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help laughing. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior Huan, you must be joking. Everyone said that I's name is unpleasant to hear. It's similar to a girl's name, and I was ridiculed a lot. You can't hear it, so why are you laughing at? I was a good name." Zhang Xiaohua casually said it. "Fellow Taoist, are you surprised?" Do you know the name I, the man in the light and shadow said with a smile. What? How is that possible? I've never heard of it before. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head very honestly. Yes, that's right. Fellow Taoist, you have a good memory. I'm the founder of the Shindao sect, one of the 3 great sect leaders who founded the cultivation world. Oh, no, it's the 4 great sect leaders. No matter how you look at it, you have to count the Tenrya sect. Oh, no, that's not right. The Dalan Temple should also be counted. Although the abbot of the Dalan Temple never shows himself, the Dalan Temple is still a part of the cultivation world, so it has to be counted. Seeing Wan Wuxin add the sects one by one, from the 3 great sect leaders to the 5 great sect leaders, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. It seemed that even the seniors of the Tao of Immortality valued their reputation very much. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew about the Misty School, the Incense sect, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenrya sect. She had never heard of the Shindao sect. Could it be the same as the Misty School? Was it also a great sect of the Tao of Immortality that was later destroyed? Yes, that should be the case. Perhaps in another 50 years, the name Misty School would no longer exist in the Jianghu. Presumably, the 5 great sects are now very famous in the cultivation world. Wan Wuxin said proudly. Back then, Yu Mingxin, and Yang Haoye joined hands to chase down the remnants of the devil realm and came to this world. Cultivation had yet to sprout in this world. Now that the cultivation world is flourishing, I also have a huge amount of merit. What is all this about? Zhang Xiaohua was completely dumbfounded. Putting aside the cultivation world, this person who looked like a man of the Jianghu was actually the founder of the Shindao sect, a super sect like the Incense sect. In other words, before the Tao of immortality had even begun, he already had such a high cultivation. Yes, he came from the outside to this world and single-handedly established the Tao of immortality bit by bit. Moreover, according to Wan Wuxin's words, this world, the Tao of immortality that had been destroyed for 10,000 years had taken shape because of their arrival. 10,000 years was too long. Seize every minute. Zhang Xiaohua had vaguely heard this before. However, in her heart, a few decades in this world was long enough. The primordial spirit projection in the light in front of her had actually existed for 10,000 years. Oh, no, it was more than 10,000 years. As for how long it had been, it was hard to say. Ha ha ha. The man in the light laughed. He waved the knife in his hand and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you frightened?" Zhang Xiaohua opened her dry mouth and didn't know how to answer. This fellow Taoist really thought too highly of him. She didn't know how late she was as his junior. The man seemed to have known Zhang Xiaohua's mood tens of thousands of years ago. He smiled and said, "There is a seniority in the cultivation world. As long as you step into the cultivation world, you are a fellow Taoist. I don't know when you came here. I can't just call you a junior, can I? Well, fellow Taoist, since you are also a cultivator, you must be from one of the 5 major sections. You should be from the 2 major sections. Perhaps you are a disciple of one of the 2 major sections. Of course, your primordial spirit is not from the Shindao sect. It is most likely from the Dalan temple. This poor Taoist will tell you about the origin of this cultivation world." Zhang Xiaohua was very interested. She cupped her hands and said, "In that case, I will also thank you, Senior Huan." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged, looking as if she wanted to listen to a story. Sure enough, the light in the light also looked up at the sky. He sighed and said, "In the past, he also looked like he wanted to tell a story. Once upon a time, in a place called the Ruins, there were 3 famous sections. Their names were the Misty School, the Incense School, and the Shindao sect. Well, fellow Taoist need not be confused. We all came from that place. I am a disciple of the Shindao sect. The Shindao sect is a branch of the Taibai sect." As he spoke, the silhouette raised his head and heaved a long sigh just like the real person. Chapter 9:14. The Ruins was originally a very peaceful place. It was just a small corner of the entire cultivation world and was connected to other places by teleportation arrays. The 3 major sects and the other small sects can be considered to be living in harmony and peace. It can be said to be a paradise. I was a second-generation disciple of the Shindao sect. My aptitude wasn't the best, but it was above average. I was rather favored by the sect master and received a lot of teachings. Yang Haoya of the Misty School was also a second-generation disciple. I met him in the process of hunting demonic beasts. I helped him hunt demonic beasts and obtain their demonic cores. Thus, we became friends. Later, for some unknown reason, there was a problem with the teleportation array of the Ruins. A large number of people from the Devil Realm borrowed the wrong teleportation array to invade the Ruins. The people from the Devil Realm all practiced demonic techniques and fed on the flesh and vital essence of cultivators. They were the mortal enemies of the cultivation world. Therefore, the cultivators of the Ruins spread the news to the entire cultivation world and organized to resist the invasion of the Devil Realm. Yu Mingxin, the second-generation female disciple of the incense cult, met us at this time. I, Yang Haoya, and Yu Mingxin were in a small group. We led more than 10 people from other sects to kill the mortal enemies of the Devil Realm. I remember it very clearly. That day, more than 10 of us were lying in ambush near the teleportation array, preparing to kill a pair of patrolling Devil Realm people. However, a person suddenly came out of the teleportation array. "Oh, fellow Taoist, you can look at the portraits on the wall. The one on the far right is the person from the Devil Realm. Other than Ai's portrait, the one dressed as a scholar is Yang Haoya of the Misty School. The masked woman is Yumingxin of the Incense Cult. That man from the Devil Realm is very powerful. As soon as he came out of the formation, he sensed our ambush. However, he pretended not to know and waited for us to get close. He didn't wait for us to set up the formation before he ruthlessly attacked. At that time, many disciples died. This humble Taoist, Yang Haoya, and Yumingxin hastily fought and couldn't gain much advantage. Later on, they relied on their numbers to severely injure the Devil World's people. As for our side, other than I and the other two, everyone else died. The man from the Devil Realm retreated with heavy injuries. Naturally, I and the other two couldn't let him go, so we chased after him. Who knew that the man didn't escape through the teleportation array, but into the wilderness? I and the others were overjoyed, thinking that we could kill him, but, when we got close and wanted to use our handy magic weapons to kill him, we found that the man from the Devil Realm was really cunning. He detonated a magic weapon, injuring all of us. His magic weapon's lethality was so great that it cleared out an open space in the wilderness where no one had ever been before, revealing a mysterious teleportation array underground. Although I and the other two were also seriously injured, the man from the Devil Realm was no match for us. He didn't care about anything and just jumped into the teleportation array. That teleportation array was also strange. Perhaps it was activated by the explosion of his magic weapon, but it didn't use primordial stones to operate automatically. Seeing the man from the Devil Realm enter, I and the others were also hesitant, but thinking of making a contribution, they followed. Alas, who knew? I don't know if it was the teleportation array's problem or the magic weapon's activation, but when I and the others came out of the teleportation array, it was actually another world. It's actually not the cultivation world that I was familiar with. Fellow Taoist, don't be surprised. When I and the others came out of the teleportation array, it was a boiling lake. If I and the others didn't have magic weapons to protect their bodies, they would have been burned to death. At first, I and the others were just surprised. When they came to other places in the cultivation world, as long as they found the right direction, they could fly back. Unfortunately, after I and the other two recovered from their injuries, they found that everything here in I's cultivation world were not the same place. So, we thought that we were in another world. Another world? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Just now, he didn't understand what Wan Wuxin said. Now that he heard it, he understood a little. The place where they lived was not the same place as his, but he had no idea why it was not the same place. Then, Wan Wuxin said again, after arriving here, I and the others immediately looked for the man from the Devil Realm, but he had disappeared without a trace. After several years of understanding, I and the other two found that there were no traces of cultivation here. There were only some clues in the dense forest of the mountain peak where I and the others came from. However, the teleportation array where I came from could not be activated no matter what. Even if we put primordial stones in the array, it would not work. So, I and the others, could only stay in this world. In the light and shadow, Wan Wuxin's face was suffused with a wry smile. Fellow Taoist, at that time, the world was not like this. There were cultivation world cultivators everywhere, and there were sects for you to cultivate. Even the most superficial martial arts were not here. When I and the other two saw that there was no hope of returning to the cultivation world, they unconsciously wanted to take root here. But before we could do it, we suddenly found that a kind of fist art became popular here. Needless to say, it was taught by the man from the Devil Realm. Cultivators in the cultivation world have always been partial to magic treasures and true essence, and then there are flying swords. Fist art is not useful in a fight between cultivators, so cultivators have never practiced fist art. Most of the people in the Devil Realm cultivate their bodies, so fist art is the first choice. I and the others also know that the fist art that is popular here is the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Fist, which is a relatively famous fist art in the Devil Realm. The man from the devil realm may be the originator of fist art in this world. And, not long after, another piece of news came. The man from the devil realm established his own Tenryu sect and called himself Di Shirtian. It is the world's #1 devil cultivation sect. I and the other two were originally not this Di Shirtian's opponent. Now that he wants to establish his own sect to develop his strength, we can only wait to be captured. Thinking of this, I and the other two also established their own sections. I, of course, named it the Shindao sect after I's original sect. Yu Mingxin established the Incense School, and Yang Haoya established the Misty School. They are the three cultivation world's great sects. However, the most peculiar thing is that not long after our three sects were established, someone else established the Dalan Temple, which can actually compete with us as equals. I and the others thought that the Dalan Temple is related to the Tenryu sect, but the Dalan Temple's techniques are not the same as the Tenryu sects. Moreover, there is a faint sense of restraint. Therefore, although we have never seen the monk who founded the Dalan Temple, we can unanimously believe that this Dalan Temple is not related to the Tenryu sect. It is possible that it was established by a cultivator from our cultivation world. The establishment of the three sects, no, the five sects can be considered to have introduced the cultivation world's techniques here, creating a precedent for cultivation. Although we can't return to the cultivation world, we can pass down our sect's techniques here. We can die without regrets. I and the other two were originally mortal enemies of the Tenryu sect's Di Shirtian. However, after coming here, we can't return, so our hatred gradually faded. The Tenryu sect was established at the southwest border, which is far away from our three sects. Normally, we don't fight with each other. I reckon that it is because I and the other three restrained each other that the cultivation world is flourishing now. Wan Wuxin was very proud in the light and shadow. Zhang Xiaohua was almost embarrassed to tell him. What cultivation world? 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 There are no such things now. There is only the legendary Immortal Tao and the legends of Immortal Tao now, the martial Tao is flourishing. Immediately, Wan Wuxin was lonely again. However, although we have done such a great deed, we didn't get any news about our sect or our hometown. We don't know how the battle at the ruins is like, and how are our sects and families. For this, I and the other two discussed and wanted to build a transmission array to see if it could lead to the ruins. However, the transmission array needs to be located by the divine sense of two locations. I and the other two came in a hurry and didn't have time to make a mark there. Therefore, we had no choice but to let our disciples inform Di Shirtian and invite him to build it together. What I didn't expect was that Sakura was actually the same as us. He also had this intention a long time ago. The four of us just needed to strike a deal and put aside all the grievances of our early years. We swore on our inner demons that we would not offend each other. Only then did we form an alliance and jointly build the teleportation array. Yes, these four portraits were drawn one by one when we formed an alliance. It's a pity that I died long ago and only a trace of my primordial spirit is left. What about them? They probably turned into ashes and fell into the 6 realms of reincarnation. Sigh, how could the transmission array be easy to build? Even if Di Shirtian has the special ability to tear space, his knowledge is still shallow. The three of us have high magic power, but our understanding of space is far inferior to Di Shirtian's. We can only be his assistants. That day, I was thinking that the legendary foolish old man could move mountains. Perhaps we couldn't do it fully, but we left behind our orthodoxy. As the cultivation world slowly develops, there will be a day when the transmission array will be successfully built. Yes, fellow Taoist, I wonder if the array has been built. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Although he knew that he was just asking, he didn't dare to be careless. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please no. I only know that the immortal Tao has been destroyed. Even if the teleportation formation you mentioned was fixed, it would have become a flower from 10,000 years ago. Who would still remember it? I really miss home. Wan Wuxin looked at the sky. When I left the Shindao sect, junior sister had just, I've made a fool of myself. The light figure said again, people's wishes are always beautiful, but reality is really cruel. Even for cultivators like us, it's the same. At that time, I and the others were wholeheartedly focused on building the transmission array. However, just as the array was beginning to take shape, something unexpected happened. Because of this, I and the others found an excuse to stop the construction of the transmission array and let Di Shi Tian temporarily return to his Tenryu sect. I think fellow Daoist should have already guessed what this matter was. There are more chapters. Chapter 9:15. How would I know what it is? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged, but then his mind lit up, and he blurted out, could it be that it's that thing in the ruins of destruction? Was there a need to say it? This Wan Wuxin was the founder of the immortal Tao. His cultivation was so high that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't guess it. If he died in the heavenly five elements formation, what else could it be other than the thing in the center of the Huansu? Sure enough, the light figure smiled and said, fellow Daoist is indeed smart. It's the thing in the five elements formation. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and almost laughed out loud. This Wan Wuxin is really interesting. He doesn't know what I'm talking about and keeps praising me. It's as if this question is hard to guess. In the past, the fragrance cult didn't have any protective array. Jianxi Lake and Jinghai Lake were just two ordinary lakes. The heavenly five elements formation was just beside the Lingxiang peak of the fragrance cult. No one knew about it. Even Yu Xianzi couldn't find it when she searched the surroundings. Moreover, at that time, I and the others had looked through this place and knew that there were no traces of cultivation. That was why we were ready to establish a sect. Therefore, when the disciples of the incense cult revealed the heavenly five elements formation and saw countless palaces, pavilions, and heavenly thunder, we were all shocked. At that time, I and the rest were selfish. Although they had already sworn to their inner demons that they wouldn't make things difficult for Sakura, they didn't want Sakura to know that this was obviously a miracle. Perhaps it was some top-notch immortal artifact that was unearthed. Therefore, I and the rest found an excuse to stop the construction of the teleportation formation and handed the formation map to Yang Haoya of the Misty School. Then, they returned to their respective sections. I still have to say that I was lying to myself when I said that there were no traces of cultivation here. The teleportation formation that sent us here was obviously much more advanced than the ones commonly used in the cultivation world where I came from. Moreover, I returned to the Shindao sect and went to the fragrance cult according to the time I had agreed with Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya. There, I encountered a mysterious place in a barren swamp. However, I didn't know the situation there. I was concerned about the fragrance cult and didn't dare to go deep. Well, I'll talk about this later. When I arrived at the Aroma sect, I discovered that Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya had used their sect's magic treasure to seal off the news of the five elemental heavenly eye array. They had sealed off countless areas around the lingering fragrance peak within the sect protecting grand array. To tell you the truth, this protective formation of the fragrance cult. If it was in the ruins, I wouldn't be surprised. However, the two of them were able to successfully set it up here. I couldn't help but be extremely surprised. This was definitely not something that the two of them could accomplish with their magic power and magical powers. However, when I asked them about it, they avoided answering. This was the fragrance cult secret. Although I was very surprised, I couldn't get to the bottom of it. I'm sure fellow Daoist also knows that the incense cult sect protecting formation is extremely powerful. Even the godly saber faction's formation in the ruins seems to be incomparable. Therefore, according to this humble Daoist's conjecture, Yumingxin and Yang Haoya might have obtained some incomparably powerful magic treasure here, which allowed them to successfully set up such a powerful formation. Speaking of which, aren't you a little confused, fellow Daoist? In the light, Wan Wuxin had a mysterious expression. I and the other three can be considered as the initiators and founders of cultivation here. Logically speaking, everything related to cultivation here was brought here by I and the others. How could the two of them obtain magic treasures that I don't know about or that others left behind? The origin of cultivation has a long history. There are endless legends in the world. Even if I and the others are the founders of cultivation here, in the ruins, we're only second-generation disciples. What about you, fellow Daoist? You're only at the qi condensation stage now. Perhaps you're inferior to I, but if you go to a strange place. Oh, I don't need to say anything else. If you came here before I came here, then. Fellow Daoist, you're the initiator of cultivation here. I still have to look up to you. After saying so much, I don't know if fellow Daoist understands. To put it bluntly, when I and the others explored here, they already discovered that, it's not that there aren't any traces of cultivation here, but that the orthodoxy of cultivation here has either been annihilated or deliberately covered up by someone. In fact, I personally believe that this is a special place. Why is it special? First of all, there aren't any traces of cultivation here. There aren't even any fist or kick moves. However, in the dense forest of the mountain peak, there are Dharma arrays that are much more advanced than the Dharma arrays of the cultivation world. Even I and the others can't understand the advanced Dharma arrays, and the people of the Devil Realm don't know about them either. Secondly, fellow Daoist, this is also a little secret. I have obtained some extremely amazing magic treasures here. Although some of them are incomplete and damaged, the remaining functions are still shocking to I. Lastly, let's talk about the Heavenly Five Elements formation. This is a legendary item in the cultivation world. Heavenly Five Elements, as the name suggests, means natural. Only the most powerful Dharma master can draw the chi of heaven and earth and gather the essence of the five elements to set up this formation. Of course, before I came here, whether there was a higher level of cultivation here, or whether this was a special world, I was only guessing. Perhaps fellow Daoist already knows, but it's still unknown. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. The immortal Tao was already worshipped by him, the incense cult, the Dalan temple, and the other cultivators. But the founder of the immortal Tao actually said that his immortal Tao was just an ordinary cultivation, and that there was a higher level of cultivation before him. Yes, a higher level of immortal Tao. Moreover, even the magic treasures were more powerful than what he knew. Senior Huan's words are interesting. Could it be that although the things I obtained are trash, they might not be magic treasures of the immortal Tao, or even, they might be magic treasures of the immortal Tao that are older than the immortal Tao? This piece of trash is really old. Oh, I digress. Wan Wuxin slapped his head and said, I saw the incense cult send out such a large force. Although I was extremely surprised, it was not convenient for me to ask. After all, I myself. I also had some encounters. I'll tell you about this later. I waited in the Vermilion Bird Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak for almost a month before the sect-protecting formation was set up. The two of them rested for several days, so they must have used up too much energy. Vermilion Bird Palace. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. I've never heard of a Vermilion Bird Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. She immediately understood. Presumably, there was only one palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak at that time. Those Ruijin Palace Hall and Greenwood Palace Hall were probably gradually formed after they saw the arrangement of the Heavenly Five Elements formation. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts wandered, she did not listen to Wan Wuxin's words. When she listened carefully again, Wan Wuxin said with an excited expression, when we saw the legendary Heavenly Five Elements formation, I and the other two felt that it was inconceivable. This thing, it is not something that can be made by humans. Moreover, at that time, the heavenly five elements formation had just appeared, and the things in the formation had not yet appeared. Only the heavenly thunder in the sky faintly shot down. Fellow Taoist, think about it. That day, Yu Mingxin had already checked this place and did not see the five elements formation nor the heavenly thunder. What does that mean? It means that these things are all hidden in the void. Such a large area, including the heavenly thunder, were all hidden in the void by someone using a great divine ability. Seeing that Wang Wuxin's expression was even more excited, he felt that it was inexplicable. He did not have any concept of what the void was in his mind. However, the more excited Wang Wuxin was, the more it meant that the things under the heavenly thunder were incomparably precious. That made Zhang Xiaohua even more delighted. If she wanted to take advantage of this, she would take advantage of it. And what moved I and the other two the most was the heavenly five elements formation. Although it is said to be indestructible in the legends, and it is even a formation that reinforces and restrains each other, an eternal cycle, and it is impossible to have any flaws, for some reason, it was damaged so much that many places in the formation revealed flaws that are extremely easy to break. In other words, although I and the other two's divine abilities are not high, it is not impossible to break the heavenly five elements formation. First, I and the other two stayed outside the heavenly five elements formation. Without sleeping or resting, they explored and explored for a whole 3 years before they were able to basically familiarize themselves with this formation. During these 3 years, the five elements formation completely revealed itself in the void. The heavenly thunder and that thing also completely stabilized in the middle of the five elements formation. Is it that powerful? Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously smacked her lips. It seems that I have not encountered anything extremely powerful on my way here. Sigh, this guy is talking too easily. The heavenly five elements formation was broken by Wang Wuxin and the other two's combined efforts, and it had existed in the immortal Tao for who knows how long. In the end, the immortal Tao was destroyed for 10,000 years, and the yuan qi of heaven and earth was greatly reduced. No matter how powerful the formation was, it was useless. Speaking of breaking the formation, I will not show off to fellow Taoist here. The three of us expended a tremendous amount of effort to rush into the center of the five elements formation. I'm sure fellow Taoist has already seen how damaged the five elements formation is. A small part of it is due to our efforts that day. As for fellow Taoist, being able to reach here with your late-stage qi refinement cultivation is also due to I and the other three's protection. Isn't that so? Thank you very much for your hard work, senior. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and smiled. Wang Wuxin ignored her and continued, when I and the other three reached the center of the five elements formation, sigh, to tell you the truth, although we already had some expectations for the thing inside, but, that thing was still far beyond our expectations. What others do not know, just I alone, is like a dream. No, even if I guess for the rest of my life, I will never be able to guess what it is. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua's current mood was probably the same as Wang Wuxin and the other two's that day, but she was more curious. What could it be that the founder of the immortal Tao could not even dream of? Chapter 9:16. Actually, it's not that I look down on you, but even if I were to tell you the origin of that thing, you might not be able to understand it. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. Of course, he didn't even know what the void was, let alone hiding a large area in the void for this thing. Wang Wuxin's face was full of yearning. It's true, fellow Taoist. Even if my Shindao sect is in the ruins, cough cough, it's considered a branch of the Taibai sect, but this thing, even if I were to see it, I wouldn't know what it's for. What? Zhang Xiaohua staggered and almost fell down. He hadn't lost his composure like this for a long time. He unconsciously touched his nose with his finger and smiled bitterly. You can't play around like this, big brother. You've been showing off in front of me for so long. How come you don't even know what it is in the end? Since you don't know, why did you say it's something incredible? Sure enough, Wan Wuxin in the light and shadow smiled strangely again. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. I don't know, but there's an old saying here that goes something like 3 stinky cobblers. When I, Yu Mingxin, and Yang Haoya saw the thing under the heavenly lightning, they couldn't make heads or tails of it at first. However, I and Yang Haoya were still fine. Yu Mingxin's incense-spreading sect has always been famous for being proficient in complicated ancient books. After careful consideration by Yu Mingxin and I and the other 2 finally determined that the thing under the heavenly lightning was most likely the legendary Earth's core. Earth's core. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. What was this Earth's core? The heart of the Earth? That's right, it's the Earth's core, the heart of the Earth. Wan Wuxin said with certainty. I don't know if fellow Taoist has heard of words like world or space. Sigh, most likely not. Even I and the others only had some vague concepts at that time. Oh, by the way, I remember how to explain it. This place and the place where I came from are 2 different worlds or spaces. Well, of course, they might be together. Let's just treat them as 2 different places. From the very beginning, every stable space must have a geocentric core. Geocentric, as the name implies, is the heart of the Earth. Only with a geocentric core can there be Earth, everything on Earth, ferocious beasts, trees, and even people. Of course, there will also be cultivators. Only with the Earth's core can one create a space. Only with this space. As he spoke, Wan Wuxin's expression became more and more excited. And only with one's own space can one become an immortal, or even a god. Ah! Immortal? Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. She had thought that the people of the immortal Tao were immortals. She did not expect that the founder of the immortal Tao would say that he was not an immortal. Moreover, from what he said, he was still very far from being an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, naturally considered God and immortal together. Then, there was a moment of silence. In the light, Wan Wuxin seemed to be reminiscing and thinking. Although Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was not important for her to speak, she still waited quietly. After a while, Wan Wuxin said, Fellow Taoist, are you surprised? I don't know if you understand. Oh, and this geocentric is also a guess made by I and the others. After all, I have never seen it, and I did not get this thing either. You can't take it seriously. I'm sure fellow Taoist knows that since we know how precious this thing is, I and the others are immediately tempted. Sigh, how can the geocentric not be well protected if it is so precious? Not to mention that the restrictions protecting the geocentric are incomparably powerful, even the lightning attracted by the geocentric is not something I and the others can contend against. At this time, Yang Haoya also took out a lightning bead that I don't know where he got it from. It actually attracted most of the lightning from the geocentric restriction. I and the others immediately took out all the magic treasures they had and attacked the restriction. Actually, the reason why the heavenly 5 elements formation floated into the air was because some restrictions had failed. As for the defensive restrictions outside the core of the Earth, who knows how many years had passed. Under the full force of the 3 of us, after 7 days and 7 nights of inspection, a small crack was actually blasted open. But just as the 3 of us were about to continue, the lightning bead could no longer attract the lightning, and the lightning gradually returned to the restriction. I was very anxious. This geocentric was originally discovered by Yu Mingxin's fragrant religion, and Yang Haoya also took out the lightning bead and even helped Yu Mingxin set up the sect-protecting formation. If I did not put in some effort, how could I have a share in the geocentric core? But just as I detonated a rare magic treasure and widened the crack a little, I suddenly heard someone laughing. That laughter was very familiar. Needless to say, it was Sakura of the Tenryu sect. I and the others did not build the transmission formation hid in the fragrant religion, which had already attracted his attention. I don't know what method he used to sneak into the formation. Since we were seen by Sakura, I and the others had no choice but to pull him in as well. We wanted to combine the strength of the four of us to break the restriction. But who knew? Wan Wuxian's face was full of hatred. Who knew that Sakura had other ideas? He wanted to monopolize the geocentric core. When he saw that I and the others' vital energy was exhausted, he actually secretly killed them. I, Xianxia and Yumingxin were all seriously injured. I was even more miserable and was almost about to die. I was also anxious at that time and actually detonated a mysterious magic treasure from here, attracting the power of the lightning and seriously injuring Sakura. Alas, how powerful is the power of the lightning? I was on the verge of death at that time, but luckily, I borrowed the power of the Sumer cave and barely escaped into the five elements divination formation, hiding in the area of the thick earth palace. When this poor Taoist escaped, I saw that Sakura was also seriously injured and should be about to fall. As for Xianxia and Yumingxin, under the influence of the power of the heavenly lightning, they must have suffered injuries on top of injuries and escaped far away. But, at that time, how could I still care so much? I only wanted to use the Sumer cave to hide and recuperate. But after hiding well and checking my injuries, I realized that I's injuries were too serious and there was no possibility of recovery. Alas, time is long. After hundreds of years, I finally have to enter the cycle of reincarnation. As he spoke, Wan Wuxian's face was full of yearning. Only now did I know that no matter how long I have been here, I's roots are still in the ruins. I don't know if the underworld here is the same as the underworld in the ruins. Hundreds of years. Before Zhang Xiaohua could savor Wan Wuxian's homesickness, she was immediately shocked by his words. Could it be that this senior Huan has lived for hundreds of years? Isn't he an immortal? Why is he still thinking about being an immortal? 6 Dao. What is this? Could it be the same thing as the underworld? It's a pity that in order to leave behind this primordial spirit projection, I have already used the secret method of reverse blood essence corrosion to turn all the essence blood into true essence. Even my remains can't be left behind. Otherwise, I would have to ask fellow Taoist for help. If there is a chance. Alas, I am also a little wishful thinking. This is almost impossible. By the way, I don't know how Xianxia and Yumingxin's injuries are. Are they going to die after returning to lingering fragrance peak like I? Although Sakura's injuries are the most serious, Sakura's divine power is the strongest, so it might not be fatal. The things in this array most likely belong to Sakura. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. I'm sorry, Senior Huan, I don't know your question. I don't know anything about Sakura at all. As for Senior Yu and Senior Yang, I think that since they called this place Ruins of Huan, the Huan naturally refers to Senior, and the Ruins is naturally the ruins that Senior mentioned. They must have changed the name to commemorate you. If they died after returning to lingering fragrance peak, how could they still remember you? Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed. Moreover, there's a woman under Macho City's Macho Lake. I heard that she's also a senior of the incense cult. Maybe she's the Yumingxin you mentioned. However, Zhang Xiaohua was just saying these words. They were the founders of the immortal Tao, so who could suppress them under the lake? Wan Wuxian naturally couldn't hear it in the light and shadow. He only said in disappointment, I risked my life to defeat Sakura, but I escaped in a hurry and didn't entrust the orthodoxy I left behind to the two of them. I don't know how the Shindao sect is now. Presumably, the two of them will also remember I's contribution and protect the three sects under their wings. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I don't know about the Shindao sect. I only know that the Misty School was destroyed by the incense cult and the Dalan temple, so they should be protected under their wings. However, the orthodoxy of the Misty School is gone. your Shindao sect must be the same. Alas, when one dies, everything is empty. Forget it, forget it. Why should I still think about these things at this time? Fellow Taoist, isn't it a little strange to hear I talk a lot? I left behind a primordial spirit projection just to tell a story. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and almost blurted out. She had listened to the story for half a day, but she still hadn't heard this senior Huan talk about how to collect that thing. If fellow Taoist is thinking about that Earth's core, I advise fellow Taoist to give up on that idea. After all, that day, Sakura, and I barely opened a small crack. The heavenly thunder has been tempered for so many years, and Sakura, Yumingxin, and Yang Haoya were seriously injured. Unless a powerful person appears, it's impossible for the Earth's core to be taken away. Immediately, she said mysteriously, however, fellow Taoist doesn't have to be disappointed. Since I left behind a primordial spirit projection, of course, I have some things to tell you after I die. Fellow Taoist, please come closer. What? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, there's no one in this hall. Senior Huan, please don't hesitate to speak. Unfortunately, that Wan Wuxin's voice was obviously soft. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to walk forward and put her ear next to Wan Wuxin's mouth to listen to that Wan Wuxin's whisper. Following Wan Wuxin's whisper, Zhang Xiaohua's brows began to wrinkle. When Wan Wuxin finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 9:17. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, that's impossible. Fellow Taoist, you must be very confused. However, your cultivation is really too low. If you can pass this information back to the Shindao sect, I guarantee that the Shindao sect will leave some benefits for you. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. I can pass this information back to the Shindao sect, but I don't know where the Shindao sect is. I've never heard of a Shindao sect in the Jianghu. What? Fellow Taoist, are you afraid that the disciples of the Shindao sect will kill you to silence you? Wan Wuxin in the light said proudly, fellow Taoist, you're the person I entrusted you with. How would they dare to do that to you? As he spoke, Wan Wuxin waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist, please come here. He pointed at a spot on the ground and said, I will give you a certificate. I guarantee that the disciples of the Shindao sect won't dare to touch you. Zhang Xiaohua heard this and couldn't help but frown. She said, I'm not afraid of being silenced. It's just that I don't know where the Shindao sect is. As she spoke, she still followed his instructions and walked over. Fellow Taoist, I's certificate should only appear in front of the Shindao sect's forbidden area. When you see the current Shindao sect leader, you must explain it to him clearly. Okay. I'll wait until I have the chance to go out and find out more about it. Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish speaking, Wan Wuxin in the light suddenly raised his left hand and pointed his middle finger between Zhang Xiaohua's eyebrows at lightning speed. Zhang Xiaohua almost didn't have any room to resist. She just felt that there seemed to be something left where his middle finger touched. Then, everything went black and she didn't know what happened. The Wan Wuxin in the light and shadow was extremely transparent, and his voice was even weaker. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame I. I have already fallen, and I had no choice but to. Then, the light turned into specks of silver light and flew towards the spot on Zhang Xiaohua's forehead like fireflies. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the ground, slowly woke up. He looked around curiously, then looked at the 3 paintings hanging on the wall. When he saw the man in the embroidered robe, his face revealed a look of surprise. He immediately remembered what had happened. Zhang Xiaohua quickly rubbed her forehead and took out a small mirror from her purse. She looked at it for a long time, but she couldn't find anything strange about her forehead. What exactly did Senior Huan do to me? After listening to his long speech for so long, he didn't seem to have any evil intentions. Moreover, it's just a so-called primordial spirit projection. What harm can it do to me? While thinking, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her left hand, closed her eyes, and opened her delusion breaker magic eye. What she saw was actually a red thing the size of a rice grain on Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Needless to say, it was definitely left behind by Wan Wuxin. However, Zhang Xiaohua used the delusion breaker magic eye to absorb it a few times, but the red thing didn't move at all. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely tired and quickly closed the delusion breaker magic eye again. Sigh, this. What should I do? It's very inconvenient to carry something that I don't know about. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to have any other choice. Wan Wuxin didn't reveal his cultivation from the start, whether it was before he came here or before he died. However, from what he said, the late stage of qi refining was an extremely low level of cultivation. Even the foundation establishment stage that Zhang Xiaohua longed for wasn't considered much. Then what was his cultivation? Even if Zhang Xiaohua racked her brains, she still couldn't figure it out. Of course, for a person to be able to retain a trace of his primordial spirit projection for such a long time after he died, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this person. His cultivation was unfathomable. Of course, at the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's gaze couldn't help but land on the stone wall where there was no portrait. Di Shi Tian. The founder of the Tenryu sect, which was also a person from the demon realm, was actually able to fight 1 against 3 and even killed Wan Wuxin. Then, how high was his cultivation? Following that, a question arose. Wan Wuxin had always said that there were 4 portraits on this stone wall, but Zhang Xiaohua had seen the same thing in the nameless cave of the fragrant cult. There were also 3 portraits in the same place and the same blank space. There wasn't a 4th portrait. Then, this 4th portrait of Sakura, where did it go? Could it be that after Wan Wuxin died, that Di Shi Tian who was omnipotent dodged Wan Wuxin's divine ability and sneaked into this so-called Sumer world to take away the 4th portrait? Was it the same in the Jade Room of Lingering Fragrance Peak? If that was really the case, wouldn't Di Shi Tian be playing with Wan Wuxin, Ong Haoya, and Yu Mingxin in the palm of his hand? I.O. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's hair stood on end. She looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no one, she relaxed. However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately jumped up from the ground and shouted, "Senior Huan, fellow Taoist Huan, you. Before you leave, you should explain clearly, how do I get out?" Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua was listening to Wan Wuxin's story, the revolving passage on the stone wall had long disappeared. The entire jade room was a single piece of jade, and it couldn't be compared to the jade door on Lingering Fragrance Peak. How could Zhang Xiaohua get out of this place? When Zhang Xiaohua tried to escape through the earth to no avail, she couldn't help but feel discouraged. Sigh, don't tell me I have to cultivate here. Being able to cultivate in this secret room was also extremely good. The vital energy of heaven and earth here was somewhat abundant. However, Zhang Xiaohua was entangled with mundane affairs, and there was also the thread of love that hindered her heart. How could she be at ease to spend the rest of her life here? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the portrait again. She still stretched out her left hand, facing the portrait, and opened the delusion breaker Dharma eye. Instantly, a faintly discernible light red thin line appeared. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to activate the Dharma eye to open up this already sealed passage. That's right. Just now, Senior Huan asked me to keep the 4 portraits as a memento. Will there be any changes if I keep them? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the 3 portraits flew into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. When Wan Wuxin's portrait entered her hand, a voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. I will open up the passage immediately. However, this is the only magic power I have, and I can only maintain the passage for a very short period of time. Fellow Taoist, please leave immediately. Furthermore, this secret chamber won't be opened again in the future unless you can refine the spiritual tablet in the mansion. With your current cultivation level, I reckon that you won't be able to do it in the next 10 years. The voice became weaker and weaker as it spoke, and gradually disappeared. The red line that Zhang Xiaohua saw with her delusion breaker Dharma eye gradually enlarged. When the hole was just big enough for Zhang Xiaohua to leave, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about her manners anymore. She bent over and entered the passage, and the passage immediately brought her out. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the place where he refined the stone tablet, and the passage behind her disappeared instantly. She didn't know if it was because Wan Wuxin's magic power had disappeared, or because Zhang Xiaohua had already come out. That was close, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Then, she didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly walked out. However, when she reached the fork in the road again, Little Black was squirming in her arms again. I forgot. Why didn't I ask Senior Huan? Bah, what's the point of asking? All the questions I asked, he didn't answer. What's the point of asking him? But, should I go in or not? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. However, Wan Wuxin's last sentence only said that she couldn't enter the secret chamber, but he didn't say whether she could enter this passage or not. Zhang Xiaohua thought about Blackie in her arms and how she had only listened to the story in the secret chamber. She didn't get anything out of it. She steeled her heart and walked towards the other side of the path. This passage was different from the previous one. It went straight up, and it was extremely high. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's immortal cultivation, her patience was about to be worn out. Finally, she arrived in front of a jade door. Could it be another secret chamber? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. She used her divine perception to scan the door a few times. Nothing was the same. However, when she used her divine perception to scan the jade door, it was bounced back by the restrictions on the inside. Little Black was getting more and more uneasy in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. It almost wanted to crawl out. Forget it, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I've seen the founder of the immortal Tao. This jade room is also within his capabilities. He shouldn't have any evil intentions. As she said that, she pushed open the jade door behind her. As the jade door opened, an extremely dazzling white light shone out from the crack of the door. As the door opened, it filled the entire mountain path. This white light was so dazzling that even Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it and closed her eyes. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua released her divine perception, the white light was like a sharp thorn that pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's divine perception. An unprecedented feeling filled her Naiwan palace. Whoosh! The essence of elixir that was wrapped in a golden divine seal spun rapidly. Not long after, the sound of a crane's cry could be heard from Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. It was almost deafening to Zhang Xiaohua's ears. A flying crane talisman appeared in the divine seal. Instantly, the pain in Zhang Xiaohua's divine perception was soothed. However, if she released her divine perception, she would still feel the pain. In short, this white light was the nemesis of the divine perception. It could really hurt the divine perception. Little He, who was in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, was very happy to see Zhang Xiaohua suffer such pain. When the white light shone in, Little He actually opened its eyes. Its 4 little claws also fluttered in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. However, there was no trace of black in Little He's eyes, only pure white. Chapter 9:18. Daddy. Hurry. Let. Go. Go. Hungry. Zhang Xiaohua felt something that sounded like a voice, but it wasn't a voice at the same time. It was the same as when Goldie was talking to him. "Io, Blackie, you're awake too." Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes. He didn't care whether Blackie understood him or not. He reached out and took Blackie out of his arms. The moment little Black came out of Zhang Xiaohua's arms, it opened its mouth and spat out a white light from its mouth. The dazzling white light followed the light that little Black spat out and was absorbed into little Black's stomach. The white light in front of the jade door also dimmed a lot. "Daddy, go in." Blackie gestured. Zhang Xiaohua felt that the white light was not too glaring, so he opened his eyes slightly. Yes, it was indeed a lot dimmer, but the inside of the jade door and the cave was still shining with white light. He could not see anything with his eyes. This. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. The white light in the cave was definitely beneficial to Blackie. He should have let Blackie in, but he didn't know what the inside of the cave was like. He didn't know if it was dangerous. How could he let Blackie, who had just woken up and couldn't walk, in? What's more, little Black even called him Daddy. Blackie was much smarter than Goldie. That little guy actually called him Mommy. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a warm current on his left hand. Zhang Xiaohua examined it carefully. It came from the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Could it be that this white light is beneficial to the delusion breaker Dharma Eye? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua opened his left hand, and his silver eyes opened. Indeed, when Zhang Xiaohua opened his silver eyes, he felt unusually tired. It was as if his eyes were dry and tired. This time, when the white light entered his eyes, he felt comfortable and refreshed. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He placed his left hand in front of his chest, opened his eyes, and walked into the cave. The silver eyes didn't see any jade room or jade door. There was only a white light and a pearl the size of a goose egg floating in midair. The pearl was also shining brightly, as if the white light came from this pearl. However, when he looked carefully, he saw an even more dazzling and fine light coming from the horizon. It was connected to the white pearl. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the cave that little Martin stayed in at Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was incomparably similar to this place. However, the black had turned white. The thin line had changed from the ground to the sky. The pearl had also changed from black to white. Zhang Xiaohua touched the pearl. Sure enough, the pearl wasn't floating in the air. It was placed on a jade platform. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua placed Blackie on the jade platform. A white light appeared out of nowhere and the surrounding white light surged towards the light like a tide. After 3 meals, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the white light had been completely devoured. She then tried to open her eyes. Sure enough, the inside of the cave wasn't as dazzling as before. However, the white pearl was still as dazzling as before. However, the white light above the white pearl was nowhere to be seen. Seeing Blackie open its mouth and continuously devouring the light, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and picked up the white pearl on the table. When she picked up the white pearl, there was a flash of white light at the pearl's position. Blackie immediately sensed it and turned around. It actually moved to the position of the white pearl and lay on its back with its mouth facing upwards. Not a single drop of the white light leaked out and all of it entered its mouth. Zhang Xiaohua held the white pearl and didn't dare to look at it with her eyes. She opened her silver eyes and looked at it again. She only felt that the white light in the white pearl was also a kind of yuan qi, or rather, mutation of yuan qi. Moreover, according to the feeling of the delusion breaker eye, the white light in the white pearl and the black gas in the black pearl that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained had completely opposite attributes. They had walked 2 opposite extremes. As for which extremes, Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. Thinking about the white light in the stone room, Zhang Xiaohua also understood that this white bead was the same as the black bead. It had absorbed a large amount of yuan qi, and there was no possibility of it absorbing any more. Even if it was left here, it would not have any effect. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony. He reached out his hand and took out a jade box from his bosom. After placing the most powerful restriction on it, he stored the white bead into his money pouch. Seeing that Blackie was still absorbing the white light, Zhang Xiaohua didn't rush it. She sat cross-legged in the stone room and quietly waited for Blackie to finish. Unknowingly, the night passed. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up from her dream, Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't believe that Blackie had grown so much in just one night. Hearing the movement, Blackie's nose twitched. A somewhat shaky voice sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's ears, "Daddy. I still want to eat, still not full." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Why was the way it ate exactly the same as the little yellow mink? It was indeed the descendant of Black Lightning and Yellow Wind. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to stay here for too long. Who knew when Blackie would finish eating? Even Little Yellow hadn't come out from the stone cave for more than a month. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Blackie and used her hand to stroke its head. She thought in her heart and her hand also gestured. Blackie also seemed to understand and its little head nodded vigorously. Following its nod, that white light appeared again. "All right, Blackie, you eat and drink here obediently. When you're full, go to Lingxiang Peak to look for me," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Blackie had already opened its eyes and it seemed to be smiling as it nodded slightly. "Then I'll take my leave. You should return early too." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and retreated from the stone chamber. Blackie and Goldie had both found a way to grow stronger. He believed that it wouldn't be long before another Black Bolt and Yellow Wind would appear in front of the Fragrance Cult's members. However, Yellow Wind and Black Lightning had already harmed the Fragrance Cult's disciples who entered the Yulon Grand Canyon for the Yulon Evening Refinement. Furthermore, the Fragrance Cult's leader had led the elders to encircle and annihilate them. She didn't know if these two little things could be recognized by Nun Jing-yi. Of course, it was still too early to think about this problem. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little lost as she slowly walked down the cave. Indeed, even though Blackie and Little Yellow were sleeping quietly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't feel anything was wrong. Or rather, she didn't think about them at all. When they called her father and mother like children, Zhang Xiaohua realized that these two little lives were already inseparable from her. Her life had already been painted with the colors of yellow and black. Father and mother, are they that easy to be? Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Then, she thought of her parents. "I wonder how they are doing now. And, they have the spring water and the 100 ninjas. Even if they don't receive any news from us, they should be able to live happily. When will I go to Jiuhua Peak to take a look? If there's really a passage to the Jade Mine, I really need to go out and think of a way to send news of me and my second brother back. That would be perfect." Zhang Xiaohua thought as she walked out of the mountain path. In this so-called Sumeru world, other than Wan Wuxin's test, everything was very quiet. It was just like a small courtyard next door. As soon as she walked out of the mountain path, she saw a mountain-shaking bear that was comparable to a huge mountain peak. It was looking at her from a distance. Therefore, in the eyes of the mountain-shaking bear, a tiny figure that was like an ant appeared under the rocks in front of it. She slowly crawled and gradually grew bigger. Even so, it took her the time to drink a cup of tea to walk a distance that was only 10 steps away from a normal person. Only then did she gradually return to the size of Zhang Xiaohua, who was comparable to the mountain-shaking bear. The mountain-shaking bear looked at her with great intelligence. Little Roo. Yellow Bean's eyes also revealed a trace of human-like surprise. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, the mountain-shaking bear suddenly raised its arms, scaring Zhang Xiaohua. She thought that it was going to kill her. Who would have thought that the sky-reaching ape would raise its arms and hit itself on the chest? Just like how the sky-reaching ape was in high spirits, it let out cheerful cries. The few mountain-shaking bears in the distance also responded cheerfully when they heard the cries. They patted themselves on the chest and ran over to the sky-reaching ape. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she frowned slightly. She was not sure why these mountain-shaking bears were behaving like this. Was it because she had come out from the rocks, or was it because, oh right, that immortal Tao's Wan Wuxin pointed at me with his finger? Could it be, just as he was thinking, several large mountain-shaking bears came closer and stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if they were admiring a female bear. Then, several mountain-shaking bears fell to the ground and slammed their paws on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly like the sound of a mountain. Oh my God, I finally understand why these white bears are called mountain-shaking bears. Just their paws alone are so powerful. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and waited for a long time. However, the mountain-shaking bears continued to slap the ground. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua could only squat down and use her strength to slam the ground. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. A small hole was formed when the mountain-shaking bears smashed into the ground. This action was effective. In an instant, the few mountain-shaking bears that had fallen to the ground were jolted awake. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohua in confusion. Zhang Xiaohua gestured with both hands for the mountain-shaking bears to stand up. The mountain-shaking bears were also very nimble. They followed Zhang Xiaohua's gesture and stood up. However, this time, they were not as arrogant as before. They obediently lined up in a row with their two front paws hanging down. They were almost like humans. Chapter 919. Seeing how obedient the mountain-shaking bear was, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. He didn't understand why the mountain-shaking bears were so nice to him. Was it because he came out from the mountain rock, or was it because of Wan Wuxin's finger? After all, from the beginning to the end, Wan Wuxin was just nagging at him. It was just that he left something in his mind that he couldn't figure out. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily put this aside. He wanted to ask about the location of the Deep Earth Palace, but these mountain-shaking bears weren't little black or little yellow. Even if they were psychic, they couldn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's words and gestures. Looking at the mountain-shaking bear's confused and anxious look, Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and took out the pearls from the distant Fire Palace and Ruoshui Palace. The moment these two pearls were taken out of Zhang Xiaohua's pocket, it immediately caused a change in the surrounding earth elemental energy. The mountain-shaking bear was frightened and took a few steps back. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the bead, then pointed into the distance, and gestured again. It took him a lot of effort to make the mountain-shaking bear understand. On its expressionless face, there seemed to be some fear in its small eyes. It stretched out its hand and pointed back. Zhang Xiaohua looked and estimated that it was in the same direction as I just went. He nodded and put the 5 elemental pearls into his pocket. He then smiled and cupped his hands. Brothers bears, I want to go to the Deep Earth Palace. Can you please lead the way? The mountain-shaking bear understood and turned around to roar a few times. It was probably discussing with the others. Then, the mountain-shaking bear patted its shoulder and nodded at Zhang Xiaohua. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. I didn't hurt its shoulder just now. The mountain-shaking bear patted its shoulder, pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's feet, and pointed at the Deep Earth Palace in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, does this mountain-shaking bear want me to sit on its shoulder? However, the mountain-shaking bear was so fierce and was like a fish in water in the earth elemental formation. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't its opponent. If the mountain-shaking bear went berserk, Zhang Xiaohua would be in trouble. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and looked at the mountain-shaking bear's sincere eyes. She couldn't help but ponder. As the saying goes, don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down against others. This was the truth between humans and beasts. It was much simpler between humans and beasts. Moreover, there was no need for if. The mountain-shaking bear brought her here and didn't hurt her along the way. Right now, it was so respectful. If it had any ill intentions, it wouldn't be a mountain-shaking bear anymore. It would be more appropriate to call it mountain-shaking person. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and leaped onto Mountain Shaker Bear's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua was light to begin with, and Mountain Shaker Bear was strong. Carrying Zhang Xiaohua on his shoulder was like holding a feather. The Mountain Shaking Bear was surprised at first. Then, it was elated. It took large strides and walked towards the direction pointed out by the Mountain Shaking Bear. The other Mountain Shaking Bears followed closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Mountain Shaking Bear's shoulder. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it. She only thought that the Mountain Shaking Bear had good intentions. No matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than her Imperial Wind technique? But not long later, she realized that although the Mountain Shaking Bear's footsteps weren't fast and its steps weren't huge, the ground under the Mountain Shaking Bear's feet seemed to be folded. So sounds were heard as the ground retreated rapidly under the Mountain Shaking Bear's feet. What kind of escape technique is this? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and released her divine sense to observe carefully. But after observing for a long time, there wasn't any fluctuation of energy under the Mountain Shaking Bear's feet. She also didn't see any technique. She only saw that when the Mountain Shaking Bear took a step forward, the ground would shrink back. It was as though the ground had a life of its own and was cooperating with the Mountain Shaking Bear's footsteps. Extraordinary talent. Zhang Xiaohua immediately asserted. She then understood why she couldn't shake off the Mountain Shaking Bear even though she had used all her strength to execute the ethereal steps. The Mountain Shaking Bear was an Earth attribute spiritual beast, and this was the Earth Elemental array. Even if she could execute the Earth Elemental escape technique, she might not be able to shake it off. Just as Zhang Xiaohua discovered the Mountain Shaking Bear's extraordinary talent, the few Mountain Shaking Bears had already traveled far away. Suddenly, one of the Mountain Shaking Bears let out a low growl and left the group. It ran diagonally to the side, and the Mountain Shaking Bear that Zhang Xiaohua was riding on also slowed down. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua's gaze followed the Mountain Shaking Bear. However, the Mountain Shaking Bear was extremely fast, and in just a short while, only a tiny back view could be seen. A moment later, there was a tragic cry. "Io, not good." Zhang Xiaohua was alarmed. Weren't the people who had entered the Huan ruins the inner disciples of the fragrant religion? Were they also the ones she had come to receive? Perhaps, they were Xiaqing and the rest. What should we do? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and patted the Mountain Shaking Bear's shoulder. The Mountain Shaking Bear immediately stopped and raised its head to look at Zhang Xiaohua with its bean-sized eyes. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the direction where the sound came from. The Mountain Shaking Bear turned around and went over again. Very quickly, Zhang Xiaohua saw the Mountain Shaking Bear waving its paw and smashing the head of the last man into his chest. "Sigh, I'm still too late," Zhang Xiaohua sighed and gave up on the idea of hiding. She jumped down from the Mountain Shaking Bear's shoulder. The scene in front of her was very tragic. The three inner disciples of the fragrant religion were killed by the Mountain Shaking Bear in different ways. Their bodies were badly mutilated and their original faces couldn't be seen. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them for a long time. The three disciples' attire didn't belong to the Rui Jin Hall or Mo Xian Gong. And, they weren't from the Fire Li Hall either. Anyway, they looked like inner disciples. As for whether they were from the inner sect or which hall they were from, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell. That's not right. Those who followed Mo Xian Gong's Xiaqing must be female disciples of Mo Xian Gong. Even the disciples of the Rui Jin Hall can't enter the Huan ruins without permission. How can the disciples of the other halls enter? Moreover, this place is already the Earth Elemental formation and is very close to the center of the Huan ruins. Other than Mo Xian Gong, who among the inner sect disciples has such martial skills to enter this place? Could it be that they are the same as Mo Qinyan and are here too? Zhang Xiaohua thought, but, that's not right, Io, could it be, someone from the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the mysterious Tenryu sect. Previously, when she was with Wan Wuxin, didn't Wan Wuxin say that there were 4 portraits and she only saw 3? Then, the last one might have been taken away by that Sakura from the Tenryu sect. Since he could enter the Sumeru stone room that Wan Wuxin thought was very reliable, it was needless to say that he could enter the 5 elements formation. The situation is getting more and more complicated. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This so-called Earth's core must be Sakura. Oh, that's right, that Sakura must have died a long time ago. It should be something that the current sect leader of the Tenryu sect must have. If he could send disciples to infiltrate the fragrant religion and lingering fragrance peak, he must have sent people to infiltrate the Huan ruins. But, how could Abbess Jingyi not know about this? After pondering for a moment, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He leaped onto the mountain shaking bear and headed in the direction of the deep earth hall. After traveling for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what time it was, but an extremely dilapidated thick earth hall appeared in front of her. The surrounding halls of the thick earth hall were almost razed to the ground. It was even more dilapidated than the other halls she saw before. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Abbess Jingyi naturally doesn't need to worry. Back then, Yu Mingxin, Yang Haoya, Huan Wuxin, and Sakura, the 4 of them broke this 5 elements formation to the point that it was incomparably damaged, but they still couldn't obtain the Earth's core. What's more, now that the immortal Tao has been annihilated and magic arts have been lost? Who has the ability to retrieve the Earth's core? Even the current Abbess Jingyi doesn't have the confidence to do so, let alone infiltrating the Tenryu sect's disciples. Forget it, forget it. Let's not worry about anything else for now. Let's break the 5 elements formation first and get the 5 elements beads first. As for the Earth's core, it's what Wan Wuxin said. It's useless even if we obtain it. I'll go take a look when I have the time. That thing is a hot potato, I can't let Abbess Jingyi set her eyes on it. With that thought, the mountain shaking bear under Zhang Xiaohua stopped. No matter how much Zhang Xiaohua encouraged it, it didn't take another step forward. Its eyes emitted a terrifying light as it continuously shrank back. Zhang Xiaohua floated to the ground and cupped her hands with a smile. She pointed in the direction they came from, indicating for the mountain shaking bear to return. Who knew that the mountain shaking bear would only walk back for a while before standing still and staring at Zhang Xiaohua? Io, how did Senior Huan train this mountain shaking bear? It's actually so obedient. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but envy the methods of the immortal Tao. Although there were many experts in the pugilistic world, as long as she brought this mountain shaking bear with her, who would be her match? Of course, this mountain shaking bear was tamed by Wan Wuxin. Yes, it could also be a descendant of Wan Wuxin's. Perhaps the Shendao sect had some mysterious methods. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to take the risk before she was completely confident. After the mountain shaking bear left, Zhang Xiaohua held the great wisdom sword in her hand and walked step by step into the ruins. Looking at the almost flattened palace, Zhang Xiaohua was fascinated by the divine abilities of Wan Wuxin and the others. Wan Wuxin talked for half a day and didn't mention his cultivation level. However, looking at how the array was damaged to such an extent by just a few people fighting, it was similar to moving mountains and draining seas. At this moment, when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into a place, a warning sign suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. She immediately stared at her body and looked about 10 feet in front of her. There was a protrusion that was about half a person's height. It looked like a human figure, and that figure's back was originally facing Zhang Xiaohua. Just as Zhang Xiaohua stepped in, that figure actually slowly turned around. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 920. Ah! Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine, especially in this gloomy place where there was no light. That short stone statue, rather than a stone statue, was more like a large rock. It was just that the top of the rock was very small, like a human's head, and on this head, one could faintly see the facial features. What was special was that where the eyes were, there were two depressions. If one looked carefully, there was an inexplicable attraction that attracted one's gaze. Zhang Xiaohua was precisely like this. His eyes were immediately drawn to those two sunken holes, as if he was being drawn in by the deep eye sockets of a skeleton. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua's grip on the great wisdom sword tightened. At this moment, there was another strange change. From the top of the stone statue, a clear walla sound was heard, and a yellowish-brown light shot up to the sky. As far as Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could see, that light was like a huge dragon that had ascended to the heavens, spiraling in the sky and condensing into a huge yellowish-brown stick. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, that stick roared and smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. It actually came crashing down from the sky from a distance of 10 feet. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the stick that seemed close but was actually far away, and was actually stunned on the spot. Early on, when the sharp gold palace broke the core of the metal element array, there were 10,000 swords above the core of the array, which made him suddenly realize that the use of the immortal Tao flying sword was not something that he could blindly fumble about on his own. Even the huge sword that was condensed from the metal element vital chi made him feel enlightened. However, whether it was 10,000 swords or one sword, it didn't give him as much of a feeling as this shocking stick. This yellowish-brown stick was only 10 feet away from him, but the power of that stick directly pressed down on Zhang Xiaohua's heart. It was as if that stick that was condensed from the earth element vital chi weighed millions of catties, and as long as he was touched by this stick, he would definitely end up as minced meat. What kind of staff technique was this? Zhang Xiaohua had the cultivation of the immortal Tao, so he could survive in the pugilistic world. Most of the time, he would meet people with his martial cultivation. However, other than ethereal steps, Big Dipper divine fist, and the great wisdom heavy sword in his hand. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaohua would use her strength to subdue her opponents. She wielded the great wisdom sword and used the dream-weaving sword technique to fight her enemies. However, the dream-weaving sword technique was a flying sword and was much less exquisite than the sword techniques in martial arts. This caused her to suffer a lot in battle. This was evident in her life and death battle with Shimujuan. At this moment, seeing the power contained in the staff formed from earth element Yuan Qi, as well as the faint swaying of the staff, it seemed to have countless moves to deal with his counterattack. And all of his counterattacks gave him the feeling that they were like eggs striking a stone. This feeling caused him to tremble with fear and his soul to scatter. However, it also caused him to be enlightened. Perhaps the great wisdom sword could be used in such a manner. In a flash, Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things, and that shocking stick was deeply imprinted in her mind. Seeing that the mud stick was already in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to deal with it. She clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and used the ethereal steps. Like a sharp sword, she rushed towards the eye of the formation. At the same time, she raised the great wisdom heavy sword in her hand. Just like how she dealt with the huge golden sword in the sharp golden palace, she directly knocked it against the mud stick. With a clang, the huge mud stick collided with Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom heavy sword. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua reacted on the spur of the moment and ran a few feet forward. She was in the middle of the mud stick and did not wait for the full force of the mud stick to hit her. However, even so, an abundant force was transmitted from the great wisdom heavy sword. With a poof, Zhang Xiaohua's internal organs were shaken and a gush of blood spurted out. As for Zhang Xiaohua's body, it was smashed into the ground like a bamboo stick. As Zhang Xiaohua's body smashed into the ground, the huge mud stick followed the momentum and smashed into the ground with a poof, creating a long and thin hole in the ground within 100 feet. A cloud of dust rose and the originally ruined area was smashed into powder. With a hua sound, like flowing water, the yellow-brown earth stick immediately turned into nothingness after it collided with the ground, scattering into the air. As for the human-shaped rock, it also swayed a couple of times, as though it was about to fall. Only after a long while did it stabilize itself. Just as the stone statue stabilized itself, with a poof, a human figure jumped out from the ground. It patted away the dust on its body and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Are you kidding me? This stick actually didn't kill me." The astonished Zhang Xiaohua looked at her body from top to bottom. She moved her arms and legs and felt that it was inconceivable. This is... Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the blood that she had spat out on the ground. Why is there a trace of gold in this blood? Zhang Xiaohua squatted down to look at the bloodstains. She used her thumb to wipe off a bit of blood from the corner of her mouth. No, in the bloodstains on her thumb, there was actually a trace of a gold substance. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. It was not that she had not been injured before, but she had never noticed it before. Since when was there such a strange substance in her blood? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, the stone statue a few feet in front of her slightly swayed again. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. But when she raised her head to look, she saw a yellowish-brown yuan qi rush out from the top of the stone statue's head. Immediately after, it scattered in all directions. It was no longer as monstrous as before. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She threw the strangeness of the bloodstains to the back of her mind and walked forward. Needless to say, this human-shaped stone statue must be the mechanism of the Earth Elemental Array Core. At this moment, without sufficient Earth Elemental Yuan Qi, the stone statue could no longer perform the shocking stick strike. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to take this opportunity to break the array core. Sure enough, until Zhang Xiaohua walked closer, she did not see any movement from the stone statue. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to grab the stone statue. She exerted a little force, but the stone statue actually did not move at all. "Io, why is it so heavy?" Zhang Xiaohua was secretly surprised. Then, she used all her strength with one arm, but the stone statue only moved a little. It was not until Zhang Xiaohua used both arms that the stone statue was lifted up and moved it to the side. It seemed that this stone statue was tens of thousands of pounds in weight. When the stone statue moved away, it revealed a depression under the stone statue. There was a round yellowish-brown bead spinning in the depression. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She formed a seal and the earth elemental bead flew into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Just as Zhang Xiaohua kept the earth elemental bead, she felt the ground shake. It was as though the earth was shaking. Zhang Xiaohua did not panic. Wan Wuxin had clearly said that this five elements formation was formed by the terrain. A few years ago, it was destroyed by Wan Wuxin and the others. This time, she was lucky enough to take away the 5 elements beads in the 5 formation cores. Only a few fake 8 trigrams purple gold furnace were placed in the formation cores. This 5 elements formation could be considered to be completely destroyed. When she took away the last earth elemental bead, it would naturally cause a change in the entire formation. Therefore, she immediately took out the last 8 trigrams purple gold furnace and placed it in the formation core. Immediately, the shaking became much smaller. However, the continuous rumbling sounds continued to be heard. Presumably, the Huan Su was even more ruined. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's gaze landed on the human-shaped stone statue, she immediately sensed something. It was almost midnight. Zhang Xiaohua quickly sat down cross-legged and placed a few jade talismans around her. Then, she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Endless starlight came as expected and enveloped Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, the starlight also enveloped the human-shaped stone statue. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was refining the starlight, the 7 orifices of the stone statue were also emitting starlight from time to time. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. There were no changes in her surroundings. She released her divine sense and carefully inspected the stone statue that could condense earth elemental yuan qi. However, other than the desolate, ancient, and profound aura that was emitted from the stone statue, she could not sense anything else. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and thought to herself, the weight of this stone statue is much heavier than the Great Wisdom Sword. The most peculiar thing is that the Great Wisdom Sword could not move yuan qi. However, this stone statue can actually condense yuan qi. According to what Wan Wuxin said, long before they came here, this 5 elements formation already existed. Therefore, this stone statue must be an instrument used by the immortal Tao before the immortal Tao. Needless to say, it must be extremely precious. But even lifting the Great Wisdom Sword requires a lot of effort. How can this stone statue be moved away? Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for a long time. During this time, she also tried to release her divine sense to see if she could put the stone statue into her belt. However, this stone statue was like the Great Wisdom Sword and could not be moved. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua only frowned. She had already encountered several things that she could not bring away. Her heart was filled with regret. Therefore, she had even more thoughts. Suddenly, her heart moved. She thought of the refining method that she had recently learned from Wan Wuxin. Therefore, she walked forward and placed her palm on the top of the stone statue's head. Activating her qi, she refined the stone statue just like how she refined the stone tablet. There was no need to elaborate on the origins of this stone statue. It was the one that was already famous before Wan Wuxin and the rest came here. Of course, it could not be compared to the white jade stone tablet. It was also not something that Zhang Xiaohua's extremely crude refining method could refine. However, this stone statue had suppressed the earth elemental array for a long time. Moreover, it had been used many times during the 10,000 years when the heaven and earth elemental qi was scarce. That attack on Zhang Xiaohua just now had exhausted the last of its qi. Therefore, it was now at its weakest. What was even more coincidental was that last night when Zhang Xiaohua circulated her mental cultivation method and absorbed the starlight. This stone statue was also like rain after a long drought. It absorbed all the starlight that Zhang Xiaohua attracted and tasted the sweetness. This morning, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up, the starlight was naturally cut off. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua channeled his qi into it. His qi naturally had starlight in it. The stone statue did not check and only thought that the starlight had appeared again. Therefore, it let its guard down and opened its 7 orifices. Chapter 921. The 7 orifices on the head of the stone statue opened and slowly sucked in Zhang Xiaohua's true energy. Zhang Xiaohua didn't notice it either. She continued to channel her true energy into the statue as though she was refining the stone tablet. After a short while, the entire head of the stone statue turned into a faint gold color. At this moment, the stone statue instinctively resisted and tried to expel Zhang Xiaohua's true energy. However, since the 7 orifices had been refined, what chance did it have? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly surprised. Following Wan Wuxin's instructions, she increased the strength of her true energy and watched as the faint gold color spread from the head to the bottom of the stone statue. The bottom of the stone statue took up 80% of the entire stone statue. However, the refining speed of 80% was several times more difficult than refining the head. It took half a day before the entire stone statue turned into a faint gold color. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't expel the last bit of true energy. However, at this moment, the true energy was no longer important. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Even though he didn't know the origin of the stone statue, he could faintly sense that the stone statue contained a trace of vitality. However, this vitality was extremely weak. If he didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of life and death, even if he refined the stone statue, he wouldn't be able to sense it. Zhang Xiaohua took out the money pouch and released her divine sense. She wanted to keep the stone statue into the money pouch. However, even though the stone statue could move under the control of her divine sense, it still couldn't be placed into the money pouch. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel surprised. Previously, she couldn't put her belt into the money pouch. Furthermore, the belt itself used space. It wasn't strange that it couldn't be placed into the money pouch. Her bracelet couldn't be placed into the money pouch either. Needless to say, the great wisdom sword couldn't be moved by her divine sense, let alone be placed into the money pouch. However, what about the stone statue? Why couldn't she put it into the money pouch? Could it be because of the vitality within the stone statue? If it were someone else, they might have given up when they saw that the stone statue could not be kept. However, Zhang Xiaohua was a stingy person. Moreover, she had encountered 2 halls carved out of jade in a row and could not claim them as her own. And, there was also the so-called Sumeru stone room. She did not even touch a corner of it. She was already annoyed. Also, the stone statue had already been refined by him, so if he didn't take it away, he would be even more worried. Unknowingly, he began to think of a spell to take the stone statue away. Following which, Zhang Xiaohua took out the paperweight in her hand. This thing had mysteriously absorbed a few fire crows a while ago. Perhaps it would be effective on this mysterious stone statue as well. Unfortunately, no matter what Zhang Xiaohua did, the beast head remained motionless, and no more red threads were released. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua shifted her gaze to the delusion breaker magic eye on her left hand. You know why? Because last time, when she sucked out those black worms from O Yan's Naiwan palace, Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling that the worms could be sucked in by the delusion breaker magic eye. However, she was interrupted by Little Black halfway through and was sucked away by Little Black. Since the worms could be sucked in by the delusion breaker magic eye, the stone statue only contained a trace of vitality. Presumably, it could be used by the delusion breaker magic eye as well. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to use the delusion breaker magic eye freely. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes tightly and opened her left hand. Just like before, she used the essence of herbalism to activate the delusion breaker magic eye and opened it. When she saw that it was not very clear, even Zhang Xiaohua gasped. Zhang Xiaohua used the delusion breaker magic eye to look at herself. She only saw a trace of red in her jade-white bones, the essence of herbalism in her Naiwan palace, and the flow of genuine qi. As for O Yan, she could not see anything at all. However, the stone statue in the delusion breaker magic eye was different. The stone statue looked like a vague human figure with a head and a body. However, the 7 apertures on the head were not very obvious. Inside the body, there was only a vague shadow. Forcefully suppressing her ecstasy, Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, "Suck, suck, suck. Please, big brother, can you suck one?" She did not know whether the "suck" or the "please, big brother" worked. The delusion breaker magic eye shot out a silver-white brilliance and covered the stone statue. The essence of herbalism surged and a divine sense was transmitted. The stone statue immediately shook and gradually shrank. Just like what happened when Zhang Xiaohua went to see Wan Wuxin, it finally shrank to the size of an egg and disappeared into the delusion breaker magic eye. Then, the delusion breaker magic eye closed and a huge sense of fatigue rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had used up a lot of her divine sense. She hurriedly used God traction to slowly replenish her divine sense. Ha ha ha. When her divine sense recovered, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and flew out of the Earth Palace. At this time, the five elements divination formation was broken and the imperial wind technique could be used again. Zhang Xiaohua had finally made up for the regret from a few days ago. How could she not be happy? When she came out of the Earth Palace, she saw that the mountain-shaking bears were still waiting in the distance. However, the mountain-shaking bears were not as calm as they were yesterday. They seemed to be extremely flustered. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, although there was joy in their eyes, they were more flustered. Zhang Xiaohua flew in front of the mountain-shaking bears and pointed at the lightning in the center of the ruins of Huanshu. Then, she pointed at herself, indicating that she should go inside. The mountain-shaking bear's flustered eyes turned into fear and it even took a few steps back. Zhang Xiaohua saw that and nodded slightly. Then, she pointed at the mountain-shaking bears and the place where they came from. The mountain-shaking bears seemed to understand and they growled softly. Then, they nodded at Zhang Xiaohua and turned around to leave. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was floating in the air, saw that the mountain-shaking bears were not as fast as when they came. There was no folding or contraction of the ground between their footsteps. It must be because the earth elemental formation was broken, so their talents were greatly restricted. When the mountain-shaking bears were far away, Zhang Xiaohua turned around. She was not in a hurry to travel with the wind. Instead, she walked forward step by step. As she walked, she closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Then, Zhang Xiaohua walked step by step into the depths of the ruins of Huanshu. Her tall and thin figure slowly shrank. Her face also changed little by little. After walking for half a day, her entire person seemed to have changed into another appearance. This was the transfiguration skill that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained from Mo Qingshan of the Greenwood Palace. When Zhang Xiaohua obtained the transfiguration skill Jade Slip that day, she thought that it was extremely difficult. The Jade Slip also clearly stated that this thing could not be mastered without a high cultivation base. However, Zhang Xiaohua was different. She only needed to try a little and she could change her bones. After thinking about it for a few days, she actually had a preliminary grasp of it. Now, when she displayed it, she felt that it was quite handy. Since her figure had changed, Zhang Xiaohua turned her attention to her face. Small eyes, flat nose, and ordinary appearance had always been Zhang Xiaohua's dislike. Now that she took out the small mirror, she changed her appearance bit by bit according to her thoughts. Not long after, a handsome man with slanted eyebrows, bright eyes, and a sharp nose appeared in the small mirror. Hee, it seems that the name Ren Xiaoyao can also be changed. What should I call you? Is there a need to say? Since I look like Panan, I will be called Panan. Zhang Xiaohua laughed a few times on the ground. He formed a seal with his hands and soared into the sky. He flew straight to the center of the lightning. As he flew, his figure gradually became blurry. This was the flight technique's concealment technique. Xia Qing was very depressed. She sat cross-legged and stared blankly at the raging lightning in the distance. She was deep in thought. She was an outstanding disciple of Mo Xian Palace and was also one of the messengers sent by the fragrance cult to the underworld. She was very clear that every time the disciples of Mo Xian Palace were qualified to train in the underworld, most of them were the candidates of the main line. Therefore, she had already made preparations. When she was in the underworld, she paid attention to the details, including the way she interacted with people and other aspects. She wanted to be more confident during the mainline selection in the Refining Heart Cave. However, Xia Qing still failed to be selected. There was no need to elaborate on what had happened in the illusion. Xia Qing only knew that although she had repeatedly resisted her inner demons, she still could not kill them when the Refining Heart Cave closed. Of course, Xia Qing was still much stronger than those ugly senior and junior sisters. After all, she was still fighting against her inner demons and was not controlled by them. When Xia Qing found out that 3 people had succeeded in the mainline selection, she could not help but have mixed feelings. There was no need to talk about Peacock and Chen Chen. They were the outstanding disciples of this generation. Xia Qing knew that she could not compare to them, but what about Yuyan? She was the disciple of Abbess Xuezhen and was not a candidate to be sent to the underworld. She was also not a match in Xia Qing's heart. In fact, no one thought that Yuyan could pass the mainline selection so smoothly. Since Yuyan could pass the mainline selection, why couldn't she? Xia Qing's heart was filled with bitterness when she thought about her efforts in the refining heart cave. This bitterness even surpassed the bitterness she felt when she came down from Lingxiang Peak and heard that Peacock and the other 2 had obtained the inheritance. Why couldn't I be resolute that day and cut it down with my sword? Xia Qing was still regretting. If I could kill the inner demons, then there would be 4 people who passed the mainline selection and 4 people who obtained the inheritance. But, why couldn't I be resolute? If I killed it, I would be in Mo Xian Palace right now, carefully comprehending the immortal Dao cultivation method. The sect leader would definitely tell me the secrets of the immortal Dao. I would also be able to practice the immortal Dao cultivation method and have the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. I would have the remarkable ability to create this incredible miracle. Xia Qing looked at the distance where thunder and lightning intersected, filled with regret. Senior Sister Xia. A voice came from behind. Senior Sister Xia. Senior Sister Xia. Oh. After the voice called out a few times, Xia Qing came to her senses and asked unhappily, Junior Sister Zhao, what's the matter? Sorry, Senior Sister Xia, I know you're adjusting your breath, but there's something I don't know if it's urgent and I want to tell you. If it's urgent, then it's urgent. If it's not urgent, then it's not urgent. You can't even tell if it's urgent or not. Junior Sister Zhou was very embarrassed and smiled apologetically. This is my first time in the ruins of Huan, so I'm not very familiar with the situation here. I just feel that the situation in the ruins of Huan is different from when we first arrived, so. Chapter 922. But I don't know if it's an urgent matter. Then tell me, what's the difference? Xia Qing looked at him disapprovingly. It's like this, Senior Sister Xia. When we came in, we didn't encounter any strange beasts along the way. We didn't even see the saber-toothed tiger, sky-piercing ape, etc. I know all that, you pick the important things. Xia Qing said impatiently. Yes, Senior Sister. A few days ago, when I was patrolling the inner layer of the ruins of Huan, I found a dying saber-toothed tiger. Where is it? Xia Qing was stunned and asked anxiously. It's over there, Senior Sister Xia. It's on the opposite side of the lightning. What about the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger? Senior Sister Xia, although the saber-toothed tiger was dying, it wasn't dead. I didn't dare to go up there for fear that I would provoke other beasts and bring trouble to you. Oh, I see. Xia Qing frowned and muttered, the saber-toothed tiger is the outer layer of the array. It has never entered the inner layer, let alone the core of the ruins of Huan. How could we see a saber-toothed tiger here? Then, she looked up and asked, are you sure? The disciple nodded affirmatively, I'm sure, Senior Sister Xia. Although I haven't seen it before, that huge tiger was more ferocious than the lightning tiger. Furthermore, it had sword-like teeth. I recognized it at a glance. Could it be a saber-toothed tiger that got lost? Senior Martial Sister Xia, this is what I saw a few days ago. In the past few days, when I was patrolling, I occasionally saw some traces of heaven-piercing apes, fire wolves and other wild beasts. I even saw some strange wild beasts. I feel that. What do you think? I feel that this array, this thing. The disciple pointed at the bottom of the lightning and said in a trembling voice, "This thing. Is there any change? We should hurry and report to the sect leader." You. Xia Qing was a little anxious. "It's been a few days, why are you only telling me now?" "Senior sister Xia, I've already told you a few days ago, especially about the saber-toothed tiger, but you just smiled, as if you didn't hear anything." I was just thinking that, the saber-toothed tiger might have lost its way or been chased by other wild beasts. You should have reported to me earlier about the situation over the past few days. Xia Qing was a little unreasonable. Although the saber-toothed tiger lives in the outer layer of the formation, if it fights with other similar species, it might enter the inner layer. Since the sky-reaching ape and other wild beasts in the inner layer are chasing after the saber-toothed tiger, it's normal for it to enter the core of the ruins of destruction. However, the normal fire wolves and sky-piercing apes you saw just now might not be the case. Just as Xia Qing was explaining, an earth-shaking tremor suddenly came from the surrounding ruins, shaking everyone. Just as everyone was about to face a great enemy, the tremor came to an abrupt stop. It was as if nothing had happened. This. Xia Qing was shocked. Looking at the surrounding ruins, there were countless smoke and dust rising. She cried, "What time is it now?" Reporting to senior sister, "It's almost midnight. It's already late at night. I didn't hear that the formation of the ruins of destruction would change because of the time." Xia Qing thought to herself. Could it be that something has really happened to the ruins of destruction? But then, a hint of joy appeared on her face. She thought to herself, the thing in the ruins of destruction is the treasure of our fragrant cult. Lord Cult Leader can't explain it clearly. He only said that it's a great killing weapon left behind by the ancestors of the fragrant cult since the immortal Tao and is waiting for the fated person. I failed to become the chosen successor, so I was sent here to patrol. If I really have a fate with this great killing weapon and obtain it, then wouldn't I step into the immortal Tao? A shortcut that's even better than the peacock. Thinking about it, Xia Qing's heart burned. The immortal Tao was about fate the most. It was the same for the chosen successor and the immortal Tao. Although Xia Qing wasn't clear about the details, she knew a little about it due to the influence of others. Therefore, she had long attributed this change to the thing under the lightning. Moreover, Lord Cult Leader had warned her that this thing had been here for many years and it was very likely to be unearthed. You've done a meritorious service by discovering the change. Please quickly leave the formation and inform the disciples of the Rui Jin Hall about the situation here. Ask them to report this to Lord Cult Leader as soon as possible. Yes, senior sister. The female disciple named Bai He immediately stood up and used her qinggong to leave the formation. Xia Qing sat down again and wanted to meditate. However, the rumbling of thunder in the distance and the occasional flashes of lightning made it difficult for her to meditate. Coupled with the thought in her mind, she became even more anxious. After persisting for another half an incense's time, Xia Qing opened her eyes and looked around. She sighed and stood up. Holding her sword, she executed her movement technique and headed straight for the depths of the Huan ruins, the place where the lightning was densely concentrated. Zhang Xiaohua used the imperial wind technique and the concealment technique, so she wasn't worried about being seen by others. She leisurely made her way to the core of the ruins of destruction. In front of Zhang Xiaohua, there were flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Compared to the lightning that Zhang Xiaohua attracted on the island, this was 100 times more powerful. As Zhang Xiaohua got closer, his divine senses discovered that the energy of heaven and earth was getting denser. However, the energy of heaven and earth was extremely violent. He felt that if he directly absorbed it into his body, wouldn't his body explode and die? Zhang Xiaohua felt a little strange. It wasn't like he hadn't attracted lightning before. Why didn't he notice such an unstable element in the energy of heaven and earth? The closer he got, the denser the energy of heaven and earth. It was almost at the level of cultivation. However, the energy of heaven and earth also became more lively. At the same time, streaks of lightning leaked out from the clouds and struck down from time to time. No wonder this is the forbidden area of the fragrant religion. If something were to happen to the violent energy of heaven and earth, I'm afraid, the entire fragrant religion would be overturned. Although the energy of heaven and earth is dense here, it can't be used. I can only let Nun Jingyi look at it. It can't be used for cultivation. While walking, Zhang Xiaohua saw that not far from his feet, there was a staggering figure that was struggling to make its way into the depths of the lightning. Who is that? However, looking at the figure's palace attire, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it should be the female disciple from Mo Xian Palace who came to patrol. As for whether it was Xia Qing, he didn't know. At this moment, a thin bolt of lightning suddenly struck down not far in front of the girl. Although the lightning was still a distance away from the girl, it caused a reaction from the violent energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings. With a few crackling sounds, several vibrations spread in all directions. Although Zhang Xiaohua was in the air, he was also affected. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already touched it earlier and had already placed a defensive jade talisman on his body. The vibrations only shook the light green light on his body. Even his hair was not messed up. On the other hand, the girl on the ground was in a bad situation. When the female disciple saw the lightning and heard the ear-piercing sound, she immediately turned her head around and displayed her graceful movement skill in an attempt to dodge. However, no matter how miraculous the martial way's movement skill was, it could not be faster than the violent Yuan Qi. The female disciple only managed to escape a few steps before the shockwave caught up with her. A formless force lifted the female disciple up, and her clothes, including her veil, were all lifted up. However, at this moment, how could the female disciple care about these things? The invisible vibrations were like an omnipresent expert, striking the female disciple with an incomparable force. The female disciple had just circulated her internal energy when her entire body was in pain. Her vision turned black and she completely fainted. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua, who was in mid-air, saw clearly that the white skin and beautiful face belonged to Mo Xian's palace disciple, Xia Qing. Seeing that Xia Qing had fainted, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. He flew down and grabbed her wrist, transferring his true energy into her body. Knowing that Xia Qing was severely injured, he immediately took out a jade bottle and was about to feed the Yuhuandan pill to Xia Qing. However, just as he took out the jade bottle, his heart skipped a beat. Only Mo Xian's palace disciple can be in Huansu. If I feed her the Yuhuandan pill, doesn't it mean that there are other people waiting in Huansu? Moreover, even if I send her to a safe place, it won't do. Won't it also tell others that there are other people in Huansu? However, just as this thought appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, he smiled and said, "Of course I have to hide my identity and my whereabouts. However, how can I be so careless when it comes to a matter of life and death? How can I disregard other people's lives just because I might expose my own whereabouts? Besides, didn't I see a few disciples from Mo Xian's palace yesterday? Oh right, I forgot that I am Panin now. What am I afraid of?" With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua fed the Yuhuandan pill to Xia Qing. Then, he looked left and right, carried Xia Qing, and flew back for half an incense's time. When there were no more lightning bolts, he landed and placed Xia Qing on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop and continued to fly forward. Gradually, the lightning bolts became denser. Zhang Xiaohua also crushed a jade talisman from time to time to strengthen the light barrier. Occasionally, there would be a few lightning bolts striking down. However, Zhang Xiaohua had a premonition and always dodged before the lightning struck. In the end, he could see a huge mountain as far as the eye could see. All the lightning bolts struck it, and Zhang Xiaohua felt that the chances of being struck by lightning were very high since he was riding on the wind. Thus, he landed on the ground and walked towards the mountain step by step. Lightning flashed in front of his eyes and the deafening sound of thunder rang in his ears. From time to time, a huge force would be transmitted to his body. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the support of the immortal Tao divine ability and the crimson spirit protection on top of his head, the mountain where the lightning bolt struck would be unreachable. Chapter 923. When Zhang Xiaohua climbed up the mountain with much difficulty, she couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity in her heart. What made Zhang Xiaohua feel incredulous was not how tall or big the mountain was, but that the top of the mountain was actually empty. The entire mountain was a huge depression. If this depression was filled with lake water, it would be several times larger than Dianqi Lake and Jinghai Lake. However, this lake was not filled with lake water, but with a layer of seven-colored restriction. Endless divine lightning was attracted from the sky above the mountain, and it continuously fell on the restriction. Each strike of lightning would cause the restriction to shake, and the seven-colored light would overflow within the restriction. At this moment, an unparalleled divine lightning struck the restriction, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The seven-colored light suddenly spun rapidly. When the light spun towards Zhang Xiaohua's side, there was a sudden burst of clang sounds. With a splash sound, like a fish leaping out of the water, the light was emitted from within the restriction, heading straight for Zhang Xiaohua. The light came abruptly and quickly, even faster than light. Without giving Zhang Xiaohua any time to think, the light passed through Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. The defensive jade talisman's light barrier and the crimson spirit barrier's light barrier were all destroyed in one strike. They were completely useless. Oh my God, isn't this killing me? When Zhang Xiaohua checked that her hands and feet were intact, she couldn't help but sweat on her forehead. Luckily, my character is good, and I just saved a female disciple from Mo Xian Palace. The heavens are really benevolent and didn't hit me. Just as she was thinking, another bolt of lightning fell. However, just as it was about to land on the restriction, it suddenly changed direction and slanted towards a corner of the restriction. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua saw the lightning and couldn't help but be surprised. Let's go and take a look. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua walked along the side of the restriction and slowly approached it. As she walked, she was careful of the scattered lightning. Furthermore, she was extremely careful of the restriction, afraid that another seven-colored light would shoot out. Luckily, other than that light just now, when Zhang Xiaohua walked to the corner, she didn't see any other seven-colored light flashing. This was a corner that was very similar to the protruding side of the lake. There was a natural rock that was like a small bridge, sticking out and hanging high above the seven-colored restriction. At the top of the small bridge, there was a dazzling light that spun in all directions. Unknowingly, a bolt of lightning was attracted by it, deviating from the restriction, and directly struck the dazzling light. It was dazzling. Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and could barely make out that it was a fist-sized bead. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder. In the five elements divination formation, there are 5 formation eyes and 5 beads that correspond to the 5 elements. It can be said to be the 5 elements beads. In the cave at Lingering Fragrance Peak where Xiaohuang is, there is also a black bead, but I don't know what attribute it has. In Wan Wuxin's Sumeru world, there is also a white bead, but I don't know what attribute it has. Could it be some kind of thunder bead? The one that Senior Huan mentioned? Or, that black bead is a yin bead, and that white bead is a yang bead? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. However, she understood that Wan Wuxin had already mentioned that in this world, other than the immortal Tao that they brought with them, there were also Dharma treasures left behind by the mysterious immortal Tao. Perhaps this bead was. Who cares? As long as it's something good, the more the merrier. Who knows what it will be used for in the future? As for that small mirror, he had simply taken it because he felt comfortable looking at it. Who would have thought that it would be able to counter the purple phoenix hairpin's lightning? If not for the small mirror, I would have been a dead soul in Shimujuan's hands. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked forward and walked along the small bridge towards the thunder bead. At this moment, the lightning was striking and Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense. The thunder bead was the most resplendent and dazzling. She couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only close her eyes and stretch out her left hand. When she felt that she was close to the thunder bead, she opened her illusion breaker eye. In her illusion breaker eye, the thunder bead was a purplish red ball that would shrink and shrink from time to time. Zhang Xiaohua crushed a few defensive jade slips to strengthen her defense. Then, she circulated her vital energy to thicken the crimson spirit protection. She waited for a moment for the lightning to pass before she used the ethereal steps to approach the thunder bead. She reached out with her left hand and grabbed the thunder bead in her left hand. She didn't feel any discomfort when she held the thunder bead in her hand. However, just as she was about to turn around, a thick bolt of lightning whizzed past and struck the thunder bead in Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. At a place far away from the core of Huansu, Xia Qing had already woken up. When she saw where she was, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She was happy that she wasn't killed by the lightning and she was shocked because she wasn't at the place where she fainted. Furthermore, she was on a different path. When she checked the injuries in her body, she was even more surprised. Wasn't the familiar medicinal power in her meridians the Yuhuandan pill? This. Could it be that the other junior sisters who came with me saved me? If it was them, why didn't they stay by my side? Or bring me back to where I came from? It's impossible for them to have such outstanding martial arts. Could it be that there are other seniors from Mo Xiangong in the core of Huansu? That's right, those who could save Xia Qing definitely wouldn't be hostile towards fragrance cult. As for the Yuhuandan pill, it could only be explained by Mo Xiangong seniors in Huansu. Senior Mo Xiangong in Huansu. That's not right. Sect leader didn't tell us before we came. Xia Qing was a little confused. However, she immediately thought of something. Fragrance cult has been established for tens of thousands of years and this is the Immortal Dao ruins. Could it be that there are other Immortal Dao seniors who are still alive and are not known by sect leader? It had to be said that Xia Qing was a little obsessed with the Immortal Dao. The Immortal Dao had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't have lived for so long, right? That's great. There's actually an Immortal Dao senior who could save my life. This means that we are fated. If I can receive his teachings, wouldn't it be, but, the core of Huansu is filled with lightning. How can I meet this senior? Thinking about it, Xia Qing clenched her teeth. As the saying goes, if you can't bear to part with your child, you can't hit the wolf. Since she wanted to meet this Immortal Dao senior, how could she not pay a price? Hence, she forced herself to sit cross-legged and calm the chaotic internal energy in her body. She activated the Yuhuandan pill's medicinal power and treated her ruptured meridians and internal injuries. Then, she stood up and looked at the place filled with lightning. However, this time, Xia Qing was much more cautious. She didn't use her qinggong and walked forward slowly, hoping that the fragrance cult senior would notice her. Just as Xia Qing was in the center of the lightning, Zhang Xiaohua saw the lightning coming and wanted to dodge. However, the lightning was too fast and Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any warning signs beforehand. How could she dodge it? The bolt of lightning struck Zhang Xiaohua's hand with a paw. Although Zhang Xiaohua was experienced in attracting lightning, he had always attracted lightning while he was unconscious. He didn't dare to try it on a normal day. Now that he was struck by lightning, he was shocked. He felt his hand go numb and a violent force rushed into his meridians. Immediately, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. However, before Zhang Xiaohua could think of a countermeasure, the lightning changed its direction and went straight for the delusion breaker Dharma eye on his left hand. It was like a small stream flowing into the sea or into dry land. The lightning didn't cause any reaction when it entered the delusion breaker Dharma eye. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. The delusion breaker Dharma eye had absorbed half of his vital energy and half of his divine sense. It was a hindrance to his cultivation. He had always wanted to solve it but didn't know where to start. He didn't expect that in the core of Huan Su, he would be able to get the so-called lightning pearl and get rid of this burden. It was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost did a somersault on the stone bridge. At this moment, the delusion breaker Dharma eye that had the power of lightning seemed to be moving. Zhang Xiaohua felt a thirst. Hence, he didn't hesitate. He sat down cross-legged and opened his left hand. The bright lightning pearl was held in his hand and the delusion breaker Dharma eye opened. To Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, the delirium breaker magic eye was even more capable of attracting lightning than the lightning pearl. Based on Zhang Xiaohua's observation earlier, although there were lightning bolts that struck the lightning pearl from time to time, they had only struck half of the 10 halts of lightning. At this moment, the delirium breaker magic eye opened, and silver light shot out. The boundless lightning above the restriction seemed to have found a new target. Almost 2 halts of lightning bolts swarmed over, and with a series of crackling sounds, all of them struck the delirium breaker magic eye on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand. Zhang Xiaohua's reply was almost like a groan from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Xiaohua felt an endless sense of comfort, a kind of refreshing feeling born from the bottom of his heart. Under the silver light, the lightning pearl in his hand slowly shrank and flew into the Dharma eye. At the same time, the human-shaped stone statue that Zhang Xiaohua had absorbed into the delusion breaker Dharma eye appeared. It was actually the same size as the lightning pearl. It flipped up and down in an unknown space and absorbed all the lightning into the stone statue. Isn't this stone statue an Earth-type object? How can it absorb the power of lightning? Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't open his eyes and didn't release his divine sense, he had already refined the stone statue and felt something in his heart. When he carefully examined it, he found that the stone statue not only absorbed the power of lightning and used it to refine the 7 apertures on its head, but it also absorbed a familiar thing produced by the lightning into the stone statue. This thing seems very familiar. Chapter 924. Sensing that the stone statue was absorbing something familiar, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but pay more attention to it. After observing for a long time, she couldn't find anything and could only be suspicious. This was because this thing contained an intense and extremely pure life force. It was different from the energy of heaven and earth, and it was also different from the energy of lightning. It seemed to be born together with lightning. If one were to forcefully distinguish it, Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with the Tao of life and death, and it was closer to the energy of life. As the life force was absorbed bit by bit, the life force of the stone statue gradually grew stronger. Although the increase was very small, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel that little bit of improvement. Is it really strange? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Could it be that this stone statue will eventually become a spirit? Become an adult? Forget it, forget it. Let's not bother about it for now. It's just a little bit of life force. Won't it take thousands of years for it to grow? How can I live for so long? As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she stopped paying attention to the stone statue and focused on the delirium Dharma eye. The delirium Dharma eye was amazing. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that it would be amazing if it could absorb a little of the energy of lightning. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged for 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, no one would come to the core of the Huan Su, and Zhang Xiaohua was not discovered. In the end, the Dharma eye on her left hand felt that it was not satisfied. The Dharma eye closed, and the lightning bead and stone statue disappeared. The lightning was no longer attracted to it. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and true energy were restored to the level before Zhang Xiaohua obtained the Dharma eye. Not bad. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stood up. From the essence of elixir in her Naiwan palace, there was a deep sleepiness. The delirium Dharma eye must have fallen into a deep sleep. She wondered what would happen when it woke up. Alright, we solved a big problem. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and looked at the seven-colored restriction. Below was the core of the earth that Wan Wuxin had mentioned. It was also something that the creator of the immortal Tao coveted. Zhang Xiaohua did not mind seeing what method she had to obtain this thing. Zhang Xiaohua found a place with less lightning and used the imperial wind technique to descend along the mountain's stone wall. When she reached the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that the restriction wasn't transparent. There were only colorful lights inside, but she couldn't see what was inside. Moreover, there were lightning arcs on the restriction from time to time, so he couldn't get too close to it. This. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment, and the first thing she thought of was the small mirror. Zhang Xiaohua took out the small mirror and poured all of his true qi into it. Then, he held it in his hand in a daze, facing the seal. After a long while, there were no rainbow-colored rays of light shooting out, nor were there any electric arcs. Furthermore, there were no changes to the small mirror. Damn, isn't this waiting for the rabbit to come out? Zhang Xiaohua realized her mistake. Then, she moved closer to the restriction. As expected, several lightning arcs as thick as chopsticks shot out and hit the small mirror. The small mirror didn't disappoint Zhang Xiaohua and reflected the lightning arcs back. However, the moment the lightning arcs hit the restriction, they disappeared without a trace. After trying a few more times to no avail, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly put away the mirror. What other treasures can I use? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Perhaps, I can use force to break the restriction. Although that was what he thought, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to have too much hope for the Great Wisdom Sword. The result was just as he thought. Although the Great Wisdom Sword hit the restriction and shook slightly, the restriction seemed to be extremely thick. It wasn't afraid of a heavy blow of 10,000 pounds. Sigh, the three seniors of the immortal Tao, oh, no, I have to include Di Shi Tian of the Tenryu sect, but they just opened a small crack. How can I do it? The person who set up this restriction to refine the Earth's core, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have grasped something. He rolled his eyes for a long time, then suddenly smiled and slapped his forehead. This brain of mine, I actually forgot the thing I'm best at. Although I said that I can't use it often, how can I not use it at this critical moment? As he said that, he reached out with his left hand and took out the small sword chasing dream. That's right, when Zhang Xiaohua was born, it was the innate divine restriction that transformed into a golden lotus to protect him. It was all thanks to the flow of nameless on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand that he channeled into chasing dream that the divine restriction was broken. No matter how high the level of this restriction to refine the Earth's core was, it was probably about the same level as a divine restriction. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the level of a divine restriction, but this was his last resort. If it didn't work, he could only return with a heart that was destroyed by the restriction. Zhang Xiaohua flew closer and waved his left hand, using one of the moves of the nameless sword technique. The flow that he hadn't used for a long time didn't disappoint Zhang Xiaohua's prayer. It was channeled into chasing dream as promised. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Just now, when the small mirror approached, the lightning from the restriction shot out. Then, the Great Wisdom Sword didn't cause any lightning. Even the chasing dream didn't attract the attention of the lightning with the infusion of the nameless energy. When the small sword pierced into the restriction, the flow of energy in Zhang Xiaohua's left arm suddenly accelerated. A large amount of energy surged out from some unknown place and rushed into Chasing Dream along her left arm. Then, Chasing Dream pierced into the restriction. The heavens took pity on them. The flow of Nameless was like the sun in winter, and the restriction was like ice and snow. Wherever Chasing Dream went, the restriction would melt. Not long after, a 3-foot hole appeared. Before Zhang Xiaohua could see what was below the restriction, a wave of extremely pure energy of heaven and earth surged out from the hole. This. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that inside, before he could figure it out, the 3-foot-long hole began to shrink again? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he jumped into the restriction. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the restriction, his eyes lit up. In the distance, at the center of the restriction, there was an earthy yellow object that was shining brightly. It was like the sun that he saw on a normal day. Is that the Earth's core that Senior Huan mentioned? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings. The bottom of the restriction was extremely large, the size of the interior of a mountain. It should be much larger than Lake Jianqi. The restriction was like a roof, a rainbow-colored roof that covered the entire space. Other than the Earth's core that made Zhang Xiaohua excited, this space was filled with pure energy of heaven and earth, which made Zhang Xiaohua wild with joy. He released his divine sense and didn't attract any heavenly lightning. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel at ease and use his divine sense to check the energy of this place. As expected, the energy of heaven and earth was many times denser than the outside world. In his divine sense, the amount of energy of heaven and earth was much more than what was described in the Worry-Free Sutra. Perhaps, this is the density of energy of heaven and earth when the path of immortality was at its peak. Zhang Xiaohua stroked his chin and smiled. If I had found this place earlier, I would have started cultivating my energy long ago. I wouldn't have had to risk my life to attract lightning. Zhang Xiaohua originally came down along the mountain's stone wall. At this time, he flew to the bottom of the mountain and looked around. This restriction was strange. Other than energy, there was only energy. The stone wall was empty, and there was nothing. There were no 1,000-year-old or 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, was left empty-handed. However, there was nothing strange. This space was surrounded by restrictions. How could spiritual herbs grow? Zhang Xiaohua was just greedy and didn't think too much about it. Seeing that there was nothing to plunder, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the sky and went to the Earth's core. The Earth's core was easy to find. It was suspended in the middle of the space. When Zhang Xiaohua got close, he circled the Earth's core a few times before stopping to admire it carefully. Wan Wuxin was right. This thing was really heart-shaped. It was sparkling and translucent. From the inside to the outside, it was a kind of pure earthy yellow. When his divine sense swept over, he only felt that this Earth's core contained a huge amount of life force. This life force was so huge that Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was like the sea he had seen before. It was boundless and unparalleled. From the top of the restriction, there was a passage visible to his divine sense. There was still an endless flow of life force entering the Earth's core. Needless to say, this restriction had existed for an unknown number of years, and the power of life had been tempered for an unknown period of time. The power of life in the core of the earth was something that Zhang Xiaohua could not imagine. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. This young master. I's character, really has nothing to say. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to grab the Earth's core. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's hand touched the Earth's core, his hand seemed to have touched a piece of emptiness. There was no place to exert force at all and it flashed past. He actually grabbed empty air. This is. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. He waved his hands and feet and grabbed at the Earth's core. However, the earth's core was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. He could only see the shape and couldn't touch it. Looking at the core of the earth that could only be seen from afar and not touched, Zhang Xiaohua said the most simple words. After that, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put the money into the pouch with his divine sense. He even used chasing dream to stimulate the flow of energy. In the end, he even forcibly awakened the delusion breaker Dharma eye on his left hand and launched the silver light, but it didn't work. He couldn't put it away at all, as if it was a projection of his primordial spirit from the core of the earth. If Senior Huan were to know that this is nothing more than a projection, that there is no way to put it away, and that he had given up his life for this projection, what would he think? Zhang Xiaohua tried for a long time and slowly began to accept her fate. After all, it was useless to think too much about things that could not be touched. Just like the illusion in the refining heart cave, even if Phantom Chen Chen bit her lips until they bled, she was still an illusion and not the real one. Chapter 925. Zhang Xiaohua comforted his wounded heart and landed on the ground. He sat down cross-legged and opened all the pores on his body. Facing the sky, he circulated the Worry-Free Sutra. If he did not properly absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be a waste of heavenly treasures? The water-like heaven-earth yuan qi was like a sweet rain. Zhang Xiaohua's opened pores were like countless small mouths that greedily absorbed the yuan qi into her body. Wow, this is indeed a place that nurtures the earth's core. The yuan qi here is even richer than what the Worry-Free Sutra says. The Worry-Free Sutra only says that the heaven-earth yuan qi is endless like smoke. Here, it's like spring water. Cultivating is just like drinking water. Could it be that the heaven-earth yuan qi in the blessed paradises was like this when I was cultivating the immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of what Huan Wuxin had said. Even if it's not a blessed grotto heaven, as long as the vital qi of heaven and earth here has 30% of the vital qi of heaven and earth in this restriction, no, even if it's just 10%, I think the immortal Tao can flourish. Or perhaps, little fish Nya will also be able to cultivate the first level of the Worry-Free Sutra. Sigh, I wonder how little fish Nya is doing now. For some reason, Zhang Xiaohua's mind became restless and she thought of Nye Qianyu who was far away in the Rejuvenation Valley. At this moment, in the Rejuvenation Valley, Nye Qianyu was looking out of the window. Countless peach trees had already fallen. Although the Rejuvenation Valley was like spring all year round, the leaves of the peach trees would also fall. They wouldn't stay there all year round. Big Brother Ren. Sigh, I wonder how Big Brother Xiaohua is doing in the incense cult. He has been gone for a long time, and there hasn't been any news from him. I wonder how he's doing. Has he found him? Sigh. Calling him Big Brother Ren sounds more intimate. This Zhang Xiaohua doesn't sound as catchy as Ren Xiaoyao. Big Brother Ren boasted that he read the 3-character classic for 3 months. This name is quite appropriate. In the Carefree Travel Manual, there is a fish in the northern underworld, and its name is Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Peng. The back of the Peng is thousands of miles long. When it flies in anger, its wings are like the clouds in the sky. Isn't Big Brother Ren the Kuan Peng? Ren Xiaoyao of heaven and earth? However, wouldn't it be lonely to be alone? Is the freedom between the two of them the real freedom? Thinking of this, Nye Qianyu blushed slightly, her eyes filled with tenderness. However, when she saw the fallen leaves all over the ground, she felt a little sad. She muttered to herself, the fallen flowers are in love with the heartless flowing water. Little fishy is so infatuated with Xiaohua. He can't eat or sleep well. He's always thinking about the laughter and the words he said along the way. I wonder if the distant Xiaohua can think of little fishy the same way. But Big Brother Ren, if if you don't have little fishy in your heart, why did you teach little fishy the mysterious martial arts mental cultivation method? This mental cultivation method. Little fishy only remembers it in her heart. She avoids others every day and practices it in the inner valley. Although she doesn't feel any chi, but little fishy feels that, this is really a top-notch martial arts mental cultivation method. Even a person with a body like mine can practice it. This internal strength mental cultivation method, is probably extremely rare even in your Beidou school. Big brother Ren, you taught this mental cultivation method to me. How can I not know your heart? Don't worry, big brother Ren. Although my aptitude is not good, but in order to fly together with you, stand shoulder to shoulder with the pugilistic world, I will definitely master it. When she thought of the words, fly together, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the pugilistic world, Nie Qianyu's face became even redder, like a ripe apple. The mentality of a young girl was clearly displayed on her face. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Before Nie Qianyu could compose herself, she heard Little Orange anxiously shouting, young mistress, disaster is coming, disaster is coming. Nie Qianyu's face was still red as she scolded, what disaster is so urgent? Could it be that the sky has collapsed? She seemed to be very angry at Little Orange for interrupting her thoughts. Young mistress, it's no different from the sky collapsing. Little Orange had just climbed up the stairs when he shouted, the fragrant cult has sent word that within 10 years, our rejuvenation valley will no longer be under their protection. When she heard this, Nie Qianyu's face turned pale. She had already thrown the thought of scolding Little Orange to the back of her mind. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Little Orange, asking anxiously, when did this happen? How did the fragrant cult send out the message? They haven't reached the right time to appear in the Jianghu, right? Nie Qianyu must have used too much strength as Little Orange felt a sharp pain in his arm. He said, just now, young mistress, I heard that the disciples of the fragrant cult had come and told the master that they will announce this news to the entire Jianghu tomorrow. However, he was secretly surprised, young mistress used to be so weak, but now she seems to be stronger than me. What kind of strength pill did she take? Disciples of the fragrant cult? Nie Qianyu's face turned even paler. In the Jianghu, which disciple dared to impersonate the fragrant cult? Only the disciples of the fragrant cult who stayed behind in the Jianghu would dare to call themselves that. Let's go quickly. Nie Qianyu did not hesitate and rushed downstairs. When Little Orange came to his senses, Nie Qianyu had already gone downstairs. My goodness, when did young mistress become so nimble? Little Orange looked at Nie Qianyu's back in disbelief and quickly chased after her. In the Huichun Hall, Valley Master Nie was sitting in the hall with a bitter face. His two disciples, Mu Qingxian and Fei He, were standing at the side with their hands clasped behind their backs. Father! Nie Qianyu shouted as soon as she entered, I heard that the fragrant cult sent news. Before Nie Qianyu could finish, Valley Master Nie raised his head and forced a smile, yes, that's right. The disciples of the fragrant cult just came. But, why? Why? Valley Master Nie smiled bitterly, the disciples of the fragrant cult didn't say why, but this time, among the medicine boys, Ren Xiaoyao and Chang Chang, I thought, it would be enough to get rid of the hall master of the pill repository hall, but, who would have thought, that the hierarch would know? If I had known, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Valley Master Nie's face was full of regret. The hierarch of the fragrant cult? Nie Qianyu was even more surprised. In her heart, Nun Jing-yi was the #1 person in Jianghu. How could she know such a small thing in the pill repository hall? Then. Father, is it Brother Ren or Chang Chang who caused the trouble? How would I know? The disciples of the fragrant cult didn't say anything. It's either him or him. It must be Chang Chang. Nie Qianyu insisted, although Brother Ren is young, he is very steady. He wouldn't have done anything that would give the game away. Cough cough, if Nie Qianyu knew what Zhang Xiaohua did in the fragrant cult, who knew what she would think? Well, there's nothing strange about it. Her eyes would be full of stars again. Brother Ren is really daring. But Chang Chang, that child, I also watched him grow up, he's even more clever. Valley Head Nye spoke out his thoughts. But Brother Ren's martial arts are high. He would never be discovered by the people of the fragrant cult. Silly child, it's because of his high martial arts that he's easy to be discovered. Our Rejuvenation Valley chose a little medicine boy. Nephew Ren's martial arts are so high. Isn't that very eye-catching? But Brother Ren. Nie Qianyu was also speechless. Valley Master Nie was right. Zhang Xiaohua's figure, age, and martial arts all showed that he was not a pure medicine boy. But Brother Ren, he's our fragrant cult's son-in-law. Nie Qianyu's face was a little red. The pill repository hall's hall master and manager Yang, aren't they? When he reaches the hierarch of the fragrant cult, they probably won't even dare to let him go. Valley Master Nie was too embarrassed to swear in front of his daughter. Father, I still think there's something wrong with Chang Chang. Nie Qianyu still insisted. Valley Master Nie waved his hand and said, it's not important who did it now. He's already been discovered by the hierarch. It's meaningless to talk about who did it now. Nie Qianyu obviously knew this. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't help but want to argue. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was a little unnatural, Valley Master Nie waved his hand and forced a smile. Little you, it's nothing. Don't think too much. I've already discussed it with your eldest senior brother and second senior brother. I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the hierarch found out about this matter and angered her, so she issued such a verbal order. If the two of them really caused some trouble, I'm afraid she would have already given the order to destroy our Rejuvenation Valley. Oh. That's right. Up until now, Nie Qianyu, who was concerned about Rejuvenation Valley and had defended Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, finally came to her senses. She couldn't help but blush. This was a far cry from her usual cleverness. Immediately, Nie Qianyu remembered and hurriedly said, but Father, our Rejuvenation Valley has always been under the protection of the fragrant cult. In the Jianghu, we've really offended many people. Once the fragrant cult spread the news to the Jianghu, I'm afraid there will be many sects coming to make trouble for us. Alas, that's right. Although our Rejuvenation Valley has a special status, but we'll always offend people. These years, there have been many people coveting our Rejuvenation Valley. Oh right, and the group that chased after you last time, we haven't found any clues until now. Father, actually, the most important thing is that in the past few years, we relied too much on the fragrant cult and didn't pay enough attention to our martial arts. Although our herbs are famous in the Jianghu, the status of our martial arts is greatly reduced. If someone comes to find us, I'm afraid. Mu Qingxian and Fei He both looked ashamed at the side and said softly, Master, it's all our fault, it's not your fault. Valley Master Nie said proudly, the Jade Foundation Alliance is not so easy to bully. Chapter 926. In the Peach Blossom Forest, Nie Qianyu looked at the full moon that had already risen into the sky. She could not help but feel unusually gloomy. Let's hope that we can be together for a long time. At this moment, he wondered how Big Brother Ren was doing in the fragrant religion. Today, the Rejuvenation Valley will be punished by the fragrant religion. Big Brother Ren, will he suffer? Zhang Xiaohua, who was far away in the ruins of the fragrant religion, did not seem to be as worried as Nie Qianyu. At this moment, she closed her eyes and concentrated her breath. She released her divine sense to feel the surrounding yuan qi of heaven and earth. She drew the pure yuan qi into her body and refined it into vital energy. At midnight, an inexplicable fluctuation was emitted from Zhang Xiaohua's body. It attracted the endless starlight in the night sky. The starlight actually ignored the existence of the seven-colored restriction and directly shot towards Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings. In a moment, the starlight formed a cocoon and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua. As the starlight penetrated into her body, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became even more frenzied. It was no longer as orderly as it was during the day. It spiraled and poured into Zhang Xiaohua's body as if it was entering a deep hole. Within her meridians, the vital energy that was refined by the yuan qi of heaven and earth was circulating crazily under the impetus of the worry-free heart sutra. It cycled through her meridians again and again. Not long after, the vital energy in her meridians was saturated. However, the surrounding vital energy continued to pour in like water. The most direct result was that Zhang Xiaohua's already wide and tough meridians were ruptured again. However, the vital energy was wrapped around by the star power. The star power was the most nourishing. While the vital energy ruptured her meridians, it was also constantly mending the meridians. As the vital energy ruptured the meridians had already expanded and became even more resilient. When the vital energy in her meridians had gathered to a certain extent and could no longer increase, the worry-free heart sutra improved again. It actually followed the route of the meridians and rushed towards the bottleneck. This time, it was unusually smooth. With the cooperation of the massive amount of vital energy, and star power, the 8th level of the worry-free heart sutra was easily broken through. With the discovery of the new meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the heaven-earth yuan qi from the outside world once again surged in crazily. Almost within the restriction, strong gusts of wind rose around Zhang Xiaohua. The mysterious fluctuation in Zhang Xiaohua's dream became even more intense, and the starlight in the night sky became even denser. At this moment, another change occurred. The heavenly lightning outside the seven-colored restriction was supposed to strike the restriction. There was a special mechanism on the restriction that guided the heavenly lightning's life force into the yellow earth core. With the mysterious fluctuation, starlight shone through the restriction. At first it was very little, so it did not affect the refinement of the heavenly lightning. However, as the starlight shone more and more, from a sliver to a ray, in the end, all the heavenly lightning was attracted by the starlight. They ignored the restriction and directly struck Zhang Xiaohua's head. As the heavenly lightning struck, countless tyrannical heaven-earth yuan qi was born. It was guided by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and naturally entered her body. Then, the starlight enveloped the tyrannical heaven-earth yuan qi. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Xiaohua attracted the heavenly lightning in the past. A sliver of vigorous life force was isolated by the starlight. As the new heaven-earth yuan qi was refined in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, the life force disappeared into Zhang Xiaohua's body. However, in the past, the amount of heavenly lightning that Zhang Xiaohua could attract was limited. This time, the heavenly lightning was not attracted by Zhang Xiaohua alone. It was attracted by the entire restriction that was bigger than Jianqi Lake. If Zhang Xiaohua knew the amount of heavenly lightning in her dream, wouldn't her scalp go numb? Yes, needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's hair was already standing on end. It was indeed her scalp that was going numb. As the number of heavenly lightning increased, the amount of life force isolated by the starlight increased as well. At first, it was a little bit, then a little bit, then a little bit. Finally, it was like a running stream, flowing directly to a mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. Therefore, under the restriction, other than the heaven-earth yuan qi flowing into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians like a whirlpool, the weak life force also gradually gathered into a thin stream and poured into Zhang Xiaohua's body. The life force in the restriction, other than the one formed by the heavenly lightning, was emitted from the restriction to the earth's core. Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the life force emitted from the Earth's core into her body. As the life force in the restriction decreased, the flow of life force also affected the Earth's core that was suspended in the restriction. Gradually, the Earth's core began to deviate from its original position and was gradually guided by the life force towards the top of Zhang Xiaohua's head. Although the Earth's core moved at a very slow speed, after a long time, it became noticeable. In the end, it actually hung above Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's body trembled and the mysterious frequency changed again. The speed at which Zhang Xiaohua's pores absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi instantly stopped. But after a while, Zhang Xiaohua's face rapidly changed color. After a few breaths, she regained her calmness. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's pores opened and the speed at which she absorbed the heaven-earth yuan qi increased again. More life force was absorbed into her body, and even more star power was drawn over. Zhang Xiaohua's mental cultivation method advanced again. In a short period of time, she actually rushed from the middle stage of level 7 to the late stage of level 8, to the early stage of level 8, to the middle stage of level 8, to the late stage of level 8, and finally to the early stage of level 9. The cultivation of the immortal Tao was most about gradual progress. Zhang Xiaohua's rapid increase in cultivation was a taboo of the immortal Tao. However, while practicing the Worry-Free Sutra, Zhang Xiaohua was also comprehending the heavenly Tao. What was the heavenly Tao? It was the principle of the operation of heaven and earth. The Worry-Free Sutra was but one aspect of the heavenly Tao's cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua saved an old friend from the misty school on Shixin Peak and repaid her kindness with kindness. It was precisely because she understood the way of karma of the heavenly Tao. When she encountered the dream, the way of karma became the hand of karma. Her cultivation of the heavenly Tao had long reached a new height. In contrast to her understanding, the Worry-Free Sutra's cultivation was much lower. If not for the lack of heaven-earth yuan qi, Zhang Xiaohua could have achieved today's cultivation. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had entered the aroma cult to train his heart and spirit. His accumulation was considerable. Now that he had encountered such a rare opportunity, and the paradise's vitality was comparable to that of the immortal Tao's heyday, how could his cultivation not improve? If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation time was still short and she had only seen and felt everything, and she did not have a more advanced immortal Tao cultivation method, her cultivation tonight would have been much higher than this. Even so, such a fortuitous encounter was something that even the founder of the immortal Tao, Wan Wuxin, could not have imagined. As they spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation improved again. More heaven-earth yuan qi was absorbed into her body, and more starlight appeared. Correspondingly, the force of life also increased. Zhang Xiaohua's attraction to the force of life also increased. The earth's core hanging above Zhang Xiaohua's head was originally close to Zhang Xiaohua. With this suction, it was like a moth flying into a flame, directly into Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Strangely, the earth's core was within the restriction. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua tried, she could not grab it. With this suction, it entered her forehead. The earth's core entered her Muwan palace and did not stop. Instead, it rapidly followed the flow of the force of life to the back of Zhang Xiaohua's head. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if nothing had happened at all. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. At the bottom of her eyes, a faint flame flashed, and her gaze was bright. The moment Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes, the cocoon-like starlight stopped abruptly and disappeared. The heavenly lightning that was striking Zhang Xiaohua's head also changed direction and returned to its previous position, striking on the rainbow restriction. After waking up, Zhang Xiaohua first stretched lazily, then checked her cultivation. Improvement was certain. With the support of this abundant heaven-earth yuan qi, even a pig who knew how to cultivate could improve. However, when Zhang Xiaohua finished checking, he was both surprised and delighted. He was delighted that his cultivation of the Worry-Free Sutra had actually leaped to the late stage of the 9th level. He was also surprised that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. If his foundation was not stable, it would not be good for his future cultivation. But, since she had already reached such a place, what good ideas did Zhang Xiaohua have? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua carefully checked her body again. The new meridians and abundant vital energy were all stable and tight. She did not find anything wrong. When Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she suddenly realized that without the burden of the delusion breaker eye yesterday, her divine sense had recovered to a range of 10 feet. Now that she tried it, it might have a range of 50 to 60 feet. Hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. This trip to Huansu is not in vain. Although the Earth's core is not, thinking of the Earth's core, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look up. This was not a big deal. The yellow light from yesterday was gone, and so was the crystal clear Earth's core. This. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What is going on? Thinking, she flew to the previous location of the Earth's core and looked left and right. She reached out and touched it with her divine sense. There was nothing. Only the power of life from the 7-colored restriction was slowly gathering. There was even some missing. Strange, where did the Earth's core go? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Could it have been taken by someone? Zhang Xiaohua thought of this and shouted. Could it be that Nun Jingyi is here? It is very possible. Xia Qing must have already informed Lingering Fragrance Peak with such a huge commotion. Nun Jingyi must have paid attention to this place. She must be here. But, that's not right. Zhang Xiaohua denied. If Nun Jingyi could take the Earth's core, she would have taken it long ago. Why would she keep it until now? Moreover, Nun Jingyi probably does not even know what is inside the restriction. How could she come here? Zhang Xiaohua guessed for a long time but could not figure out the location of the Earth's core. In the end, she came to the conclusion that the Earth's core must be hidden in the so-called different space that Wan Wuxin mentioned. Chapter 927. That's good as well. Out of sight, out of mind. At least I won't be envious of it. Zhang Xiaohua consoled himself. He didn't care about the Earth's core anymore and sat down cross-legged to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when he activated the Carefree Heart Sutra again and drew the thin Yuan Qi of the world into his body, he discovered that the Yuan Qi had entered his body and his true Qi had been tempered, but there was no change in his cultivation of the Heart Sutra. Even the true Qi in his meridians was now saturated. No matter how he tempered it, he could only increase a sliver of true Qi. It could not cause any substantial change. Could it be that I've reached a bottleneck? Zhang Xiaohua pondered. After that, he tried again, but it was still the same. He understood that there was a limit to how much he could get rich overnight. At this point, he had probably reached his limit. Thus, he stood up and looked at the place where the Earth's core had disappeared. Regretfully, he rode the wind and went straight to the place where he had broken the restriction yesterday. Now that the restriction had been restored, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He stretched out his hand and waved Chasing Dream again. The mysterious energy flowed into Chasing Dream and gradually cut open the restriction. Just as the restriction was cut open halfway, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that the energy flow was decreasing. When I cut open the divine restriction that day, the energy flow had already dried up. If the purple energy in the 100 endurance divine restriction did not flow into Chasing Dream and return to my left arm, the innate divine restriction would not have been broken. Now that the mysterious energy flow has dried up, where am I going to find the purple energy? With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly used the transfiguration technique. A series of crackling sounds could be heard as his body shrunk significantly. Then, with a leap, he escaped from the restriction. Just as he left the restriction, the originally small opening began to gradually recover. Thank goodness. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the edge of the mountain and heaved a long sigh of relief. Looking at the heavenly thunder above the restriction formation, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Although he didn't get the Earth's core that Huan Wuxin talked about, he got the Thunder Pearl and solved the problem of the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. At the same time, his cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra also improved greatly. This trip was not in vain. Zhang Xiaohua transformed his body back to Pan En's handsome appearance. He stood up and flew back on the wind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already at the late stage of Qi refining stage 9 and had mastered half of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Logically speaking, a person who had just stepped into the path of immortality would not be able to use the Imperial Wind technique, let alone fly. However, Zhang Xiaohua was a little strange. He seemed to have an extraordinary mastery of the Imperial Wind technique. He was only at the middle stage of Qi refining stage, but he could already use the Imperial Wind technique to perfection. It was much better than before. Maybe I should try the flying technique again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was riding the wind, was still not satisfied with himself. However, before he could find the chant for the flying technique, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged below him. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and scanned with his divine sense. He understood immediately. What's wrong? Xia Qing, why is she here again? When he flew behind Xia Qing and stood quietly in the air, Xia Qing didn't notice him at all. She seemed to have rested enough and stood up again. She took 3 steps forward, then knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. After that, she got up again, took 3 steps forward, and then knelt down again. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. What is Xia Qing doing? Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua followed behind Xia Qing for a while. As expected, not long after, another bolt of lightning struck down. With a boom, the Yuan Qi in the air exploded again. Xia Qing couldn't dodge in time and her body was pushed far away, falling heavily to the side. When Xia Qing stabilized herself with her qinggong, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth again. However, Xia Qing gritted her teeth and a determined look appeared on her face. She sneered and said, "Senior, my heart is set on the path of Tao. No matter how hard you try to stop me, unless you take my life, I will still continue to move forward, Senior." Zhang Xiaohua was hiding behind her and understood. He could not help but be puzzled. In this Huan Su, other than him, there were only these disciples of Mo Xiangong. Where did this senior come from? Could it be the person who took away the Earth's core? Zhang Xiaohua was a little uneasy. He looked around and did not find anything strange within 600 feet of his divine sense. Shua! Just as Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down along with his divine sense. With a bang, it hit the left side of Xia Qing. Zhang Xiaohua jumped in fright and hurriedly flew back a little. At this time, he heard Xia Qing complain again, "Senior, this disciple knows that you are in front. If you didn't save me yesterday, I'm afraid I would have lost my life here. But, since you saved my life, why can't you show some mercy and leave a gap for me to enter the immortal Tao? I am also a direct disciple of Mo Xiangong on Lingxiang Peak. I am your junior. Please take pity on my hardships." As he spoke, he kowtowed again. Oh my! Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that Xia Qing thought that the person who saved her yesterday was a senior from the immortal Tao of the incense cult. Moreover, she wanted this senior from the incense cult, whom she had never met before, to impart the immortal Tao to her. Seeing Xia Qing like this, he could not help but smile bitterly. He was not a senior from the incense cult. Moreover, even if he had compassion in his heart, What could he use to fulfill Xiaqing's wish? Carefree Heart Sutra. Please, that was from the Misty School or the Misty School's treasure trove. He had no reason to impart it to a disciple of the incense cult. Perhaps, he could only give her a primordial stone that he used for cultivation. That was what Zhang Xiaohua initially thought. However, when he was about to reach into his pocket, he subconsciously shook his head. At Shixin Peak, he gave Du Feng and Ding Chao Meridian nourishing pills to help them improve their inner strength. After all, they were the three beauties of the Misty School and were old friends from the Misty School. If he made use of them in the future, they would be of great help to his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. This Xiaqing was different. She had been an outstanding disciple of the incense cult since young. Furthermore, she had made it clear that she wanted to seek guidance from the incense cult senior. He was just a guardian disciple and had nothing to do with any senior. He had never even given a primordial stone to Nie Qianyu, so why should he give it to Xiaqing? If he did this, wouldn't he be a good person? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua dispelled the thought. The incense cult had its own inheritance and he had no reason to interfere. However, seeing that Xiaqing was determined to move forward, there was only lightning in front of her. It was impossible for there to be any senior from the incense cult. Xiaqing would only end up dead if she continued forward. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of the situation and pointed his finger at the back of Xiaqing's head. Xiaqing immediately collapsed to the ground. Speaking of Xiaqing's martial arts, she was one of the top in Mo Xian's palace. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't be able to defeat her so easily. However, Xiaqing hadn't rested since 3 days ago. She had only thought of using her hardships to move the unknown senior and was already exhausted. Who would have thought that there would be a sneak attack behind her? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He picked up Xiaqing and flew back. Just as he was flying, he saw another signal soaring into the sky. Although he didn't understand what it meant, it was needless to say that it was sent by the other disciples who were with Xiaqing. Sure enough, when he quietly arrived, there were 3 or 4 female disciples. There were bloodstains on their bodies and some of their veils had fallen off. They were holding swords in their hands and looked extremely miserable as they stood there. Zhang Xiaohua placed Xiaqing on the ground not far away and opened her acupuncture points. He then used Birth Escape to escape. Xiaqing slowly woke up. When she saw that she was in a different place, she couldn't help but smile. She hurriedly called out, "Senior," then she flipped over and stood up. When she didn't see anyone, she knelt on the ground in disappointment. She cried out, "Senior, even if you don't want to accept a disciple, then can you give yourself to this disciple? You have saved this disciple time and time again, this disciple." Just as she was kowtowing, the other disciples also saw it. They all cried out in surprise and used their qin gong to rush over. Senior Sister Xia. Seeing Xiaqing like this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They just looked at each other and didn't know how to ask. Xiaqing cried for a while, but she didn't see any white-haired old man. She was quite disappointed. Wiping her tears, she stood up and asked, "You, how long have you been waiting for this?" "Senior Sister Xia, there was a sudden earthquake yesterday. All the junior sisters were trapped in the array and fought until the early hours of the morning. We finally managed to escape from the array and came here to look for senior sister. And senior sister was also nowhere to be found. We thought that senior sister was also trapped in the array, so we sent out 3 signals in a row to see where senior sister was so that we could meet up, until just now, when we heard senior sister's voice, we found senior sister, But what? But we have already searched this place and didn't see senior sister. Senior sister seemed to have suddenly appeared, a female disciple said hesitantly. Sigh. Xiaqing let out a long sigh. Looking at the flashing lightning in the distance, she couldn't help but feel unusually melancholic. After a long while, she asked, "Oh right, what kind of abnormal earthquake happened yesterday? Reporting to senior apprentice Sister Xia, after the tremors a few days ago, there was another huge earthquake yesterday, causing the already dilapidated places in Huansu to be in a complete mess. The most frightening thing was that the boundary of the formation had broken through and moved a lot closer to the core. We were all careless and fell into the formation. And in the array, all kinds of spirit beasts were in a mess. Some were attacking each other, some were peaceful. When we fell into the array, we were attacked by the spirit beasts. Fortunately, we were all at the boundary of the array and escaped with our lives. "Oh, this is bad, Lily." Xia Qing exclaimed, "Have you seen Lily?" Chapter 928. The endless starry sky was silent. Suddenly, a ripple spread out. At the same time, tiny rainbow-colored bubbles suddenly appeared in this huge region. It was like boiling water. The bubbles grew bigger and bigger. When they reached a certain size, they exploded with a crackling sound. When everything calmed down, an incomparably huge light figure appeared in the entire region. The light figure was blurry and distorted. There were also traces of purple lightning bursting out around it. At the center of the light figure, a huge triangle suddenly flashed. It rotated slightly, and it actually looked like a human eye. It contained endless emotions. At this moment, there seemed to be some confusion in the triangle. After a moment, there was a trace of realization and anger. The entire light shadow rotated slightly as if it was about to change direction. However, just as it moved, it stopped. The space shook, as if sighing, and turned back to its original direction. Then, the light shadow flickered and gradually became blurry. The entire space also rotated rapidly. The starlight was absorbed by the disappearing light shadow and gradually formed a black hole. The black hole rapidly shrank until it finally disappeared. Not long after, everything returned to normal. In the ruins of Huan, Zhang Xiaohua put Xia Qing down and immediately escaped underground. After walking for a long time, she emerged from the ground. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua's attention was drawn to the ruins in front of him as soon as he reached the surface. Although the ruins of Huan had been dilapidated, many of the main bodies of the palaces were still there due to the battles between the immortal Dao seniors. He could see their former appearances. But now, the remnants of the main bodies were gone. It was a complete mess, as if they had been thoroughly ravaged. At this moment, there was a "woo" sound. A shadow as fast as lightning rushed over and bit Zhang Xiaohua's neck. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine sense. How could she not notice it? Without turning around, she stretched out her right arm. It was as if there were eyes on the back of her head. It was right between the shadow's neck. Roar! The shadow roared. It was a fire wolf. Zhang Xiaohua saw the fire wolf in her hand and was surprised. Isn't this thing in the fire element array? Why did he suddenly run into the earth elemental formation? Seeing the fierce look in the fire wolf's eyes as it opened its mouth and was about to spit out a fireball, how could Zhang Xiaohua allow it to wreak havoc? With a wave of his hand, Chasing Dream appeared and sliced open the fire wolf's stomach. With a wave of his hand, a bead smaller than a soybean flew out and the fire wolf immediately lost its momentum. Zhang Xiaohua tossed the fire wolf to the ground. She frowned when she saw many spirit beasts gathering around. She flew into the air and looked at the direction before diving into the ground and heading towards the deep earth temple. Of course, there were still 5 8 purple gold furnaces waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to retrieve them in the center of the 5 elements formation. At the core of the 5 elements formation, the disciples looked around and said, "Senior Sister Xia, we don't see Lily." Xia Qing waved her hand and said, "A few days ago, he discovered the abnormality of the array and told me about it. I sent her outside the array to inform the disciples guarding the Rui Jin Hall about it and let them report this information to the lingering fragrance peak in time. However, Lily went out for a long time and didn't come back. Also, according to what you said, there is a big change in the array. The route we took to enter may not be safe. What should we do? Then, Xia Qin gritted her teeth and pulled out a long sword from her waist. She shouted, "Let's go. Let's save Lily first." Yes, senior sister Xia. Although everyone knew that it would be difficult, they had to save their junior sister when she was in trouble. Inside the fragrant religion, the Huan Su was in a mess. In the pugilistic world, it was stagnant water with slight ripples. In a beautiful mountain range, the trees were lush, birds were chirping, and all kinds of flowers were competing for beauty. Below the mountain range, there were several deep pools connected to each other. The water in the pools was dark green and cold. In the middle of the cold pools, there was a giant island covered in mist. There was no land between the giant island and the mountain range. There were only a few cold pools connected to each other. Not long after, some wooden boats or big ships came out from the mist of the giant island and headed towards the mountain range. At the same time, some people came to the giant island from the mountain range in small boats. Suddenly, a person dashed out from the mountain range. That person came to the nearest deep pool and immediately took out a triangular red flag. While waving it, he ran to a wooden boat that was about to set sail. That wooden boat was originally full of people, but when they saw that person holding the small red flag, a few people who were close to the outside immediately jumped off the boat and left a gap. That person didn't stand on ceremony. He jumped onto the boat first and then cupped his hands to express his gratitude to those people. That wooden boat immediately set sail and quickly headed towards the giant island. After the time it took to eat a meal, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s sat on a chair in a simple and unadorned hall. Below her were 2 rows of chairs. However, at this moment, there was only a white-haired old man sitting respectfully on the left. "Lily, you said, we just received news that the fragrant cult has given up on Rejuvenation Valley. They won't be protecting Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. The old man respectfully stood up and said with a smile, "That's right, sect master. This news was sent here by my disciple as soon as he received it. Sent here as soon as possible." The female sect master frowned and sighed. A messenger pigeon is so fast. It's a pity that we can't use it rashly now. Yes, sect master has considered everything thoroughly. It's not time for us to be open and aboveboard. Let's be patient for now. Lily, you said, why did the fragrant cult suddenly give such an order? Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley has offended the fragrant cult? Yes, according to my analysis, that's exactly the case. I don't think it's a big mistake. Otherwise, the fragrant cult wouldn't have cared about Rejuvenation Valley. This is just a small lesson. The fragrant cult. To think that a small sect like Rejuvenation Valley would ignore it. It can be seen that this is the beginning of the decline of the fragrant cult. You're right, sect master. By the way, we've been plotting for many years in the fragrant cult. Do you have any detailed information? The old man looked ashamed and said uneasily, I'm ashamed. Recently, we've received some news that our disciples are doing very well in the fragrant cult. Many of them have reached high positions. However, it's just that the fragrant cult's defenses are very tight. We can only communicate with them once every 2 years when they come out. Yes, I'm really incompetent. Please punish me, sect master. No need. This isn't your fault. You've done your best. The fragrant cult's protective formation was set up by the immortal Dao seniors. How could we break it? All our efforts were just to see if there were any flaws in it. Thank you for your tolerance, sect master. I've also sent many people into the fragrant cult. I've also sent a young disciple into the fragrant cult. I don't know if the fragrant cult's punishment of the Rejuvenation Valley has anything to do with this disciple of mine. The sect master was delighted and laughed. I don't think so. If they found out that the disciple was disloyal, wouldn't they have destroyed Rejuvenation Valley long ago? I think that the fragrant cult is using this as bait to find traces of us. You're wise, sect master. The old man was still respectful and smiled apologetically. Our sect has been in hiding for many years in order to find the weakness of the fragrant cult and the other great sections. But after all, they've left behind some clues. It's impossible that they don't know some clues. However, no matter how hard they think, they won't know our origins. Just as sect master has said, this really could be a bait for the fragrant cult. Since that's the case, let's beat them at their own game. Rejuvenation Valley has some grievances in the Jianghu. In the past, their enemies didn't dare to make a move because of the fragrant cult's face. This time, the fragrant cult has sent their face to us for a beating. How can we fail to live up to their good intentions? That's right. The old man was also beaming with joy. Didn't the Soaring Dragon Villa want to make up for their incompetence last time? Let's give them this opportunity. I'd like to see how much Rejuvenation Valley still has after relying on the fragrant cult for so many years. That's right. The fragrant religion said that they wouldn't care about Rejuvenation Valley for the next 10 years. Who knows if Rejuvenation Valley will still exist after 10 years? When Rejuvenation Valley is destroyed, will the fragrant religion just watch? If they reach out, they'll be going back on their words. If they don't, they'll be shooting themselves in the foot. When other sects see Rejuvenation Valley's end, who wouldn't be disheartened? There are many sects relying on us. Even if they still care about us on the surface, in the dark, when the time is right, we'll make a call. Who wouldn't respond? Sect master is wise. If we can find the fragrant cult's weak spot and stab them, we'll succeed. The fragrant cult's weak spot? It's easier said than done. Even the Tenryu sect far away in the northwest probably has the same idea. It's only because I'm afraid that there might be some unforeseen circumstances that I'm unwilling to take action. The beautiful woman's words were somewhat obscure. The old man pretended not to hear them. Then this subordinate will give the order. Let the young ones make some preparations and go out for some exercise. Yes. The mysterious sect master nodded slightly. He seemed to be quite reassured by the old man. After the old man bowed, the beautiful woman stood up and picked up a small exquisite teapot from the small tea table beside her. It was about the size of a palm and the small spout was even smaller. The beautiful woman held the teapot in her hand and played with it for a while. Then, she placed the spout between her cherry-red lips. Her thin lips exerted a little force as if she was sucking the tea from the teapot. She sucked for a long time. However, what was surprising was that the beautiful woman's internal strength was so exquisite that she only sucked for half a cup of tea's time. How much tea could that palm-sized teapot hold? But when the beautiful woman finished sucking the tea, she closed her eyes slightly as if she was enjoying it very much. Who knew how much tea she drank in that one breath? This exquisite teapot that was like a toy, also contained a universe inside. In the incense cult, in the heavenly five elements formation, the five elements primordial chi was already in a mess. The pure primordial chi in various places had already mixed into a ball. Various spiritual beasts that relied on the five elements primordial chi to survive had also left their original territories and wandered around randomly. Naturally, various spiritual beasts that had a poor sense of the overall situation began to fight for their own small interests. Zhang Xiaohua first flew in the sky. When she saw the chaos in the ruins of Huanshu, she couldn't help but frown. She made a gesture and escaped into the ground. She ignored the instinctive fight and headed towards the Deep Earth Palace and Greenwood Palace. After all, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that was suppressed in the eye of the formation was Zhang Xiaohua's treasure. There was no reason for her to steal the chicken and lose the rice. It turned out that Huolang had also come to the Sharp Gold Palace. At this moment, he was surrounding a female disciple and attacking her from time to time. That female disciple was already covered in blood. One of her arms was long gone and her empty sleeves were also extremely tattered. The female disciple clenched her silver teeth and struggled to defend with the long sword in her right hand. Chapter 929. The fire wolves' attack power was very sharp. Even someone as strong as Zhang Xiaohua would have a hard time dealing with them. How could this female disciple who was besieged by several fire wolves be a match for them? One of the fire wolves spat out a fireball the size of a wicker basket, which rapidly hit the long sword in the female disciple's hand. Soon after, another fire wolf pounced on the female disciple with a hoot sound, and its bloody mouth was about to bite the female disciple's pink face. Her nose seemed to have smelled the stench of the wolf's mouth, and the female disciple's vision turned black, and she fainted from happiness. Just as the fire wolf was about to bite off the female disciple's throat, a small sword silently flashed from behind the female disciple's neck. It brushed past the female disciple's tender neck and pierced into the fire wolf's mouth. Following which, a pool of blood burst out from the back of the fire wolf's neck, and the small sword drilled out from within. The fire wolf's corpse fell to the ground with a plop. This sudden change startled the other fire wolves. They looked around vigilantly, but the surroundings were still chaotic, and there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The few fire wolves were still hesitating, when suddenly, a figure flashed out from the ground between them. This person's facial features were picturesque. And it was as if his facial features were really picturesque. The space between his eyebrows was elegant, and his height was just right. In his hand was a sword embryo. The moment his figure flashed out, he immediately waved it, and with a "pa" sound, it hit the waist of a nearby fire wolf. That fire wolf was caught off guard, and as if it had been stabbed by a straw, black blood gushed out of its mouth. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, and it fell to the ground. The remaining fire wolves were shocked. They opened their mouths and spat out a few fireballs at the person. Seeing this, the person laughed and said, "You bastard, I am here and you still dare to be presumptuous? I'll let you see I's means." As he spoke, the person flew in the air and dodged a few fireballs. Before the fire wolves could control the fireballs and catch up, he immediately made a gesture in his hand. The small sword that had been forgotten by the fire wolves flew from the side and pierced into the mouth of another fire wolf. The fire wolf howled in despair and fell to the ground weakly. The fireball flying in the air also fell to the ground instantly. Ha ha ha. The person laughed again when he saw this. It's really straightforward. I didn't suffer the heavenly thunder for nothing. Wasn't this person Zhang Xiaohua who was easy to form into Panan? As early as when Zhang Xiaohua broke into the divination 5 elements formation, she had already encountered fire wolves. However, at that time, her divine sense was not even 20% of what it was now. Her true chi was also much worse. It was still a little difficult to deal with fire wolves. Now that her skill had greatly improved, it was easy to deal with them. The so-called wolves were the most cunning. Regardless of whether it was the blood wolves or the fire wolves, when the remaining fire wolves saw Zhang Xiaohua's divine power, how could they not know how powerful she was? After a few low howls, they scattered and fled in panic. The small sword-chasing dream swayed a few times in the air and did not chase after them. It flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the female disciple. First, she swept her divine sense over her. Then, she cautiously placed her hand on the female disciple's pulse to check. Then, she frowned and hesitated. This female disciple was seriously injured. Her arm had been bitten off by an unknown spirit beast. She had lost a lot of blood. Although she had taken the elixir from the fragrant cult and had taken it early, her life. It was hard to say. If Zhang Xiaohua left at this time, not to mention the blood wolves, any random spirit beast would be able to eat her. Perhaps, I can only send her out of the formation. Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought. Then, she took out a yuhuandan pill from her bosom. Without thinking, she threw it into the mouth of the female disciple. After all, it was also a life. Then, Zhang Xiaohua bent down. Just as she was about to hold the female disciple in her hand, there were a few earth-shaking sounds. It seemed that a few heavy giant creatures were walking towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not raise her head. She swept her divine sense over and a smile appeared on her face. Then, she straightened her body and looked in the direction of those giant creatures. Not long after, a few huge black bears appeared. They were the mountain-shaking bears that Zhang Xiaohua saw at Wan Wuxin's place. Those mountain-shaking bears were far away from the deep earth palace and ran to the sharp gold palace. Their bodies were huge and their defense was extremely strong. In addition, they were extremely strong. In this chaotic five elements formation, they could be considered as the overlords. When the mountain-shaking bear in the lead suddenly saw a smiling stranger in front of it, it unconsciously became vigilant. Before Zhang Xiaohua could say anything, the mountain-shaking bear's eyes showed hesitation again. It stood far away and did not go forward. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that the mountain-shaking bear saw through the flaw of the transfiguration technique? If even a mere spirit beast can see through it, how can I count on it to deceive Abbess Jing Yi who is far away at Lingering Fragrance Peak? The mountain-shaking bear stared at Zhang Xiaohua and sized her up. It was still uncertain. It looked at the Great Wisdom Sword and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua's unfamiliar face. Then, as if it had discovered something, it laughed and roared towards the sky. It landed on all fours and ran over. It only stopped in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The remaining mountain-shaking bears also followed. However, they were not like the leading mountain-shaking bear. They were still somewhat vigilant and treated Zhang Xiaohua as a stranger. Could it be that the transfiguration technique was not seen through? Or does the leading mountain-shaking bear have a unique ability? Zhang Xiaohua thought. Then, she saw the mountain-shaking bear walk forward. It waved its paws left and right as if it was greeting Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and silently used the transfiguration technique to restore her original appearance. Then, the other mountain-shaking bear's eyes revealed joy. It seems that the transfiguration technique is still useful. Only the leading mountain-shaking bear can. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and laughed. That's right, before and after she entered Summer World, there was no difference. However, the mountain-shaking bear's attitude was completely different. It was obvious that it was because of the thing that Wan Wuxin left in her Naiwan palace. Now, even though she had used the transfiguration technique, she was still easily recognized by the mountain-shaking bear. She did not know if the transfiguration technique was useless or if Wan Wuxin's methods were brilliant. It seems that I should find an opportunity to get rid of this immortal Dao Senior's legacy. Although Senior Huan's tone did not sound malicious, and in terms of legacy, I am considered his junior by who knows how many generations, but, after all, there is something that I do not understand in my Naiwan palace. I am really worried. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and thought to herself. When the few mountain-shaking bears saw that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought, they obediently stood by the side. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at these spiritual beasts with little intelligence. She felt a warmth in her heart. She leaped into the air and her feet left the ground. She was taller than the mountain-shaking bear by half a body. She raised her hand and patted its head. When the mountain-shaking bear saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so powerful, its bean-sized eyes flashed with a strong light. The mountain-shaking bear shrunk its head and lowered its paws. It was as docile as the old yellow dog in the Guizhuang house. "All right, it's okay. All right, all right. The five elements formation is already in chaos. You old bears don't have to be afraid. Do what you have to do. This poor Taoist still has things to do. Let's meet again if fate wills it," Zhang Xiaohua said as he patted the shoulders of the bears, bidding them farewell. The black bears also understood and shook their heads reluctantly. At this moment, there was a commotion in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and released her divine sense. She had long understood that from the core of Huan Su, it was Xia Qing who was leading a few disciples towards them. Why, is there one less? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but when she saw that Xia Qing and the rest were exhausted, and there were fire wolves, saber-toothed tigers, and a few other spiritual beasts around them that she had never seen before, she understood. She was about to go forward, but when she saw the female disciple on the ground and a few mountain-shaking bears beside her, her eyes lit up. She first flew to the female disciple, carried her and threw her on the shoulder of a mountain-shaking bear. That mountain-shaking bear did not understand what was going on, but it still stood there, naively, and pressed its large paw on the female disciple's back to prevent her from falling. Then, Zhang Xiaohua pointed in the direction of the sound and said while gesturing, "Brother Bear, there are a few people over there. They are the descendants of your master, Senior Huan. Can you bring them out of the five elements formation?" Although that mountain-shaking bear was a spiritual beast, it could not be compared to Little Marten and Little Dog. How could it understand? It also did not know what the so-called descendants were. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's sign language was easy to understand. After gesturing for a while, that mountain-shaking bear seemed to understand. It shook its head and shook its paw, then ran towards Zhang Xiaohua's direction. After running a few steps, it turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua, only to see that Zhang Xiaohua had already flown in another direction. As for Xia Qing and the others, they hurriedly followed the path they remembered. This path was originally very safe and would not encounter any spiritual beasts, but now that the five elements formation was in chaos and the formation had been overturned, how could it be safe? Moreover, with these people together, they were more conspicuous than Lily. They had long been tracked by the spirit beasts that had smelled their scent. After a few fights, they had already lost a disciple inside. However, the fortunate thing was that they had consulted each other and had a clear route to get out. Unlike Lily, although she had entered the array earlier, she had been chased by the spirit beasts. She had first been injured, then lost her way. If she had not met Zhang Xiaohua, she would have died. Even so, there was no longer a safe route and danger lurked in every corner. If it were not for the fact that the spiritual beasts of different attributes were wary of each other and attacked each other from time to time, they would not have been able to persevere until now. Just when Xia Qing felt that she had reached the edge of the five elements' great array and that she might be able to escape after a few more battles, she smelled the ground shaking again. When she peeked into the distance, she saw that it was a few huge mountain-shaking bears. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. It was already a leaky roof, and now it was raining continuously. How could she still have a chance to survive after encountering the mountain-shaking bears that were almost the overlords of the five elements' great array? As for the spirit beasts chasing Xia Qing, their eyes were also filled with vigilance. Chapter 930. When the mountain-shaking bear arrived at the scene, there were a few spirit beasts that looked similar to mice but were several times larger in size. They were constantly attacking Xiaqing and the others. Everyone was in a hurry to deal with them. The arrival of the mountain-shaking bear not only made Xiaqing's heart turn cold, but the long sword in her hand also went limp and the strength of her stab was completely gone. Those spirit beasts were quite vigilant and ignored Xiaqing and the others' reactions. They only turned their bodies to the side and stood there in a daze. The mountain-shaking bear didn't care about this and strode into the field. Before they could stabilize themselves, another disciple with sharp eyes saw Lily on the shoulder of the mountain-shaking bear. He cried out involuntarily, "Senior Sister Xia, this is Junior Sister Lily." When Xiaqing heard this, she was pleasantly surprised. However, she didn't dare to move her feet and only stared at the mountain-shaking bears with bright eyes. However, when the mountain-shaking bears entered the field, they were different from the other spirit beasts. They didn't linger at the side and directly surrounded Xiaqing and the other spirit beasts. Then, the mountain-shaking bear in the lead raised its head and roared loudly. Its voice spread far and wide. The rat-like spirit beasts were stunned and became furious. They also began to squeak and a few of them even flipped their bodies in the air. Xiaqing didn't understand, but her heart grew colder. Lily was captured by the mountain-shaking bear and she didn't know if she was dead or alive. However, looking at the bloodstains on her body, she was definitely seriously injured. Since the mountain-shaking bear had surrounded them, they must be treated the same way. Thinking about this, Xiaqing looked at the disciples beside her. Unknowingly, everyone exchanged glances and tightened their grip on their weapons. Their hearts were filled with the desire to die. Around Xiaqing, a few spirit beasts jumped a few times in the air. One of them flew over with a whoosh and clawed at the mountain-shaking bear's face like a yellow wind. Although the spirit beast was fast, the mountain-shaking bear didn't panic. When the spirit beast's claw was in front of his eyes, he raised his thick bare paw and blocked it. Whoosh! There seemed to be a few sparks. The spirit beast used the momentum to twist its body in the air and charged at the mountain-shaking bear. It spat out a small water column. The water column was like an arrow, shooting straight towards the mountain-shaking bear's eyes. When the mountain-shaking bear saw this, it was exceptionally furious. It opened its ferocious mouth and let out a roar. Its massive body was extremely nimble as it leapt forward. It extended its left palm and slapped the water pillar. The water pillar disappeared, but not a single drop of water fell. The mountain-shaking bear's other paw was also extended at lightning speed. When the little spiritual beast was extremely close to it, it immediately slapped its body. With a bang, the little beast was shot down like a stone falling on the ground. Then, the little beast jumped out of the ground and ran far away, leaving only a small hole in the ground. Immediately, the other small beasts also cried out and fled in all directions. When these small beasts disappeared, the mountain-shaking bear stood majestically and looked around with its small eyes. With a dong sound, it stomped its left foot. The spirit beasts that were still looking around earlier were like monkeys that had lost their tree. They scattered with a loud bang. When they ran far away, they didn't give up and hid behind a few ruins, watching from afar. Seeing the mountain-shaking bear scattering the spirit beasts, Xiaqing didn't feel lucky in her heart. Although these spirit beasts lived in the five elements' great array and were quite intelligent, they were still wild beasts after all. They had a cruel temperament and viewed human lives as weeds. One of her own junior sisters was torn apart by a heaven-reaching ape in front of its eyes. It didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Who knew that when she tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, the mountain-shaking bear still didn't attack. Instead, those mountain-shaking bears still surrounded them from afar, watching coldly. Xiaqing scratched her head. She clearly saw how strong the mountain-shaking bear was. The water pillars that she and her group were exhausted from dealing with were scattered with a slap from the mountain-shaking bear. The spirit beasts that she couldn't even stab with her sword were sent flying with a slap from the mountain-shaking bear. How could she take the initiative to attack? After a long while, seeing that the situation was extremely awkward, a quick-witted disciple suddenly said softly, "Senior Sister Xia. I feel that these mountain-shaking bears seem to be protecting us." His tone was extremely weak, and by the end, it was almost inaudible. That's right, this kind of thinking was really inconceivable. However, it was this sentence that made Xia Qing's mind light up. Isn't that so? Previously, at the core of the ruins of Huan, there was a senior from our sect who appeared to save us. This might be the work of that senior too. The more Xia Qing thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She immediately knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "But, which senior saved us? Please show yourself, and let us thank you." When the other disciples heard this, they were extremely surprised and quickly knelt on the ground. However, after a few kowtows, there was no movement. There were only a few mountain-shaking bears standing at the side. This. Xia Qing frowned and thought for a while. She stood up and said softly, "Junior sisters, the situation in front of us, this mountain-shaking bear doesn't know what it means. Perhaps it matches my guess. Let's walk forward, what do you all think?" Naturally, no one had any objections. Thus, Xia Qing and the others tried to follow the original route and walked forward for a while. To their surprise, the mountain-shaking bear didn't make things difficult for them. It only scattered around them and followed them forward. Xia Qing almost clapped her hands. She smiled and said loudly, "Thank you for your concern, senior." Then, she quickly walked to the mountain-shaking bear that was carrying Bai He on its shoulder and cupped her hands. "Excuse me. Could you please return junior sister Bai He to me?" Xia Qing's politeness was doused with cold water by the mountain-shaking bear's arrogance. It turned its head away and didn't even look at her. Xia Qing was extremely embarrassed. A disciple beside her was a little anxious. "Senior Sister Xia, let's get out of the formation quickly. It won't be too late to ask for junior sister Bai He when we get out." "Yes, Senior Sister Xia, they are mountain-shaking bears after all. They are not us." "They may not understand what you mean." Xia Qing naturally understood. She nodded, waved her hand and led the way forward. Everyone had fought hard for a long time and their inner energy was already exhausted. However, seeing that there was hope for survival, why would they care about the damage to their meridians by forcefully using their inner energy? They all forcefully used their inner energy, extracted their inner energy from their meridians, and used their lightness skills to move towards the edge of the ruins of Huan. The mountain-shaking bear was indeed valiant. It took large strides as if the ground was just inches away. It seemed to effortlessly surround Xia Qing. Along the way, there were some sporadic spiritual beasts that didn't know what was good for them and harassed them from time to time. However, they were all defeated by the mountain-shaking bear's powerful martial arts. This made Xia Qing and the rest even more nervous. It must be one of the seniors from our cult who took action. There was naturally someone who took action. However, how could it be the seniors from the incense cult in Xia Qing and the rest's hearts? Yes, not only was it not a senior from the incense cult, it seemed like it was doing something that was detrimental to the incense cult. Just as the mountain-shaking bear escorted Xia Qing and the rest to the edge of the ruins of Huan, they were still carefree and didn't seem to hide their tracks at all. At this moment, there was a sudden earthquake. Without any warning, the entire ground shook violently. The ruins of Huan, which was already broken to the point that it couldn't get any more broken, was once again filled with dust. Not only did Xia Qing and the rest lose their footing and fall to the ground, even the mountain-shaking bear and the rest had a horrified expression in their eyes. Their bodies swayed left and right, as if they were about to fall. Fortunately, the shaking was extremely short and stopped in an instant. When Xiaqing got up from the ground, a disciple cried out in horror, "Senior Sister Xia, this is already the second time the array shook. It seems more intense than the last time. It's just that the duration is much shorter. Hurry up and get out. There must be a great change in the array. Perhaps the core thing has changed." Xiaqing was shocked, but then she revealed a joyful expression. Perhaps it's the right time for that thing to be born. Hurry up and report to the cult leader. If there's good news, perhaps everyone will benefit. When the rest heard this, they were also delighted. They immediately got up and ran to the edge. Extremely far away was the location of the array core of the Rui Jin Palace. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was floating in the air. She was holding the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace that was previously suppressing the array core. Her face revealed a horrified expression. "Are you kidding me? Why is there such a big movement? I'm just taking back the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It was originally mine." Then she thought about it and realized something. She had put away the 5 elements beads in the 5 array cores of the 5 elements array that she was barely able to maintain. That day, when she collected the earth element bead, the entire array shook. However, it wasn't very big. When she came out of the core restriction, the entire array changed again. It must be related to the thunder bead that she put away. Of course, the Earth's core had hidden itself in the nameless void. Perhaps it was also related to the great change in the array. Now, she had put away the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace and completely destroyed the 5 elements array. How could it not cause a disturbance? Oh no! Won't my movement attract Nanjingyi's attention? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. I still need to think of a way to divert her attention. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She unconsciously came up with a plan. With a smile, she broke through the air and went to the place where she entered the array. Xiaqing and the others walked for a long time but still didn't see a familiar place. She couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the array changed and changed the route? Just as she was thinking, she heard a long roar from a few mountain-shaking bears around her. Their eyes revealed traces of uneasiness and they slowed down their pace. Xiaqing and the others didn't understand. Their speed was still the same. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaqing's eyes lit up. Between the gaps of the ruins in the distance, she could see a flat area. Wasn't it the edge of the Huangsu? Xiaqing and the others were overjoyed. Just as they were about to rush out, the mountain-shaking bears stopped. With a low roar, they threw Lily on the ground and walked around for a long time, as if they were looking for something. However, they didn't find anything. Then, they turned around and strode into the depths of the Huangsu. Chapter 931. Seeing that mountain-shaking bear had abandoned Lily, a few disciples hurried forward. Seeing that Lily was still breathing, they didn't dare to neglect her and immediately carried her on their shoulders. After running wildly for a while, they finally exited the Huan ruins and arrived on a flat surface. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Xiaqing immediately knelt down on the ground and said, "Disciple Xiaqing thanks Senior for saving us on behalf of all the junior sisters." The other disciples also knelt down. Just when they were about to get up and didn't expect any response, a voice came from the distant sky. Everyone was overjoyed. When they looked up, they saw a burly man in a simple robe floating in the distance. This. Xiaqing was shocked. He was obviously not an elder or leader of the aroma-spreading religion. Could he be a consecrator of some generation? However, Xiaqing immediately denied it. This immortal technique could only be obtained by the leader or the elders. Consecrators couldn't do that. However, looking at this man floating in the sky, she realized that he was even more powerful than the leader. This made Xiaqing scratch her head. You are all descendants of Ai's old friends. Naturally, I should help you. The man's voice was extremely weak. Xiaqing could only hear him clearly. Before she could say anything, the man waved his hand and flew into the depths of the Huan ruins like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Ah! The disciples, including Xiaqing, were all dumbfounded. They had heard countless legends of the immortal Tao and revered the deeds of their ancestors. But this immortal Tao divine ability to fly without a trace, was something they had never dreamt of even in their wildest dreams. It was Lord Cult Leader, no one dared to think further. Is that senior sister Xia? In the distance, while Xiaqing and the others were stunned, a few male disciples of the Rui Jin Palace ran over in surprise. The first one was Ren Wufeng, whom Zhang Xiaohua met. Seeing the man in the Taoist robe fly away, Xiaqing and the others were full of surprise and regret. Hearing someone calling them, they calmed down and turned around. As expected, it's senior sister Xia. Ren Wufeng was also pleasantly surprised to see Xiaqing. He looked around and tried to sound her out. Over the past few days, there have been huge changes in Huansu. I was panicking and didn't know what to do. Now that I've seen senior sister, I'm relieved. Xiaqing was non-committal as she nodded and said, I've made junior brother Ren worry. It's just that, the boundary of Huansu, seems to have expanded quite a bit. Ren Wufeng cupped his fists and said, Senior martial sister Xia, you're right. Ever since the first slight tremor in Huansu a few days ago, the edge of Huansu began to expand outwards. I panicked and could only gradually move backwards. The biggest tremor in the middle caused the ruins at the edge of the ruins of waste to be even more dilapidated. The area of expansion was the largest and the speed was also extremely fast. Even the small ones were almost swept into it. The saber-toothed tigers and other wild beasts inside scared me so much that I broke out in a cold sweat. Ren Wufeng was eloquent and said clearly, even the last tremor just now, the area of expansion was also much larger. Xiaqing waved her hand and said, this matter. Have you reported it to sect leader? Of course. Ren Wufeng was resolute at first, but then he smiled and said, Although I know that senior martial sister Xia is here and the matter of Huansu should be decided by senior martial sister Xia, it's just that. Senior martial sister Xia is in Huansu and it's quite inconvenient to send messages, so. I took the initiative and sent out the highest level signal on me the day before yesterday. It's just that, you've done well. Xiaqing smiled and nodded. She took out a signal from her bosom and handed it over. She said, although you've sent out the signal, sect leader might not care about it with the disciples of Mo Xian Palace around. Send out this signal for me and ask sect leader to come quickly. Yes. Ren Wufeng took it. He knew that Xiaqing and the others must have encountered some unforeseen event and their inner strength was insufficient, so they let him use it. Seeing Ren Wufeng send out the signal, Xiaqing heaved a sigh of relief and asked in a low voice, how's junior martial sister Baihe's injury? A disciple next to her whispered, junior martial sister Baihe's injury is very serious. Not to mention that she has lost an arm, even the meridians in her body are torn. She needs to recuperate for a while before she can, well, that's good. As long as she can keep her life, it's a blessing. Feed Baihe another Yuhuandan pill, however, before Xiaqing finished speaking, the disciple next to her continued, it's just that, there's a medicinal power in junior martial sister Baihe's body that's nourishing her injury. This medicinal power is very similar to the Yuhuandan pill of our sect, but but the medicinal power seems to be much stronger, eh? Xia Qing frowned and stretched out her hand. A wisp of inner strength was transferred into her, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Yes, this medicinal power is similar to the Yuhuandan pill. It should be from the immortal Dao Senior we saw just now. This also means that the Senior is our incense cult's consecrator. This junior martial sister Baiha must have been saved by him. But, that Senior looks, not much older than us. A disciple asked. There are countless immortal Dao supernatural powers, and it should be very easy to rejuvenate. That Senior looks like a middle-aged man, but maybe, he's older than our sect leader. Xia Qing explained with a smile. Immortal Dao Senior. Middle-aged man. Ren Wufeng was puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask. Junior brother Ren, do you have horses and carriages here? Xia Qing turned her head and asked. Of course, senior martial sister Xia, do you want to use them? I'll go and prepare them now. Ren Wufeng cupped his hands and left. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, she led the disciples of Ruijin Palace back with a few horses and a carriage. Looking at her junior sisters putting the Baiha into the carriage, Xia Qing instructed, Junior brother Ren, there's a huge change in Huansu. Although we've already sent out a signal, Lord Cult Master is busy every day and might not have the time to come over. We still need to report to Lingering Fragrance Peak. We are all injured. Send a few disciples to follow us back to the mountain. Yes. Ren Wufeng swiftly arranged everything. With a few disciples of the Sharp Gold Hall leading the way, the group was about to leave the Huan ruins. At this moment, an odd beast darted out from behind a huge rock not far away. It slanted around the crowd and headed towards the edge of the ruins of Huan. This. Xia Qing looked at the familiar David's deer and couldn't help but ask, is it the David's deer? Seeing this, Ren Wufeng said curiously, yes. Just a few days ago, a person who claimed to be the disciple of Mo Xiangong of Lingering Fragrance Peak entered the ruins of Huansu. He said that he was sent by Lord Cult Master to pick up senior sister Xia. This odd beast was left behind by that disciple. Disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Xia Qing frowned, is he called Ren Xiaoyao? Yes, it's Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Wufeng was surprised, could it be that this Ren Xiaoyao isn't the disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak? That's right. He's the disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak personally appointed by Lord Cult Master. Didn't you check his waist token? No, of course I did. But it's my first time seeing this disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak, so. Ren Wufeng nodded and then realized, could it be that senior sister Xia didn't meet him? I thought senior sister Xia had seen him, and he's already. Xia Qing waved her hand, I haven't seen him yet. We're all at the core of the ruins of Huansu. How can Ren Xiaoyao enter? Unless Lord Cult Master tells him the route. Then, looking at the back of the David's deer, she shook her head and said, not to mention that Lord Cult Master won't tell him the route, even if he did, now, unless God opens his eyes, otherwise, it's impossible for him to survive. Just when Xia Qing came to a conclusion, God really opened his eyes. The David's deer ran to the edge of the ruins of Huansu and stopped at a distance, as if it was extremely scared. In the ruins in front of it, the shadow of a saber-toothed tiger loomed, and then a thin and tall figure flew out. With a bang, it crashed into a mountain rock not far away, and there was no movement for a long time. This. Xia Qing was dumbfounded. She had seen Zhang Xiaohua before. Although she didn't have a deep impression of him, she still knew about his thin and tall figure and his reputation of breaking into Lingering Fragrance Peak. She had just mentioned him, and he actually escaped from the ruins of Huansu. Junior brother Ren, go over and take a look, see, if Ren Xiaoyao is still alive. Ren Wufeng urged the horse. Halfway through, he saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up unsteadily and looking around blankly. When he saw Ren Wufeng, his face was filled with joy, and he walked unsteadily towards Ren Wufeng's direction. The David's deer was Huan Huan. It cried out happily and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua got onto the David's deer with great difficulty, and then urged Huan Huan to come in front of Ren Wufeng. Leaning on Huan Huan's back, she said weakly, "Junior brother Ren." Ren Wufeng confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity as a disciple of the guardian. He didn't dare to neglect and said with a smile, "Senior brother Ren, please come over here. Senior sister Xia from Mo Nong Gong is returning to Lingering Fragrance Peak." Returning to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "It's over? She's going back just like that?" "This? I don't know, you'd better ask senior sister Xia." Ren Wufeng shook his head. When he was in front of Xia Qing, Zhang Xiaohua struggled to get off the David's deer. Xia Qing frowned and said angrily, "No need, Ren Xiaoyao, you're injured now, it's better for you to sit on the horse." "Thank you, senior sister Xia," Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin. "Ren Xiaoyao, why are you here? Aren't you accompanying Xixia at Lingering Fragrance Peak? Why did Lord Cult Leader ask you to come here? Why did you run into the ruins of Huan by yourself? Did Lord Cult Leader let you in?" Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Xia Qing threw a bunch of questions at him. Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared his words. When Xia Qing's voice fell, he answered leisurely, "I'm here on Lord Cult Leader's orders to come to the ruins of Huan to fetch senior sister Xia. Of course, I'm indebted to Lord Cult Leader's kindness and didn't force me to go in and explore, but I thought that since I'm already a disciple of the guardian of Mo Nong Gong, I should be able to enter the ruins of Huan. Wouldn't it be better if I could help senior sister Xia inside?" So you acted on your own initiative and entered the ruins of Huan?" Xia Qing asked angrily. Chapter 932. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "But I didn't expect it to be so quiet inside. I didn't run into any of the monsters junior brother Ren Wufeng mentioned until a few days ago. I went to a place, and before I could investigate in detail, the ground shook. Then, I saw some strange things that were different from the monsters junior brother Ren Wufeng mentioned. Hee, my martial arts are limited. I can't compare with senior sister Xia, so I gave up the idea of going forward and went back the way I came. But, it was a quiet ruin a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but it suddenly became lively. If I didn't have the strength to run fast, I would have been eaten by those beasts. TSK, I don't know what those monsters saw in me. I don't have much meat on me. What's so delicious about me?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. His words made the female disciples of Mo Xian Palace cover their mouths. Only Xia Qing frowned. When she met Zhang Xiaohua in the fragrant cult, she was cold and didn't like him. When she heard about the matter between Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu, she thought that Zhang Xiaohua saved Nie Qianyu in order to enter the fragrant cult. Later, when she heard that Zhang Xiaohua broke into the Lingxiang Peak and got along with Xixia, she felt more and more ashamed of Zhang Xiaohua's character. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaohua's glib tongue, she was disgusted. She didn't want to ask about his encounter in the ruins of Huanyu and just sneered, "It seems that junior brother Ren is quite lucky. I don't know what he encountered in there and what benefits he got. However, just by seeing junior brother Ren being chased by the saber-toothed tiger. TSK, it's not something to be proud of." Well. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and smiled, "I met." Xia Qing waved her hand and stopped him. "Junior fellow apprentice Ren is the protector disciple of Mo Xian Gong, which is the direct subordinate of Hierarch Darren. Although his position is not high, it is not something I can ask. Since Hierarch Darren sent you to meet him, you should report everything to Hierarch Darren in detail after meeting him. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's reply, she waved her hand and said, "Let's go ahead. You stay behind." That. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Xia Qin was an old acquaintance of hers outside the incense cult. It was because of this relationship that she saved her several times in the Huansu. Although she didn't ask for her gratitude, she didn't need to be so cold. After everyone moved forward, Zhang Xiaohua leaned over the back of the David's deer and slowly followed behind. Thinking about Xia Qing's respect and pleading to her in the Huansu, a senior of the immortal path whom she had never met, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Although her heart was firm, her nature hadn't changed at all. The pride in her heart overflowed even in front of the weak. Was this kind of person suitable to cultivate the immortal path? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know this question and was too lazy to think about it. He just thought about it and threw it to the back of his mind. He began to think about how to deal with Nun Jingyi. Although Zhang Xiaohua used the transfiguration technique to transform himself into one Wuxin and deceive Xia Qing and the others, he couldn't guarantee that he could deceive Nun Jingyi. He followed Xia Qing and the others into the Huansu. Now that such a big change had happened in the Huansu, he would definitely be suspected by Nun Jingyi. Since he was the initiator of this change, how could he not be nervous? Moreover, he was full of the secrets of the immortal path. If Nun Jingyi discovered even a little bit of it. But they were all life-threatening. Although Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had improved greatly in the restriction at the core of the Huansu, he was like a baby who had a mountain of gold and didn't know how to spend it. Although his vital energy was sufficient and his divine sense was comparable to Nun Jingyi's, when he thought about how Nun Jingyi could easily stop Shimujuan's shocking sword with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was quite nervous. He knew very well that he definitely didn't have that kind of cultivation. Xia Qing and the rest were all injured, so their movements were not very fast. They slowly urged the horses under them to move and adjust their breathing on the back of the horses. When they were far away from Huansu and saw the sky, it was already gradually getting dark. It wasn't until everyone set up camp and rested on a relatively flat ground that Zhang Xiaohua racked his brains and thought of a stupid idea. That was to take out all the Dharma artifacts related to the immortal path, find a place, and bury them. He didn't have a single Dharma artifact on him. Let's see what Nun Jingyi could find. Zhang Xiaohua was the guardian disciple of Mo Ninggong. Of course, he wouldn't stay with the disciples of Rui Jin Palace. Xia Qing and the others were female disciples, so they couldn't stay with Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's tent was set up alone beside a mountain rock. Looking at the night sky, the injured female disciples stayed in the tent to adjust their breathing. The disciples of Rui Jin Palace lit a bonfire in the distance and patrolled. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and directly went underground. After walking for a short distance, she found a place to hide. She took out all the things on her body, chasing dream, belt, bracelet, money pouch, and so on, and hid them all. Then, she set up a restriction to prevent them from being discovered. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly prayed in her heart, "May the passing gods bless me. These are all this little one's belongings. Please don't let anyone discover them." After everything was done, Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat as she remembered the bracelet on her arm. This was her biggest secret. Should she hide this bracelet as well? Taking off the bracelet from her arm, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the thing that she had long ignored. It was made of a dark material, and she seemed to be able to see the faint starlight inside. She scanned it with her divine sense, but there wasn't any fluctuation of heaven and earth yuan qi. When she used her divine sense to invade it, she didn't find any abnormalities. It was no different from an ordinary object. Let's take a gamble. My divine sense can't discover this thing. Maybe Abbess Jing Yi can't see it either. Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself. After all, this was her most precious thing. She didn't feel at ease leaving it somewhere else. I forgot. Previously, when Senior Wan Wuxin taught me how to refine the stone tablet, she mentioned the origin energy. At that time, I couldn't spit it out. Now that my cultivation has improved, I feel that it's possible. Should I refine the stone tablet? I should also see what's inside. If this place is discovered by others in the future, won't I not even know what's inside? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua put the bracelet on her arm and took the jade tablet out of her belt. She looked around and scanned with her divine sense. She found a small cave in the distance. She made a hand seal and flew over. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. She stretched out her palm and placed it on the stone tablet that had turned light gold. She silently recited the method to refine the stone tablet. She refined the stone tablet once more. Everything happened naturally. According to Wan Wuxin's instructions, Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of hazy light gold origin energy. It scattered on the stone tablet. Instantly, the stone tablet flashed with a sparkling light. A feeling of freedom came from the stone tablet. At the same time, a voice sounded again. Fellow Taoist, with your cultivation, this stone tablet can be considered to have been refined by you. Fellow Taoist, you've come from afar, so I invited you in because I had no other choice. Perhaps it wasn't your intention. However, this stone tablet was obtained by I from the Heaven Play 5 Elements formation. Although the things inside are precious, they're different from what I learned. It's fate that I'm giving it to you now. Fellow Taoist, please don't be in a hurry to comprehend it. Just take a look first. It won't be too late to comprehend it when you have the opportunity in the future. Please come in and have a chat. Then, the voice disappeared without a trace. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua laughed secretly. Isn't that Wan Wuxin's voice? And judging from the meaning of that voice, it was mine before I entered the passageway. This Wan Wuxin is really scheming. First, he left his voice in the stone tablet and let me see the things inside the stone tablet so that I'm tempted. Then, he let me enter the passageway. But who knew that I don't have the ability to refine this stone tablet at all? Of course, I don't know anything about the things inside. But, what good things are left in the stone tablet? Even Wan Wuxin, the founder of the immortal Tao, said that it's precious. Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was greatly aroused. She penetrated her divine sense into the stone tablet. She saw that the stone tablet was also an empty place. She couldn't see anything. Could it be that Senior Huan is lying? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, a transparent human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space of the stone tablet. That human figure waved his hand and a small sword flew out from his hand. Once the small sword entered the air, it multiplied from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with sword light dancing. Could it be that there were already more than 10,000 of them? At the same time, a flow flowed into Zhang Xiaohua's mind. When Zhang Xiaohua digested the flow, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. This flow recorded the technique of controlling the sword. It was called sword rendition of the world. And this illusory sword technique was only the first level of the sword technique. Who knew how many levels there were after that? How could this not make Zhang Xiaohua ecstatic? His own driving of chasing dream was merely based on a few nameless flying sword moves. Based on his own exploration, it was basically a wild fox meditation. It was fine for him to bully martial artists normally, but if he met someone with superior martial arts, he would be helpless. It was simply impossible for him to have the magical power of 10,000 swords in the metal element formation. And this sword rendition of the world, although the name was as vulgar as weapon rendition of the world, the content inside could not be mentioned in the same breath. The realm of 10,000 swords that Zhang Xiaohua dreamed of was only the first level of the sword technique. It was no wonder that even Wan Wuxin praised it as precious. After Zhang Xiaohua penetrated her divine sense into the stone tablet, she carefully looked at the technique of the transparent human figure several times. After she was sure that she had memorized it, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly put the stone tablet into her belt and put it into the restriction again. However, this time, although Zhang Xiaohua was separated by the restriction, she could still feel the position of the stone tablet. It was as if she could see it herself. Good. Zhang Xiaohua praised in her heart. So refining the stone tablet has such benefits? I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find this place. Chapter 933. When Zhang Xiaohua sensed the stone steel's location and was about to leave, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He seemed to have sensed something, but after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what it was. Could it be another warning sign? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. He burrowed into the ground and headed back. When he saw the bonfire in the Rui Jin Hall, he suddenly realized something. I was wondering why it was so strange. It seems like I only sensed the stone tablet's location, but I didn't sense any fluctuations from the stone tablet. This is the consequence of refining the stone tablet. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, but he couldn't make up his mind. After all, he was the one who refined the stone tablet. It wasn't strange for him to be able to sense the stone tablet without using the energy fluctuations. However, he didn't know if others, such as Nun Jingyi, would be able to sense the stone tablet's fluctuations with their divine senses. This isn't easy to try. Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. It would be best if I could conceal it. If I can't, wouldn't I be losing money? Moreover, the refining method of each artifact is different. The method of refining the stone tablet probably won't work on other artifacts. It's better to get past Nun Jingyi first. It was a quiet night. Zhang Xiaohua calmly comprehended the first stage of the Sword of the World. The chant matched with the human figure in the stone tablet. After tasting it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his ears and cheeks. He just wanted to follow the instructions of the technique and control chasing dream. He wanted to create thousands of sword shadows in the air. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua escaped from the tent and found a secluded place to practice the Big Dipper Divine Fist. The Big Dipper Divine Fist actually increased by 3 stages, which made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of using the illusion breaker eyes to look at his tempered bones. It was a pity that the illusion breaker eyes had absorbed the power of the lightning and was resting. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried to activate the core in his Naiwan palace, it didn't respond. The fragrant religion is truly my blessed land. I've gained a lot in the Yulon Grand Canyon, and my cultivation has also increased in the ruins of Huan. Although I didn't get the Earth's core, but I don't have any regrets. After all, on the lingering fragrance peak, I met the dream that I looked forward to the most. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with joy. When he returned to the tent, he bumped into the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace Hall. This ordinary action made the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace feel flattered and flattered. Xia Qing curled her lips and despised him even more. Everyone set off, and after traveling for another half a day, they arrived at a dangerous place. Between the crevices of 2 tall mountains, there was a gurgling stream. On the left side of the stream, there was a winding path that passed through the foot of the mountain. When Zhang Xiaohua passed through here that day, he had killed Shimujuan. He was amazed at the cruelty of the battle of the immortal Tao and didn't pay attention to the dangers of the terrain. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, the range of his divine sense had also increased greatly. Therefore, before he got close to the winding path, he was shocked. When he released his divine sense, although he couldn't see the foot of the mountain clearly, a person hiding in the green grass in the stream caught his attention. "Io, who is setting up this ambush?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. As far as he knew, other than Lord Jingzha's side, there was only the Tenryu sect. He had seen these two groups of people. As for the other sects, such as the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that they were obedient and wouldn't send people to infiltrate the fragrant religion. Could it be that this group of people is together with the two people we met in Huansu? As Zhang Xiaohua thought, he followed behind the group and walked forward slowly. He was still leaning over the David's deer, his divine sense probing forward from time to time, hoping to see more. As expected, before they arrived at the tall mountain, Zhang Xiaohua had already discovered a few people on the cliff. Those people were also quietly lying on the ground. There were dozens of huge rocks in front of them. Looking at their posture, it was similar to the attack of the giant ape in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his divine sense anxiously. He really didn't know how to warn Xia Qing and the rest. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in his heart. A familiar divine sense spread out in front of him. Abyss Jing Yi. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately retracted his divine sense. He silently used the nameless incantation to conceal his cultivation and divine sense, but it was still the same as before. Although Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense, his eyes were still half open, slightly slanting to look at the tall mountain. After a while, he didn't see any movement at the top of the mountain, but Xia Qing and the rest walked to the bottom of the cliff. At this moment, the person who was leaning over the grass leaped out. With a wave of his left arm, a black light was flung out from his arm, directly shooting towards the disciples of the Sharp Gold Palace who were caught off guard. At the same time, the human figures on the tall mountain also straightened up, forming groups of a few people. They put their hands on the huge rocks and shouted in unison, wanting to push the huge rocks down. However, before they could exert enough strength, they saw a figure suddenly rise from an inconceivable place, leaping high and landing on the huge rocks in front of them. Ah! The few people were shocked. When they looked carefully, it was a white-haired old woman wearing a palace robe. "Run!" One of them was very clever. When the others were still thinking about how this person appeared, he had already retreated, shouted loudly, and turned around to flee to the side. When the person fled, the rest of the people also came to their senses. At this time, how could they guess how this person came up or who she was? As a result, all of them scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, fleeing in all directions. The old woman in the palace robe wasn't in a hurry. With a wave of her hand, a small sword broke through the air, piercing towards the back of one of the people's neck at lightning speed. That person's martial arts was also very strong. When he heard the sound of wind behind him, he didn't turn his head. Instead, he raised his hand, and the short sword in his hand struck towards the small sword. However, there was a loophole in the attack. Before the short sword hit, the small sword suddenly rose up and pierced the back of the person's head. Moreover, as the old woman in the palace robe moved her finger slightly, the small sword was pulled out from the back of the person's head, and with a whoosh, it attacked another person in another direction. Under the mysterious means of the old woman in the palace robe, the few people on the top of the mountain turned into vengeful spirits in just a moment. The old woman moved her finger again, and the small sword flew back from the back of the last person's neck. The end of the small sword was connected to the old woman's finger by a very thin transparent silk thread. At the bottom of the mountain, although the ambushers came prepared, they appeared from the water after all. The sound first alarmed the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. Although they were caught off guard, they still managed to dodge the attack in a hurry, and only suffered a slight injury. The ambushers originally wanted to attract everyone's attention. Seeing that the ambush failed, they only exchanged a few blows with the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. They didn't see any boulders falling from the mountain, so they knew that things had changed. Therefore, they didn't continue to fight and turn to escape. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she stole a glance at everything on the mountain. When she saw Nun Jingyi driving the flying sword and using the small sword to kill the enemy, which was similar to the method she used previously, she couldn't help but feel relieved. She felt that although Nun Jingyi was skillful in using her divine sense, which was the secret technique of the incense cult, in the way of controlling the sword, it seemed that she wasn't much better than her. The flying sword was abnormally fast, but it didn't have any moves to speak of, and it didn't transform into any sword light. Nun Jingyi killed the enemy very quickly. By the time the person who ambushed her ran away, she had already floated down from the cliff. Nun Jingyi's figure was mysterious. Like a dancing white lotus, she floated lightly in the air and gradually slid down. In everyone's eyes, wasn't she a falling fairy? Had she already left the realm of martial arts? Sect leader. The disciples of the Rui Jin Palace, Xia Qing, and the others were shocked. They hurriedly dismounted from their horses and stood respectfully on the ground. Behind Xia Qing and the others, the ambushers turned and fled in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stole a glance at the falling figure of Nun Jingyi and couldn't help but sigh. They're both using the levitation technique, but why is the incense cult's technique so beautiful? I learned the levitation technique from the Misty School. Not to mention the levitation technique, even the imperial wind technique doesn't seem to be as beautiful as her figure. Zhang Xiaohua could already tell that Nun Jingyi was using the levitation technique. However, she actually dared to use the levitation technique to jump down from such a high cliff. This was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua only dared to show off her ability after learning the imperial wind technique. While she was thinking, the ambusher had already rushed to the front of Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She felt that Nun Jingyi's divine sense had already arrived. If she didn't make a move, she would definitely be seen by her. Hence, she stretched out her hand and picked up the great wisdom sword from Huan's back. She lifted her right hand and swung it at the head of the ambusher. That ambusher had also seen Zhang Xiaohua, who was left alone. However, when he saw that she was injured, he didn't put her in his eyes. His purpose was to attract attention, so he let go of Zhang Xiaohua and directly attacked the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. At this moment, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua weakly swinging a sword embryo at him, he raised his sword in disdain and wanted to block it. However, when their weapons collided, an unparalleled force attacked him. Before he could circulate his energy, he felt a pain in his hand. The webbing between his thumb and index finger had already split open. His sword was also shattered. His chest was also shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. That person was horrified. This person who seemed to be injured was actually a great expert who was even more brilliant than the disciples of the Rui Jin Palace. However, at this moment, the sword embryo that was incomparably heavy in the eyes of that person was once again in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She swung it like a lamp and smashed it towards that person's chest again. Ren Xiaoyao. Spare his life. Not far away, Nun Jingyi's voice sounded. At the same time, a divine sense also approached from afar like a python and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense, but she could still feel Nun Jingyi's divine sense on her arm. Although the force was not great, it still surprised Zhang Xiaohua once again. Isn't divine sense unable to move ordinary weapons? Even my divine sense can't enter the great wisdom heavy sword. How did Nun Jingyi do it? Chapter 934. Nun Jingyi's spiritual sense wasn't strong and Zhang Xiaohua could easily neutralize it. However, how could he disobey Lord Sect Leader's orders? Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to retrieve the Great Wisdom Sword. At this moment, the disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall who were chasing after the sneak attacker arrived. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the Great Wisdom Sword on Huanhuan's back, the sneak attacker who was lying on the ground looked at Nun Jingyi who was flying down from afar and the disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall who were close by. He sneered and clenched his teeth without leaving a trace. In an instant, a stream of black blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His body tilted and fell to the ground weakly. Nun Jingyi's spiritual sense left Zhang Xiaohua's Great Wisdom Sword and scanned the surroundings before withdrawing. When the disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall picked up the sneak attacker from the ground, he was already dead. The disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall had no choice but to bring the corpse to Xiaqing and the others. When Nun Jingyi landed from the sky, Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the back of the group, also rushed to the front. He followed Xiaqing and the others to pay respects to Lord Sect Leader. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and asked, "Xiaqing, is there any change in the Huan ruins? Why did you send out the emergency signal again and again?" Xiaqing didn't dare to delay and quickly told her about the changes in the Huan ruins. Before Xiaqing could finish, Nun Jingyi's expression changed drastically and she said, "All of you, rest here. We will talk after I go to the Huan ruins." After speaking, she floated up and used the levitation technique to head to the Huan ruins. Reporting to Lord Sect Leader. This disciple is willing to accompany Lord Sect Leader. Xiaqing stood up and shouted. Nun Jingyi said impatiently, "All of you are seriously injured. You should rest here and recuperate. There is no need to follow me. We will talk after I return." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd. His figure floated up and headed in the direction of Huansu. Looking at Nun Jingyi floating in the air like an immortal, Xiaqing and the others were full of admiration. However, Zhang Xiaohua criticized her in his heart, "She's just a so-so." The great change in Huansu is the most important thing for Lord Hierarch. If she wants to rush to Huansu, she'll naturally use the method she's best at. Martial Dao's lightness skill is not her first choice. It seems that the levitation skill is Nun Jingyi's ultimate lightness skill. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua saw Nun Jingyi's powerful spiritual sense and her exquisite control over it, she felt inferior. However, when she saw Nun Jingyi only knew the levitation technique, she didn't know how to fly, she didn't know how she could flying technique, was right. Seeing Lord Sect Leader leave in a hurry, Xiaqing and the others followed Lord Sect Leader's orders and prepared to rest. Of course, this was a dangerous place. Although some of the ambushing enemies had been easily killed by Nun Jingyi, there was no guarantee that there would be a second wave. Therefore, everyone still retreated a distance and waited for Nun Jingyi's return. At this time, far away from the fragrant religion, in a beautiful mountain villa, there were a dozen people sitting in a hall. In front of each person was a table filled with fine wine and delicacies. In front of the hall was a spacious space, and there were another dozen or so beautiful dancers. They danced gracefully, and the sound of bamboo instruments could be heard all around. It was a beautiful scene. When the music ended, the dancers stopped. A handsome man in his 50s with dark hair and a handsome face laughed loudly. He waved his hand and the dancers retreated. Even the musicians left quietly. The hall was silent. The man picked up the wine cup on the table, stood up, and said, Longtime Villa hasn't been so lively for a long time. It's an honor to have all of you here. Now that the singing and dancing have stopped, let's take a break. Come, let me propose a toast to all of you. The other 10 people also raised their cups and said, How can we not come when Villa Lord Long summoned us? Come, 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 we also respect Villa Lord Long. As they spoke, they all drank the wine in their cups. Then, a group of disciples in brocade clothes came up from the side. They held pots in their hands and filled everyone's cups. Then, they silently retreated to the back. Then, an old man in purple clothes, who was sitting not far away, also stood up. He held his wine cup and said with a smile, Although there are many disputes in the southern Wulin, generally speaking, we live in harmony. Villa Lord Long has put a lot of effort into this. Now, more than 10 sect leaders and leaders have gathered together. It's not easy. This old man is not talented, but on behalf of all the sects, I propose a toast to Villa Lord Long. Very good. The people around him clapped their hands. Villa Lord Long stood up with a smile and also raised his cup. He said, The singing and dancing are all because of the efforts of all of you. Longtime Villa is just doing its duty. How can we have other forces? The Moon Sea sect is the real power in the southern Wulin. Sect leader Su is too modest. Come, let's drink together. The people around him laughed and said, Let's drink together, let's drink together. Then, they raised their cups and drank the wine together. Afterward, the guests and the host drank and chatted happily. When they were drunk, Manor Master Long put down his cup and sighed. He said, Actually, I wanted to invite all of you to have a chat. It's just that, sigh, sect leader Su of the Moon Sea sect said curiously, Villa Lord Long. Did something happen to you? If there's anything you need us to do, just tell us. The others also stopped drinking and listened to Villa Lord Long's explanation. Unexpectedly, Villa Lord Long shook his head and said with a smile, Didn't I just say that the southern Wulin works together? How can there be anything that my Longtime Villa can't deal with? It's just that. Cough, cough, forget it. It's all in the past. Come, everyone, let's drink. Villa Lord Long raised his cup and wanted to persuade them to drink, but sect leader Su didn't listen and said with a frown, Villa Lord Long, I'm older than you, and I want to talk to you. Since you have something on your mind, why don't you say it? Even if we can't help you, maybe we can give you an idea. Everyone in the room laughed and said, That's right. Villa Lord Long, you don't treat us as friends anymore. Not at all, not at all. Villa Lord Long laughed, There's nothing difficult. I just thought of some trivial things in the past. If it weren't for those annoying things, we would have been drinking and chatting happily. Come, let's drink this cup and talk later. Okay. Everyone raised their cups. After that, Manor Master Long put down his wine cup and said with an ashamed expression, Actually, everyone knows about this matter. I didn't hide it from everyone. A long time ago, my son went to Rejuvenation Valley to ask for her hand in marriage. However, he was defeated by an unknown boy, ha ha ha. Sect leader Su laughed and waved his hand, I was wondering what happened. So it's such a small matter. At that time, my Moon Sea sect also had a few young and handsome men. They went there energetically, but they also returned in defeat. It's nothing, heh heh. Manor Master Long chuckled. Sect Master Su is magnanimous. You already have many children and grandchildren, so of course you don't care about these things. However, my unfilial son is dispirited after this blow. He even sent people to inquire about Rejuvenation Valley. At this time, a person next to him also interrupted, Young Master Long is indeed an infatuated person. Villa Lord Long is so lucky. Villa Lord Long almost rolled his eyes. He didn't know what his son's infatuation had to do with his good fortune as a father, but he only smiled. Sect leader Zhou must be joking. Rejuvenation Valley's third miss already has a husband, but my son is still thinking about her. It's really inappropriate. The other person thought for a long time, but still said, if Villa Lord Long didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Back then, my unfilial son also went there full of expectations. However, before he could enter the arena, he ran into brother Zhou's son. In the end, the two of them sparred in private and injured each other. Neither of them went up. Haha, that's right. Brother Yuan is right. The man from before also laughed. However, even if our two brats went up the arena, they wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves from young Master Long. When this was said, sect leader Su of Moon Sea Sect frowned. I heard that Dragon 5th was also knocked out of the arena by that unknown brat in 3 moves. I just don't know who that unknown brat is. Rejuvenation Valley's Commander Nye didn't announce it in the Jianghu. That's right, not only did he not announce it, but sect leader Su also doesn't know. He didn't even hold a wedding. Why is that? Sect leader Su was stunned. The martial arts competition for a spouse is over. Why didn't they hold a wedding? Commander Nye is really muddle-headed. At this time, Villa Lord Long shook his head. Sect leader Su still doesn't care enough about the affairs of the Jianghu. Rejuvenation Valley didn't hold a wedding. After the martial arts competition for a spouse, his son-in-law didn't even show his face. He didn't even attend the banquet afterwards. Isn't this looking down on the handsome martial artists who went to the martial arts competition for a spouse? More than that. Villa Lord Long added oil to the fire. Commander Nye only said that the martial arts competition for a spouse was over. Rejuvenation Valley's third young miss is still young, and that unknown brat is also young and not suitable for marriage, so he threw this matter aside. He didn't know that his careless decision not only hurt the hearts of many young people like my son, but also damaged the reputation of the southern Jianghu. Those handsome martial artists who came from afar, who didn't say that our southern Jianghu is untrustworthy. Sect leader Su was somewhat displeased and shouted, these years, Rejuvenation Valley relied on the fragrance cult as their backing and didn't follow the morals of the Jianghu in many things. They owe us a lot in terms of etiquette. Right, this time, the fragrance cult said that they wouldn't pay attention to Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. Is it because they know some of Rejuvenation Valley's evil deeds? To teach Rejuvenation Valley a lesson? Villa Lord Long clapped his hands and said, Sect leader Su is indeed perceptive. That's exactly the case. Think about it, just a martial arts competition for a spouse has caused so much trouble for us. Who knows how many disgusting things have happened before. The fragrance cult's punishment is, a warning to Rejuvenation Valley. It really should be. A few years ago, this old man had something to ask of Rejuvenation Valley. I wanted to ask for a medicinal pill, but Commander Nye flatly refused. This really made this old man lose face. At this point, sect leader Zhou of the Flying Fish Gang probed, Villa Lord Long, do you think, the fragrance cult will really ignore Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, that you're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.